My people, sons and daughters of Helgen, for many years we have been a broken nation, shunned, oppressed, and conquered by those we sought to escape. 10 years ago, I asked for time, and that time was granted by you. You, the strength in my arm, the holders of my dreams. Our forefathers embarked on the greatest exodus in the history of all mankind. An exodus for freedom. Helgen became that freedom. Our new world changed our bodies. At first, it weakened us, but in fact, we were growing stronger. In the time you have given me, I have rebuilt our nation. I have rebuilt our strength. And I have rebuilt our pride. Our enemies at home have been re-educated. We have given them new insights into our cause. On this day, we stand united once more. On this day, those driven to divide us will hear our voice. On this day, we shall act as one, and we shall be ignored no more!
General Adams, sir! We got multiple Hellgas vessels approaching. What do we do, sir?
Fire! Defenders of the Helgas dream, now is our time!
Hello again and welcome to another Money and Glory live stream. It's a God stream, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. I hope you guys enjoyed today's intro. I will admit, I did reuse it. Some of you may have noticed it said like engineers with 35 points to that intro. I apologize. I was reusing it from a previous thing, but I hope but I thought it was close enough, and the sentiment was pretty much there. So the new guard update is here for 11th edition. We're only really waiting on points now at this stage, and I'll say this: I've taken a quick glance at it. I've not completely deep dived it yet. I thought I could wait. I could deep dive it now and then go stream later at the usual time and blah, blah. But, I thought, you know what? Let's just raw dog it. Take a glance at it. Does it look all right? Yeah. All right. Let's get on live stream. So, and I have to say, it looks all right. Now, I haven't, like I said, I haven't completely deep dived it yet. I'm sure there'll be more stuff that we can work out as the stream goes on and everything. But, from a guard perspective, what I've basically done is I've glanced at the detachment points for each attachment and gone, yep. And what dispositions they get and gone, yep. And I have to say, like, overall, I'm pretty happy. I've already seen, I'd say, a couple of meta builds for the guard. I've seen sort of a safe noob build as well, which is always important when you're getting new people in. You want to be able to give them, look, here's just a simple way of getting into the guard off your pop kind of thing. There have been some nerfs in there. Like, I think Grizzled Company, if I was to give a particularly hot take, I think Grizzled Company is now DOA. I wouldn't run it. I was already moving away from it. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see how, like, the different dispositions play out. But I think I'm feeling pretty like confident that Grizzle Company isn't the go-to meta choice for the guard anymore, unless Priority Assets turns out to be a very good disposition, but I'm not sure. And I've seen some room for some fairly thematic meme builds as well, which might also be semi-competitive, which is always fun. So my number one take on this entire thing, if you want the hot take at the beginning, is that I don't know if we're particularly overpowered. I think we have some power. I wouldn't say we were looking horrifically weak, but I would say the number one thing that's important to me, and the number one interesting thing to me, is that we look fucking interesting. And that's all I've ever wanted. I don't really care about being the top faction or anything like that. You know, all that happens when you become the top faction is you just get the shit nerfed out of you, right? All I really care about is having a faction which is pretty playable, with some power to win, you know, a few games here and there, but most importantly, a faction which has got multiple interesting, viable ways to play. Not interesting, but you'll turn up and just get your face pushed in, but like interesting, and like you can actually go to an RTT and maybe win a game or two, or go to a GT, maybe go 2-3 or 3-2. And if you really, really smash it, maybe 4-1. That's all that I've ever really wanted. And it does look like we've got that. And I would say it looks like there's some classic guard playstyles which are still going to be accommodated. And it looks like there's going to be some new interesting guard playstyles that are going to be accommodated. So yeah, I'm feeling overall pretty positive. I'll tell you this, it's the most positive I've felt about guard in months. A year? It's the most positive I've felt about guard in a year. There you are. I think that there's still, don't get me wrong, I think there's still going to be some big problems with 11th edition as a core concept. I don't think I've got the call or anything like that. Don't think I've completely changed my position on how I feel about 11th edition. But I feel, you know, putting 11th edition, I still have concerns about. The guard, I feel more positively about. So I think that would be my sort of summary of the situation. So what I want to do in today's stream is basically go through, obviously, the guard changes, particular like combos and stuff that might happen in terms of like dispositions and detachments and whatnot. Give you an idea of why I think those ones might be quite good. And I also, there's something I've wanted to talk about for a little while as well, which is why I think Purge the Foe is going to be one of the more popular. It's probably going to be the most competitive disposition, and why basically when you want to look at 11th edition, you want to look at in terms of what's your most powerful build. What is the, do you have easy access to Purge? Not only, when I say easy, I don't mean like you can just take it as in like a viable Purge detachment, right? And I've been saying this on live streams for a little bit, but I want to deep dive that day about why I think Purge is pretty good. Yeah, so I'm pretty happy with the guard, but I want to talk a little bit about builds, and I want to talk about meta and tactics and all that kind of stuff. And I want to talk a little bit, of course, about the wider 11th edition, situation and how I think the meta is going to shape up. Kaon, I came to the channel for beef. What is the vegetarian shite? Well, there's definitely going to be some beef around the Purge stuff. But not like, I'm not going to be like salty or like crashing out about it. It's more going to be like an objective analysis about how it could very quickly become you go to a GT and play 5 games of Purge v Purge back to back. Like that's, so there is a little beef there. There's a little beef there. All right. But that will, I don't know if we want to cover that first because that might set up other things. But I'll probably just cover that at the end of the stream because I know we'll want to be talking about the guard stuff first, right? So there you go. So guard hype, but maybe a bit of 11th edition, legitimate concerns towards the end. All right. So basically, that's the plan. It's all about the guard today. Although, of course, it is always a Morning Glory stream, so I'm sure there'll be an element of people want to talk about a bit of everything, anything. So, we might have some people want to talk a bit about like conflict and stuff. I know the conflict mystery boxes are now turning up, and people are very excitedly tearing into those, which is good. So, we might see a few of those pop up in the stream. And, there might be some not just guard-related stuff people might want to talk about. We're definitely going to talk about Imperial agents, albeit briefly. But I'm just going to say, send me to the black ships on Imperial agents. I called this a year ago. I called this a year ago. Everyone said I was wrong. And as time has gone on, I've only been proven more correct. So there's definitely some beef around agents and stuff. As for the other sort of factions, well, like, I don't, I can take a glance at them, but I'll probably be relying on information from you guys. So if you've seen something that's particularly powerful in another faction, like Custodes, or even stuff that's come out already, like some Chaos or Xenos stuff as well, then, let me know. Because I obviously see things from the Guard perspective, but I don't play many factions outside of Guard. And even that, I have other armies, but even then I really only play the Guard these days. So that's kind of the vibe. So while we talk about Guard stuff, and hopefully we can get some, if you want to talk about some of the other faction stuff, we can get that sort of from the chat and discuss it from that angle. Yeah, there we go. So with all of that said, I think it is probably time to get into the stream proper. Now, as always, we start these streams with our traditions. Traditions are very important to the Mordy and Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest. So stand up and be counted. Let's find out who is in the stream tonight. It's time for roll call, baby! Get 07 down the chat. Don't worry, it's just a little salute emoji. Let's see who we've got in here. Just do what we've got a lot of people here today, so just do 107 each. Don't. I know some of you like to spam it, but just do one to make my life a little easier and to let me actually, read people's names out. So we've got Gaming Suka, Sabian Wilson, Uncle Will, Cuban Imperial Soul, Actung Nate, Mad Larkin, Simon Wharton, The Lower Decks, Kerensky, Sir Newbie, Di Simpson, Zello, Simon Phoenix, Mantel Marauders, Brown Bread, Freeform Rue. Shit me, it's already popping off. We've got Kaon, Cavasius, Jaeger Scott, Keegan McDonald, Stella Mott, Mad Larkin, RTRT, Wolfenbach, Funky Chicken, Lord Pulpy, Empress Aiden, Chris 596D, Pablo Alonso, Dante, Vivid Crayons, GD Rommel, Ozroth, Trollslayer, MCTA 22B, Jackson Smith, Patrick H 90, Messier, Calzone 5, Crucible 76. 1 minute, it jumps around a little bit. Corporal C 1625, Sabin Wilson, Born 342, Rizzleheimer, Hinklesworth, Noble Memes, Buckethead, Mark Coyle, Average Red Shark, H Cat, Hellvine, the Starseer, Dennis, York Home, David D Davidson, Samuel Phoenix, Hinklesworth, Livid Games, Uncle Will, Morpheus Hinklesworth, Roboflex, Old Werewolf, Lancet Limbum, T Claus, Eternal Rhombus, Cheshire Cat, Lucky Cass, Mark Tenabland, Storehouse, Keto PT, Bert Carlson, The Canorian, Commander Crash, Ryan Thomason, Cody, Dave, Turbo Tanker, Stig Anderson, Nick the Salamander. We're almost there. Shit, I think I've gone past it. 1 minute. 1 minute. No more memes, Fat Actual, Old Werewolf, Danny Helens, Galactic Republic Studios, Martian Man, Wave Summers, Ivan Tashri, Ico Eclipse, DJ's Terminator, Jack Walford, Tottenham Station, Guys, Kabak Eagle, Macon, Pastor Blaster, Dakazul, Wonder of the Steps, Scarf, Robert M. I'm J Bond. Hey! Welcome. Thank you so much to all. Infamous 2K as well. Welcome. Thank you so much to all of you for joining today's stream. Panda Squirrel sneaking in there at the end. Thank you for joining. Whilst I've got all of your attention, if I could do the cringe YouTuber thing, but it does make a big difference, and ask you all to go ahead and like the stream if you've not done so already. It's just a big help, and it's very much appreciated. And also, if you like this kind of content and you want to see more of it, don't forget to subscribe as well. All right, shameless plugging out of the way. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who's not only joined the stream, but has got the stream started off right, coming in with all of the super chats. So let's start off with those super chats, because I'm sure many of them are going to be related to today's news, and we'll answer any questions or bits and bobs that come up as part of it. So, starting off, we have got no more memes. Thank you for the super chat, man. The chart holds true. Send it to the flagships. Send it to the flagships. I don't know, man. Because you've said, like, oh, wait, agents. Agents is here. So, yeah, I mean, this chart does kind of hold true for the guard. I think the guard is about here because it's, you know, this was kind of like sort of 2025, right? You know, getting a bit boring, getting a bit stale. Grizzled Company comes out. It's amazing. Victrix of Catan spam, you know, goes down. And then maybe we start seeing Recon Guard doing so well. Then, Recon, this is Yarrick coming out, sorry. Yarrick coming out. Yarrick getting nerfed. People sort of getting ambivalent towards 11th. Some news about 11th comes out, and then we get our faction back, and we're probably about here now. Yeah. As for Imperial Agents, I think Imperial Agents, I don't think this is true for Imperial Agents. I'm going to be honest. I think Imperial Agents was, oh, look, they're bringing Imperial Agents out. Oh, my God, the limitless possibilities that GW could do with this. It's such a cool faction. The Codex releases. Bang. Oh, he did. Like, I think that's what happened with Agents. The Codex dropped and then instantly flatlined as a faction. And there's nothing there now. There's no activity. It's buried at this point. We've had the ceremony. We've had the eulogies, you know, that's what's happened with Agents. Yeah, I don't think Agents ever had a we're so back moment. Yeah. There you go. Unfortunately, we will be talking about Agents. Imperial Agent players. Imperial Agents will go down, in my opinion, as one of the biggest missed opportunities of GW and one of the greatest examples of how the dreaded policy that they have shackled themselves to, like a anchor weighing them down, has caused them to genuinely just miss out on so much money and potential sales and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, like Imperial Agents could have been one of the best, and there's historical evidence this as well, could have been one of the coolest armies they've ever made, and they just completely shit the bed on it. Yeah, completely did. And I personally now believe that Imperial Agents from the very beginning was intended by Games Workshop as an absolute scam and a rug pull. And all of the evidence that has come out in the 18 months since they've existed has just been, this is an absolute scam. Like if you are a new player who bought into Agents, you got scammed. Like genuinely, GW scammed you. And I think that's you should be angry about it. But yeah. Anyway, that's not until we'll talk about that later in the stream. The Canorian, thank you for the super chat, man. I demand a personal black ship in stream discussion. I know, right? You actually are owed one. You actually are, because did you not say that? Did you not say that it was going to be? Bridgehead Strike was going to be priority assets. I said yesterday that I could see Bridgehead Strike being Purge. And then Canorian said he had a feeling it was going to be priority assets. And he absolutely... Dude, I've got a present for you, man. Here you go. This is yours now. Wear it with pride and don't let anyone ever doubt your psychic abilities ever again. There you go. You did say it. It actually, with the benefit of hindsight, it makes sense. GW does not want to give Guard a 1 DP Purge detachment. They don't want to do that. Because probably for balance reasons. Yeah. But yeah, make yourself a shiny hat or get a shiny hat. You're owed it, man. What have we got next? Keeper of the Imperial Soul. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the support, bro. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. And a big thank you to Lucky Cast for the 14-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Cross Lasguns. So, Met Guard and Bridgehead Strike. Yeah, maybe. So Met Guard and Bridgehead Strike is definitely on my radar. Scions in transports. We're going to have to deep dive it. I was thinking Hammer of the Emperor and Bridgehead. Or Hammer of the Emperor and Abhuman Auxiliaries. But Mech Guard and Bridgehead Strike could work. Do Scions get affected by the Met Guard rule and the Bridgehead Strike rule? They probably do, don't they? So you get +1 to wound for jumping out of a transport, and the +1 to hit for being set up on the board of Scions, right? If those stack, holy shit, man! New guard meta announced, and the new guard meta is witness me. The aggressive leaf blower. Oh my god. 60 Scions inside of 6 Taurox Primes. Taurox Primes giving them 4 rerolls to hit, right? Scions getting 4 rerolls to hit, +1 to hit, +1 to wound. My god, mechanized Scions finally here, baby. That's amazing. Yeah, I can look. I can see it happening. Yeah. Dear God, I just look. Steel Hammer is purged at only 2 points. That's cracked and has to be gritting. Steel Hammer, like genuinely, I can see triple Baneblade, not Baneblade, triple guard super heavies, whichever ones are like the cheaper, like 400 point ones. Triple guard super heavies plus 18 Bulgrin meta. Because you go 18 Bulgrin in the auxiliary detachment, and then you've got like 2 decent like strats in there. You got like the surge move one and the -1 AP one. And the Bulgrins are generally going to be quite useful because like they're tough infantry with invulnerable saves, right? And then you go like Steel Hammer for the access to purge, and then just take 3 super heavies, make them, you know, obviously one of them can be like the commander that can issue orders and whatnot, and then it's just like, you know, there you go. Make a big brick wall, and anything that tries to charge the brick wall, you kill it. So there's a few like, it's what I mean. This is what I mean though. We're interested again. It's not just grizzled. It's like, oh, there's like actually like 5 or 6 like legitimately like interesting ways to approach this. And then there's also some nice safe options as well, which is also kind of cool. So yeah. So I think we've caught up on the super chats. Thank you guys for the support. I think we probably should get into the information that's dropped here now. So let me just bring this up. All right, I'm going to bring up the Warcom article itself, and then bring up the Guard faction pack 2. All right. Let's give us a moment. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's fine. So let me have a quick drink. Let's have a look here. One minute. There we go. Gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but the faction pack has dropped. We have now got our detachments and their associated force dispositions. And so I think it's a good time for us to go through and take a look at the winners and the losers of the big Imperial faction pack update, especially for the Imperial Guard. So, and of course, GW has put the Emperor's True Finest right at the top of the article. It's definitely not in alphabetical order. It's definitely because we are the best. So, just a quick catch up for those that maybe missed it. 11th edition is all about your force disposition. And your force disposition is determined by what detachment you take. If you need to be picking the ideal scenario is you get a good detachment that links to a good force disposition. And the dispositions basically inform all of the missions that you're going to be doing, like the primary missions and whatnot. So there's this kind of interesting idea where like you could have a really powerful detachment, but if it's got a dog shit disposition, which is bad at scoring points, then that actually kind of like balances out. But obviously this is Games Workshop, right? So some of the time they've got that right, like we saw with Space Marines and like Gladius getting like priority assets, which I don't think is a particularly good force position, although I could be wrong. We'll have to play it and wait and see and play it out and everything. But some of the ones they've really fucked it and they've given like the best attachment, the best edition, like we saw with the Tau, where Monk Car is clearly the best disposition, and it gets it's best attachment that gets best disposition. Now with the Guard, I think we have... Oh, and it's worth mentioning that Purge the Foe is at the moment widely considered to be the best disposition because it's the easiest. Because it just rewards you for going hyper lethal. You just get points for holding a token objective and then just going maximum killing power every single game. And it doesn't even affect... And the reason why it's also powerful is because the way secondaries have changed. So now you can score your secondaries at the end of the game, over the sort of last turn or two. And that way you can focus on killing and then just scoring at the end, right? It's very, in a funny sort of way, it's like a weird parody of how Midhammer and older editions do things where that's kind of how it used to play out. But that's by the by. So the big question is, how has Guard made out? And overall, I think we've done all right. We haven't got anything absolutely egregiously, obviously broken, like Montcat getting Purge the Foe, which is just encouraging Tau players to table everybody. But we haven't got anything... We haven't only got... There's some fucked up ones, but we haven't only got completely balked options as well. I sit as solidly in the middle, where we do have some powerful combos, so don't think I'm playing our power down. I think we do have some powerful combos. But I also think we've got plenty of secondary and tertiary sort of flavorful, semi-viable combos as well. Because sometimes it's, it's about taking the best thing every time. But for me, I've always wanted just to have multiple ways of playing that are actually interesting. And towards the end of 10th edition, one of my biggest gripes was that everything was so bloody one-dimensional. It was very, very boring. So I will say that the number one thing that I wanted for Guard, for 11th edition, was for us to actually have interesting multiple ways of playing, and I think that has been achieved. So that gets 2 big thumbs up from me. I don't know if we're going to be as powerful as some of the other factions out there. We might be. It's very early days. But just glancing at this, I think we've got interesting, pretty powerful stuff. All right, so that's sort of the headline. Let's dive into the weeds of it. And then I can give you guys what I think is good, what I think is bad. And I can sort of show you some of the obvious combos that have jumped out to me immediately. So the first thing is we've got our 3 new detachments. Really, it's 2 new detachments and 2 new Abhuman Auxiliaries and Designation Force and 1 rework detachment. So Abhuman Auxiliaries basically makes your Bullgryns better. I'm not overly... Have I got the faction pack up here? I'm not overly impressed with it. The only thing that... I think all of this is a bag of shit. I'm just not bothered by it. The Commissar being able to order Ogrins is kind of nice, I guess. For me, the main thing I like about it is this stratagem and this stratagem. So, Tough Skulled Obdurance basically gives you Bullgryns It's in shooting or fight phase. And it basically gives your Bulgrin's Armor of Contempt, which is awesome. In an edition where AP-1 suddenly became a lot more relevant, being able to go, fuck that, and just get to ignore AP-1 again is great. Yeah, I love that. Especially now that Bulgrins have a 3+ armor save. So previously it didn't matter because they had a 4+ armor save and a 4+ invulnerable save. But now they have a 3+ armor save from the, they've had it for a while since the Codex. But the 3+ armor save, this actually matters. So I like that. And then I like Stirred to Action because basically it gives your Bulgrin a surge move. Yeah. It gives them a surge move. So I like, and I think, and the reason why I like Abhuman Auxiliaries is because I think that Bulgrin are going to be a really, really good unit for the Guard because one of the there's a few different. I've talked about this in like a previous video about how the game is going to become quite two-tiered in different categories. Like there's going to be either you do shooting or you basically don't. Either you do melee or you basically don't. Either you do durability or you basically don't. And there's going to be it's going to be very black and white on whether you're good at these things or not. And if you're not good at any of them, basically you're bottom tier faction 11th, right? Everyone needs to be at least as good at one of them. And one of those I spoke about is durability. I said one of the things that's going to be very important for durability is do you have easy access to tough infantry and 4+ invulnerable saves. And Guard, Bulgrin are that for the Guard. And that is going to be really good because it means that you can just basically just spam 4+ invulnerable save infantry. And now you have a detachment, which is one detachment point, which you can basically gives you exactly what you want for a certain category to be good, to be in the viable part of one of those categories, the durability category. And also, interestingly, controversial take it, I quite like its take and hold. I actually think take and hold is a really good disposition for this attachment, because take and hold is in my mind, take and hold is one of the 2 go-to dispositions. And that's going to be quite controversial. But take and hold, I see as a really good, like noob or just like casual brained, like low. And I don't mean this in an insulting way. I mean this in I'm going to be doing this. A low mental capacity disposition. And you might think that sounds like, Mordin, are you calling us all? Are you calling us all like special? It's like, hang on. In a tournament, if you've got like 2 detachments or 2 factions, which are like roughly equal in power, or one might even be slightly weaker than the other, but the slightly weaker one is actually just much easier to pilot. That's actually the more powerful one. Because if you are playing, especially a GT or Super Major, 5 to 8 games, and you're having to play 5D chess, then by the time you've got to game 3, easily, your brain's already leaking out of your ears, and then suddenly you're not able to really get the most out of it. Whereas if you've got a very straightforward attachment that basically just, I know what I'm doing with this, I've got a simple plan that I can execute well, then that can often lead to people doing really well. Now, you might not end up winning the tournament with that mindset. You might do, but you might not end up winning the tournament. But that kind of approach can absolutely lead you to getting a solid sort of 3-2 result consistently at a GT, which I think for a lot of people is what they aim for. I see a lot of people approach the game from the peak top tier, best top table approach. And I think that's such a minuscule part of the game, a very important part of the game, but a minuscule part. For me, I think it's all about the everyman on the street. It's all about what are you likely to encounter in the vast majority of your games. And so I think Take and Hold is the disposition which is good for the everyman on the street. And so Abhuman Auxiliaries playing into this works really nicely because it gives you It rewards you for spamming hyper durable 4+ invulnerable save meta infantry. And then all you do with those 18 Bulgrin is go, I'm going to walk onto the middle objective. I'm just going to walk onto the mid. I'm going to tell them to duty and honor because, what is it? Commissars can order them in this attachment. And I'm just going to hold this until the heat death of the universe and just score all the primary points that I need. Now, there are some caveats to this. Apparently, they're changing the way points work in 11th. So they call the step costs. So maybe that first unit of Bulgrin costs you 200 points, but the second unit costs you like 250. The third unit might cost you 300, right? So there's going to be some nuance to it. But you get even just having like one unit of Bulgrin, which you can basically just like plow a couple of stratagems into, it's still really nice. And it unlocks, like I said, it unlocks a nice, smooth, easy to play disposition. Not necessarily the highest scoring one, but definitely an easy one to play. So there you go. So I really like Abhuman Auxiliaries. Now, next we've got Bridgehead Strike. Bridgehead Strike, I don't like the disposition. Now, very quickly, again, I'll talk about this later on in like maybe another stream, another video, but I don't like any of the dispositions which mean you have to do actions. Because, and I'm not saying, and I think there are going to be certain factors that can play really well into it. And I'm not saying there's going to be no viability to it. I absolutely think there are going to be some pretty clever boffins that will be able to get the most out of things like priority assets and reconnaissance and disruption. Okay, I'm absolutely convinced of that. But I don't like it as a smooth brain Ogrim player because what it means is if I have a unit, if I have like, let's say Purge the Foe, if my unit kills something, it scores points. So not only has it scored me points, it's also weakened the enemy force, right? If I have a disposition that requires me to do actions, I have to take one of my units and basically take it out of the game for a turn for it to score points. So not only am I weakening my own damage output to score points, but I'm also not doing any damage to the enemy and therefore not affecting their damage output. So it's kind of like a double doozy, right? So, and also there's going to be times where like, you know, if you lose all your shit munchers for doing actions, it becomes really inefficient to start doing actions as well. So I'm not completely sold on priority assets and reconnaissance and disruption because, you know, some of them involve doing like actions and stuff. And I just think like Purge and Take and Hold are just easier ones. But like I said, I think over the fullness of time, I can definitely, you know, as the game becomes more optimized, I can definitely see some of those more complicated ones doing better. But right now, beginning of 11th, hot takes. There's a lot to be learning already. I think the 11th edition meta will evolve, but the start of it, I think it's about the smooth brain disposition. So I don't like the disposition of Bridgehead Strike. However, what I do like about Bridgehead Strike is the actual detachment itself and what it brings. So I mean, we've already seen some people mentioning like you could do Bridgehead Strike plus mechanized assault detachment because this is a 1 DP detachment. And that means you can have Scions that get +1 to hit when they jump out of a transport, +1 to wound when they jump out of a transport, 4 rerolls to hit, 4 rerolls to wound. And you might say, how the hell do you get that? Well, Scions have got 4 rerolls to wound shooting things on objectives and half the bloody map for objectives now. Taurox Primes give your Scions 4 rerolls to hit. So Scions get 4 to wound on objectives. Taurox Primes give the unit that jump out 4 rolls to hit. And then Bridgehead Strike gives you the +1 to hit rolls. And Mechanized Assault gives you +1 to wound rolls. So, like, there's a potential for just taking, like, 60 Scions. Again, step costs might affect this. But there's a potential for taking shitloads of Scions inside Tauroxes and then just blasting them forward and, like, jumping out and, like, mashing people. So I don't like the disposition. I do like the combos that you can get from Bridgehead Strike. I also think On My Position has been improved. It's still an absolute meme stratagem where basically you blow your own unit up to maybe do some mortal wounds to the enemy. It's improved. It's still a meme. But hey, it's one command point. It's still improved, right? Firing Hot is still really good. I really like Firing Hot. And Servo Designators, I think Servo Designators is such a powerful stratagem because your shooting phase, when a friendly military unit has shot, target that military unit. So one enemy unit hit by those range attacks, friendly military units range attacks that target the enemy unit have ignores cover. So it doesn't affect your entire army, but the more ways that you can cram ignores cover into your force, the better. And being able to just like remove cover from an enemy unit means, and especially having it as like a stratagem, kind of gives you a bit of insurance, bit of a backup policy over like relying on hellhounds every step of the way. So there we go. Do we know for sure you can take 6 Orc Tridents? We don't. So there's still lots to be unfolded here, but I'm talking in like broad generalizations, Mad Larkin. Yeah, I'm not talking in deep specifics today. I think we have to wait for the points to come out. But I'm talking like broad generalizations, general combos that might be things to keep an eye on. Yeah. You have a total of 3 detachment points, right? Yeah, exactly. Now, Designation Force, right now, I think Designation Force is super weak. It's 1 detachment point, which is fine, but it comes with the Reconnaissance disposition, which is considered to be the weakest disposition. And it doesn't really bring anything. Like, you get a bit of extra detection range. Yeah, you can try and like Sentinel jail people. I guess that's kind of cool. Right? Maybe you Sentinel jail people. I don't really care about detection range. Hidden's just a non-entity, a non-factor for so much of the game. Especially if everyone's going to be running Purge into each other, right? Reactive move is okay. Benefit of cover is okay. So, like, it's all right. You know, like, it's all right. But I'm not feeling it. I think Designation Force is the weakest one. Yeah. I think Designation Force is the weakest one. So, I guess the only thing that is kind of interesting. I will say this. I think it's the weakest one. I do think it has quite a funny potential. So, Recon Star is an upgrade, which means you can apply it to 3 units. Which means that you could put this on 3 platoons of guardsmen. So that could be like 3 squads of Cadians, led by 3 command squads with 3 Cadian Castellans attached. If you want to go like absolute ham on this. And that would allow you to make, that would give you like 78 infantry that can basically outflank. To me, it's like close enough. Welcome back, Captain Al-Rahem, if you ever played like 5th edition, right? Yeah, when he used to be able to outflank like his entire platoon. Now, it is in your first movement phase. It can make an ingress move. So that's like, but ingress move is coming in from the sides, right? It's not deep striking down. It's coming in from strategic reserve. And if you're coming in strategic reserve, you can't come in the enemy's deployment zone. So it's like, it's no man's land. Right? It's a no man's land thing. So it's kind of, it's interesting. 78 Kriegers, yeah, you could bring them all in on one flank. You could bring them some on one flank, some on another flank. You could combine it with the Scout Sentinels. But honestly, I feel like if you take 3 squads of Scout Sentinels, infiltrate them forward, 3 squads of Guardsmen, ingress them in turn 1, I feel quite strongly like what happens is you present your entire... You present half of your army to the enemy, do some damage, and then lose 1,000 points from your opponent's next turn. Right? It's like we're going to have a hell of a turn 1, and then we're going to go to the bar. No balls. Hey, look, right? It's funny. And I will absolutely be... I loved Captain Al-Rahem back from 5th edition. I will absolutely. I tell you this right now. I will be taking that strategy to a tournament. But that's the kind of meme list that I think I take to an RTT. I don't think it's the kind of meme that I end up taking to like a GT, because after like, after one day, the joke's probably run its course. You have to turn it to the second day, you're just going to be like, fuck this. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean, right? So it's definitely, I'll tell you this now, I'll happily take this to a local RTT and, just doggedly mass infiltrate, outflank 3 games in a row and see if I go 0-3, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. But I'll absolutely, that sounds like fun. That sounds like fun. And it is a 1 detachment point thing. So, there are some other ones you could combo it with here. Like, could you combo it with, I mean, I kind of an interesting one you could combo it with is Siege Regiment. So, oh no, I was going to say you could use smoke shells, but I think Siege Regiment smoke shells are in your command phase. So unfortunately, you couldn't bring them in and then smoke them, unfortunately. You could put like fire shells, the incendiary shells, on 3 enemy units at the beginning of the game, which removes cover from them, and then ingress into rapid fire range and like blast the fuck out of them. That could work. And you could smoke the sentinels as well. So you could remove the cover and then reroll 1s with daring recon on all of the enemy on all of the enemy infantry, on all the enemy stuff, on 3 enemy units, right? Then bring in your guardsmen, who then get you give them like take aim, so they've got like +1 to hit. And then or first rank fire, second rank fire, whichever you want. And then it's like hit them with like all the plasma storm. You still have like that plasma storm strategy from Siege, right? Where I don't know what it's called. I can't remember the strategy. But the other one that gives you like 4 rerolls to hit or something if you're in like half range or something. So you've got that, right? So the point is, like, you've got like a fun meme build there. It doesn't give you another shot. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Sonobi. I'd forgotten which one. By the way, Sonobi, I love you've changed your avatar to the Yarrick thing. I love that, by the way. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. With 3 detachments in here, and every single one of them, we've thought about combos. Every single one of them, we've got like a different way of playing. Every single one of them is interesting, right? Even if you overrun it like once, even if you only run it like once as a bit of a meme at a tournament or something, like, this is exactly what I was talking about when I say we're interesting again now. It's exactly what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how powerful we are, but we have everything from meme builds to theme builds to like actual like competitive builds as well, which is good, right? Which is good. Like, it's all I ever want for my guard is to be interesting. All I ever want for my guard is for there to be like, for me to be able to go to different tournaments with a different list each time, and just, you bring this crazy, wacky thing to the table. And then honestly, all I want to do is be able to share that with you guys. Like, that's all I ever want. That's why, my favorite videos to make, and I love making content, by the way. Like, I really, really do love making it. And my favorite content to make is, after action reports, because I love trying wacky things out, getting loads of stories from what happens at the event, and then bringing those back, making videos on it, and then present them to you guys, so you guys can go, fuck's sake, what's the mad bastard taken to a tournament this time, right? That's what I want. That's what I love to do. So yeah, and that's what I want to do. That's what I love. That's what I want to do, and that's what I'm loving about what I've seen with the guards so far. I don't know how powerful anything we've spoken about is going to be. Like, I don't know how much of it's gonna like survive the points and maybe like the step costs and stuff like that. I think there's an absolute chance that 18 Ogren, so that 18 Bulgrin do, I think they probably will step cost Bulgrin, I imagine. They might step cost Scions. We might not be able to take 6 dedicated transports anymore. We might down to 3 or something. I've seen nothing in the core rules that say you can take the rule of 6 applies to dedicated transports. It would be a real shame because I'd be very upset if I can't take 6 Chimeras anymore. So there's still, there's still a few things that I'm concerned about. But, right now it looks like there's some interesting stuff to take. I will say, I'm sorry to temper the enthusiasm and stifle the flair for a moment. My biggest concern right now is GW. I am actually quite concerned about these step costs, because my biggest concern right now is there's like potential for some very cool but not overly powerful, but like semi-viable, like 2 and 3, 3 and 2 at a GT kind of build, ideas that we're cooking up, and the step costs come out and just go, no, you can't. You can like it's never ever worth taking more than like 1 of each unit because of the step costs. So I really, really hope that's my biggest fear. That's my biggest worry. Like, I think step costs should be introduced for hyper efficient units which are overly dominating the meta. So like, for example, Defilers, Catan, Victrix, right? I think that step cost should be brought in on a reactionary basis, not a preemptive basis, a reactionary basis. And like, if 18 Bulgrin ended up being super overpowered, then yes, I would be like, okay, sure, like make the 3rd unit cost twice as much. Fine, that's fair enough. And if everyone's running like 3 Rogel Dawns, be like, okay, we need to make the 3rd one just unpalatable. Right, fine, sure. But I'm worried that they'll do a lot of preempting, and the preempting will stifle the fun. So I am a little concerned about it. Also, I've got a whole bit I want to do on step costs about how they're basically just the complete wrong way to approach unit limitations. But there we go. But anyway, but we'll get to that another time. So moving on to the next one. Armored infantry at 2 detachment points is very interesting. It's very interesting. So, where is fucking armored infantry? It's around here. So, armored infantry is the one that lets your infantry officers like order squadron units, and then you also get like the cool on my signal order, which I think lets you do like a reaction move each time a unit ends a normal or advanced move. Yeah. So you get like a cool reaction move. And also you get some like, but it's only for like certain things. So basically, as long as you're like a light vehicle, excluding artillery units and units containing 1 or more models with a wounds coefficient of 13 or higher. Wait, did they change that? Oh no. The Lehman. I was going to say the Lehman Russ has got 13 wounds. I was like, bloody hell, they're about to. I was thinking the Lehman Russ it's toughness 11, not wounds. Well, not wounds 11. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, it basically, it's in. I quite liked armored infantry at the beginning because I liked that I could just take infantry officers and order my tanks with it, which I thought could give me a very good order efficiency on my vehicles. No need to pay for expensive tank commanders when you could just get infantry officers like Castellans, who often have a spare order floating around to order your Lehman Russes. I quite liked that. Yeah. So I quite liked armored infantry, generally speaking. I thought there was some good stuff in here as well. There's a particularly nice stratagem that I like, which is combined fire, which I think works very nicely on hippogriffs. And I think hippogriffs are going to be quite good in 11th. I think they were bad in 10th. I think they're going to be good in 11th. Because this allows you to get extra strength on like the melter hippos, which I think is really, really powerful. And you've also got like supporting ordnance and stuff, but you can combine these in 11th, because one you basically put on an enemy unit, and one then you put on another firing unit. So yeah. So I quite like armored infantry. It being 2 detachment points does mean I can start comboing it with some of these other ones that we've spoken about. I guess the big question is, what could you combo it with? For me, I actually quite like, I know I poo-pooed it a little bit, but I quite like Designation Force with Armored Infantry because Sentinels are armored skirmishers as well. So your Sentinels could like infiltrate forward and then they could start doing like reaction moves and stuff, which is quite cool. You've also, you've got Bridgehead Strike, which is just like generally quite nice. And don't forget, you've got the Bridgehead Strike enhancement. Let me just check the wording on it though quickly before I make a fool of myself. Issues and orders. Your Master Box model can assure 3 different regiment units. Yeah, so you've also got the ability for like, Bridgehead. So this allows you. I mean, this. Okay, I guess it doesn't overlap because this specifically says you can order regiment units. And this says that the officer could issue it, but that doesn't really help him. I don't think Bombast Vox Array combos a squadron command, unfortunately, because the squadron array specifically says you can issue those orders to regiment units. So I guess it doesn't help that much. Again, it could be okay with like Sentinels or something. But yeah, I think Armored Infantry is interesting at 2 detachment points. I think you probably you either combine it with Designation Force to double stack things onto Sentinels, Armored Skirmisher, and Designation Force stuff on Sentinels. Or you just, go for better Scions for doing damage, or you just go for Abhuman Auxiliaries for better Bulgars, like we said. The thing about Armored Infantry is it is take and hold. I'm not sure how good Armored Infantry is going to be at take and hold, frankly. Like, somewhat ironically, I feel like the way you use Armored Infantry is not to really even engage with the whole Armored Skirmisher thing. I don't know if anyone, like, I'm not actually sure that you care about that all that much. Like, apart from like maybe a squadron of hippogriffs or something. I feel like what's going through my mind for Armored Infantry, if you're trying to take and hold, you're trying to like, okay, basically, if you're trying to take and hold, a bunch of fragile vehicles aren't going to help you do that. That's what's going through my head. Maybe you could do some like reaction moves, like react move back onto objective, but it seems like it's not a lot of objective control. What's probably going through my mind is you go Armored Infantry with like Abhuman Auxiliaries. You just go take and hold. And basically you take a bunch of tanks, you take a bunch of Bulgrin, you have the tanks get ordered by like a Supreme Command Blob, which basically consists of like, like commissars and like command squads inside blobs of infantry. And then the infantry try and, order the commissars and order the tanks around and provide some good like meat to the list, I think. But yeah, I don't know. I think Armored Infantry is interesting on take and hold. I don't think it's particularly powerful. I'm not sure. And I think I think this is like the natural combo for it. But yeah, I think Armored Infantry, you probably end up just having infantry ordering tanks. And it becomes literally armor and infantry. Moving on, we've got combined arms. This is super simple. I said it was going to be take and hold, but I don't think anybody is surprised by combined arms being take and hold. Yeah. I don't think combined arms being take and hold is literally a surprise to anybody. And I think it's this right here. I might even though I think this might end up being the most used go-to detachment and disposition for guard players going into 11th. Because it's A, one of our best detachments. Just gives us lethal hits for days. And B, it just has one of the simplest, most straightforward missions. Basically, every take and hold mission, and I'm oversimplifying, but every take and hold mission is hold 2 objectives. That's it. Just try and hold 2 objectives the entire game. If you do that, you win the game. And so you could, if you're a combined arms player and you just go, I can do that. I can just sit on like 2 objectives every game. Right? So it's lethal hits for days, holding objectives for days. I mean, it's very, very simple and straightforward. It is basically just 10th edition. Right? I mean, and for some people that's going to be quite off-putting because it's going to sound very same and very boring. But it is basically just 10th edition ported into 11th. So there you are. But I don't think that's bad though. Like I said at the beginning, having a simple plan that you can execute well is very potent, especially in a mid-table, especially if you're a mid-table warrior, mid-table hero. Yeah. I don't think you're going to win every game by just going tanks, Bulgarians. I think if you took an absolutely classic guard list and just went into every single game pretending that 11th should never come around, I don't think you'll win every game, but I don't think you'll lose every game. I think this is a solid turn up to tournament 2 and 3, 3 and 2. That's it. Like literally. And what's funny is if you're someone that's looking for like the easiest transition from 10th to 11th, this is it right here. And if you're someone that's just like, look, I kind of just, I don't get to play all that often. I just need to like know what I'm doing when I'm turning up to a game. That's good. And if you're new to the guard and you're thinking, what's my simplest approach to this? That's it. It's just very, 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 very straightforward. And in a funny sort of way, I'm very, very glad this is here. Because even though, and that might sound very hypocritical, because you might be like, Mordian, you just said you were excited to try lots of new things out. Why are you wanking off the detach, which is basically same shit, different day? And it's like, I'm not necessarily wanking it off for myself, but being, on a selfish note, sometimes it is just nice to turn up with a very simple list and a very simple game plan. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes it's just nice to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna chill this game. I don't really mind if I win or lose. Like I'm just here to like chat with my opponent, or it's just like a friendly local RTT. I don't want to take it too seriously. Just bust out the El Clasico, take and hold, combined arms list, sick. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna show and play with Warhammers. Yeah, exactly, right. So, I like this attachment because it's like the super semi-viable casual detachment. And you know what's kind of funny is I can actually see people doing quite well with it. Simply because whilst at the beginning of 11th, whilst everyone else is dancing around trying to figure out like what's the best disposition and coming up with all these crazy 7D multiverse bloody tactics, just turning up to a game and having the most, not having to learn anything on the fly and just being able to do it by the numbers can be quite powerful because your opponent is constantly thinking and you're just like, I'm just going to keep scoring my points. Yeah. So I quite like it as the chill one. And I would not be surprised if it ends up being quite popular and the definition of semi-competitive. Yeah. All right, then we got Grizzled Company. So I think GW is tacitly admitting that priority assets is bad. Okay, let me explain. From what as a very rough pattern, and I'm sure there'll be exceptions to prove the rule, but as a very rough pattern, it seems that GW has gone, what was your best detachment at the end of 10th? It's going to be 3 detachment points and priority assets. And priority assets, I mean, it's fine. It's fine, right? But I think like the one mission we saw people running a priority assets was like Death Guard, where they had to like get across the board and like do actions like the enemy's like deployment zone and stuff like that. Like it doesn't, it's, I don't know, man. Priority assets doesn't seem great. Like I don't know. I don't think it's like utterly terrible. I think what's considered the worst one is probably reconnaissance. People, I mean, I think generally speaking, reconnaissance is considered a bit poo. But it's definitely, they've not given that, they've definitely, by giving it priority assets, I think they've nerfed it. I think they've nerfed it. I think it's very, very aggressively mid priority assets. But it's early days, by the way. If in a few months' time we're looking back on that and priority assets have dominated the meta, I wouldn't be surprised. But just first impressions, Grizzle Company being priority assets, I think you are going to see, I don't think you're going to see many people run that at first. Unless it gets proven that PA is good. I think you're going to see a general shift away from it. I think most people jumped on it for the power boost. I think most people happily jump off it without. Yeah. Then we get to the big news. This is big. Wake up. You must have hit 11th edition. You must have hit your head really hard. It's 2025. Hammer of the Emperor meta is all the rage, son. This in my mind. We are just dialing back the clock. We're just dialing the clock back to when that Guard Codex first released about 18 months ago. That's it. I think I strongly believe you are going to see Hammer of the Emperor, Purge the Foe, be probably one of the more competitive guard detachments right out the gate. And the reason why is Hammer of the Emperor never stopped being bad. Think about it for a moment, right? Hammer of the Emperor basically remained, as a detachment, pretty much unchanged. Yeah, a few tweaks here and there, but what affected Hammer of the Emperor was like points values changing a little bit, like Rogel Dawn's going from points, stuff like that. But really what affected Hammer of the Emperor was Grizzled Company coming out. You know, before Grizzled Company came out, what was the guard meta? Combined Arms as like the secondary safe choice. Hammer of the Emperor as the dominant competitive choice. Well, that's basically what I think's happened. Combined Arms is still the safe secondary option. You know, and Hammer of the Emperor is back because it has access to Purge the Foe. And Hammer of the Emperor wants to be doing damage. It wants to be going out there and smash your face. Because what was the go-to tactic of Hammer of the Emperor? Kazakin, inner Taurox, yeet them forward, jump out. You yeet them forward with the Advanced Auto 6, stratagem that lets you like crash through and stuff like that. Jump out, blast someone's ass off. Do that 5 times over the course of a game, right? Obviously, you can't take 5 squads of Scions and stuff, but you get my point. Like 5 squads of Kazakin, I should say. But you get my point. So Hammer of the Emperor was already doing that, but in 10th, at the same time as like blasting people with basically Kazakin darts, Kazakin missiles, Hammer of the Emperor was being forced to like try and hold territory at the same time, which it never really wanted to do. It wants to just kill you. Well, guess what? Now it can. Hammer of the Emperor is now going to be... Hammer of the Emperor, I think, has been massively buffed by this. Because it already was focusing on just, like, shooting these big missiles and... Innuendo. Shooting these, like, big damages across the board. Just, like, doing, like, these big spikes of damage. Now it can just 100% focus on doing that and be rewarded for doing so. So Hammer of the Emperor is... Yeah, it's... I think Hammer meta is definitely back. Because it's got the best attachment, it's got the best disposition, that disposition leans into what the detachment wants to do. And the best bit is it's only 2 detachment points. So you've still got a detachment left. You know, you've still got some points to pick left over. And I can see every single one of these being viable with it. So designation force, yeah, I'll infiltrate some sentinels forward. So I can not only yeet Kazakin at you turn 1, I can yeet sentinels at you turn 1 as well. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, yeah, I'd love to be able to have, you know, more elite infantry that I can stuff into more transports, that I can do more of. I said you don't get 5 squads of Kazakin. No, but you know, you get 3 squads of Kazakin and a couple of squads of Scions, and those Scions being an extra OC is pretty nice. Plus having access to the gets hot stratagem and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And don't forget, like, yeah, that's a lot of command points, but you just, Hammer of the Emperor always relied upon having Leontis in there for the extra command points, right? So, yeah, I can absolutely see Hammer plus Bridgehead being just all about just doing damage. Doing damage and doing it hard. I can also see Hammer and Designation Force working because of the whole infiltrate, you know, bringing in your infantry, bringing your platoon infantry like turn 1. Because you could be like yeeting these darts of Kazakin forward and then backing them up with a blob of like Cadians with a Castellan leading them. Yeah. There's just loads, right? So Hammer is, and then remember, because you just pick Purge, right? You just pick Purge. So you pick Purge, and then suddenly this starts making a bit more sense. Oh, yeah, I can mass infiltrate, mass outflank, mass breakthrough with Kazakin, and just like turn 1, just like dump a 2,000 points onto my opponent, kill as much as I can, and get as many points as possible for doing that. It's like it works. And same with like Bridgehead Strike as well. Because doesn't Bridgehead have like a turn 1 deep strike shit going on, or did they take that out? Oh, no, there you go. Look. Look at that. Look at that. Turn 1. Bridgehead Strike. Drop down. Scion Gigablob. Blow your opponent away. Don't even need to bring in the Kazakin turn 1 if you don't want to. Yeah. So Bridgehead plus Hammer in Purge it's just a match made in heaven. It's a match made in heaven, guys. Abhuman auxiliaries, less so, because that's more about being as tough as possible. But yeah, for me, I see Hammer plus Bridgehead in Purge, turn 1, just hammer the enemy. Yeah. So that's a big deal. And then the next, so Hammer meta, I think we are basically dialing back to early 2025 meta for the Guard. Like if we're talking competitive meta, I think we're dialing back to that. But now we've got new toys and we might be even better at doing it. Yeah. Mechanized Assault, right? So Mechanized Assault is also Purge the Foe. This is really interesting. Really, really, really interesting. Significant, some might say. A development. Something's happened. Whatever other words you want to use to build up the hype. I may not have been a fan of Mech Assault in 10th. I am very much a fan of Mech Assault in 11th. The problem Mech Assault had is that the detachment was doing something that the game didn't want it to do. Because in 10th, you had to hold multiple objectives to score your points. And so if you were there taking your transports, blasting them forward, getting your infantry out and trying to like do damage to people, all that happened is all your objective control died, and then you couldn't hold any primary, and then you lost on primary points. Now, You don't have to hold multiple objectives. Every single purge mission, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but every single purge mission is just hold one objective that isn't your home one. Oh, look, your natural expansion is like 4 inches out of your deployment zone. Yeah, that one will do. So you just hold that and then put everything else into just killing your opponent. Well, you know what Mechanized Assault likes doing? Not having to worry about its infantry dying. Not having to worry about giving up, about just... Not having to worry about, oh, if I lose my infantry by turn 3, I've lost the game. So Bridgehead, so Mechanized Assault, sorry, with Purge, it's exactly what the detachment wants to do. And you can combine it, as we mentioned earlier, you can get fucking stupid with what you can combine this with. It being only 2 detachment points. I wouldn't be surprised if both of these get turned into 3 detachment point attachments later on. Obviously, we'll have to let it shake out. GW, don't knee-jerk reaction. I'd say give it a couple of months before you make any changes. But because they're just rewarded for doing what they want to do, and because you can combine them, basically because you can combine them with Bridgehead Strike, because the only thing that stops Bridgehead Strike from being busted is that it isn't a Purge to the Foe detachment. But it is a Purge to the Foe detachment when I just take one of these 2. Boom, boom. I'm sorry, right? I'm sorry, but I think this was this was the safe option, right? These 2 combined with Bridgehead, to me, I think they're the meta options. I think there will be a great debate and discussion, and I love that. Because I've been missing the discussions around... I've been missing the tactic discussions of previous editions. The 10th was so boring. I think you are going to have the cult of the hammer and the cult of the mech assault. And there's going to be people arguing which one of these is best. And there's going to be different people, trying them out. Win rates are going to fluctuate. I think this is where the main discussion of the guard meta is going to be. And that's cool. And the thing is, what I like is I can see this as being where the main discussion is. But as I've been saying with things like combined arms and some of the funky shit you can do with like designation force, there's some like interesting backup ones as well. Yeah. By the way, I mentioned it earlier, but it's like Mech Assault with Bridgehead. The reason it's so good is because Mech Assault gives you Scions +1 to wound. The Scion Bridgehead gives you Scions +1 to hit. Torx Primes give you Scions rerolls to hit when they jump out of the Torx Prime. And Scions shooting things on objectives get rerolls to wound. So you have... And Scions become battle line. So you have potentially 60 Scions with +1 to hit, +1 to wound, 4 rerolls to hit, 4 rerolls to wound. You know how GW said they had reduced alpha strikes? That was a lie. That was a lie. Yeah, that was a big fat lie. However, of course, as Larry Potter is saying, a lot of I think a lot of stuff can be reined in by the whole step costs and the Munitone Field Manual. We're going to have, obviously, points dictate everything. Points do dictate everything. But right now, here's the crazy thing. Right now, I'm not overly worried about the point situation. Right? And I'll tell you why I'm not overly worried. Even with like step costs and whatnot. There's 2 reasons I'm not worried about it. Firstly, Guard has quite a deep roster of units. So even if like, let's say triple Rogel Dawn and Hammer would be like the most efficient way of doing it, right? But GW introduced step costs where like the first Rogel Dawn's like 240, but the second one's like 300 and the third one's like 350, something mental, right? I'd still be like, okay, well, I'll just take 1 Rogel Dawn and then I'll take some Liam Russes instead. See what I mean? Like, I think You know, and yes, that would make it less efficient, but it doesn't make it unplayable. And you know, we might go, okay, step cost for scions. And it's like, okay, that's fine. Like, I just won't go like 60 scions, but I can still get what I want out of this by having like some Kazakin and some scions, right? I don't see what I mean. So I feel like, yes, some of the mad, heady visions of power that we have are likely to get reined in by points cost and stuff, but I don't think the general concept of what you're trying to execute will be completely killed. Maybe one or two of them will be, but I don't think they'll be completely killed. Yeah. So I think the general concept of what we're discussing here will still be possible, will still be executable, but I think there will, you know, I think there'll be, the points cost will rein some of the most egregious bits in. Yeah. So yeah, that's my thinking. But so these are looking like the two most powerful ones. Okay, recon element. My gut instinct here is recon is dead now. Like, I think Grizzled Company is dead. I think recon is dead. Now, don't get me wrong. I think it's absolutely thematic that GW gave the recon element the recon disposition. Of course, right? If they'd given it anything else, I would have kind of laughed at it. But I think my theory of GW going, what were your two best detachments at the end of last edition? Oh, Grizzled Company and recon, right? Yeah, both of those. Because recon is like the weakest detachment. The disposition. It was one of the strongest detachments, but reconnaissance is one of the weakest dispositions. So I do think that recon's probably DOA now. I think I bet that someone, probably Nemo, right, will see recon element with the reconnaissance disposition and be licking their lips, rubbing their hands together with glee, and going, "Oh my god, I could do so much with this." But recon was already one of those detachments that you needed to be quite good. You had to be quite a good player. And I think it will still be a very good detachment, but the ceiling is just raised a bit more now, to the point where I suspect that already a lot of people were like, I know it's good, I just can't be fucked with it. I think that's going to be even more people with that. Yeah. So yeah, I think recon, I think big brain 500 IQ people will make it work. But I think for the everyman on the street, as I always say, it's probably just a ceiling too far. Yeah. Siege Regiment. Now, I know Siege is a very beloved detachment, even though nobody runs it. Everybody wants it to be good. Everybody wants it to be good. I don't think it's that great. I'm sorry. I think Siege will remain a somewhat missed opportunity. I think the problem with Siege is what's fundamentally needs to be fixed by it. It just isn't getting fixed. It needs the 12-inch qualifier for the incendiary shells and the creeping barrage and the 5+ thing for the creeping barrage to just go away. Siege detachment, the way you just fix it is you just say, pick 2 enemy units, remove cover on them. You don't make it 3 inches, 3 but 12-inch qualifier. You just say, pick 2 enemy units, remove cover from them. Pick 2 enemy units, -2 to hit -2 to move and charge. That's it. And smoke shells, you can say that's the one that gives you three smoke shells, because that's the defensive one, right? That's the that's what Siege needs to be fixed. That's what GW just needs to make that change. Like, reduce the amount of units that get affected, but make it just reliable, right? And until that happens, Siege isn't going to be... I don't think Siege is going to be particularly powerful. The second thing which I think affects Siege is they gave it a bit of a funky... disposition. Because disruption isn't great, but it's not terrible. It's like aggressively mid, like priority assets. Disruption requires you to do a lot of actions. And so it's going to be a lot less efficient. It's already good. Siege already doesn't do a huge amount of damage output. Now you're going to have so many of you doing actions. It's going to be a bit of a funny one. But it is only 2 detachment points. So we could see... So Siege on its own, I'm not super enthused by. Siege plus Designation Force, so you do like incendiary shells and then like a big turn 1 like mass outflank. I love the idea. Utter meme list. So I'll definitely run, like I said earlier, I'll definitely run that like at least once, like the mass outflank. You know, the mass outflank jobby, right? I'll definitely try it once. I actually think the best thing for Siege might be Abhuman Auxiliaries. I think Siege and Designation Force is Meme Town. Fun Meme Town. I'll take that. You know, I'll meme it at a tournament one time. You know, an RTT one time. I think Siege and Bridgehead is interesting because you could turn 1, remove someone's cover, and then drop down the Scion Gigablob and blow the fuck out of them with that. That could be really powerful. So there's definitely a combo of Siege plus Bridgehead. But that combo probably only works like on turn 1, and then after that. I actually think Siege plus Abhumans is the meta way of doing it. I think you could. I think you absolutely could just make people very upset. Because Siege has smoke shells. And smoke shells on Bullgryns is quite evil. Because you just go, okay, well, my Bullgryns, and then you combine that, and smoke shells aren't even a, what do you call it? It isn't a stratagem. It's just an ability from the detachment. So you could have a Bullgryn squad, and you could do this all game. There's only works turn 1. You can do this all game. You can have a Bullgryn squad who is sitting on an objective for take and hold at 2-0 see a bloke, 3-up save, 4 invulnerable save, -1 damage, 6-up feel no pain, -1 to be hit from smoke shells, -1 AP. Oh wait, does smoke shells give you stealth, or does it give you -1 to hit? I guess that's a big question. Let me check, because that might not actually work all that well. If it just gives you cover out in the open, then it's a waste of time. Then genuinely, Siege doesn't have any real combo, and it remains to be quite shit. Let me bring it up on the old blower here. Ah, pisser. Just gives you stealth. Not really worth it then, sadly. Yeah, not really worth it, unfortunately. Yeah, not really worth it, unfortunately, then, I would say. There's not, yeah, it doesn't really do much for you, sadly. So yeah, I'm not Siege plus, I mean, you still, yeah, so your ogres don't really get anything from Siege. You're not really, you probably, I mean, to be fair, if your whole unit's not in cover, you could use it as a bit of insurance, but yeah. So I think the only real combo that I'm seeing straight off the bat is Siege plus Bridgehead for like a turn 1 drop and blap with Scions and using Scions in that manner. But I think after turn 1, you're going to be within 12 inches of each other because of the problem with the qualifier is because everyone's encouraged to get very close to each other because of hidden, right? So that people trying to overcome hidden are going to be basically getting inside of your 12-inch qualifier for the incendiary shells and stuff. So yeah. So sadly, I think the only thing I see here is Siege plus Designation Force for a fun meme build that you'll want to run once in a friendly game or a local friendly RTT, and then after that, the joke will wear off. Like I said, you need to get rid of Siege's... to fix Siege, you need the smoke shells to give you a -1 to hit, not stealth. You need to get rid of the qualifier on the other 2 shells. Otherwise, it's a bag of shit and a waste of time. And then we've got the last one we've got here is Steel Hammer, which has got Purge the Foe. This is really cool. This is really, really cool. Because Steel Hammer is the Baneblade detachment, right? So if you're someone that likes running Baneblades, you're running Baneblades because you want Big Tonk to make all the nasty people go away. And it absolutely does that. Because the problem with taking something like a Baneblade is that when it comes to like holding territory, doing actions, it's horrifically inefficient. But what if your Baneblade just scored you points by just killing people? Like imagine your Baneblade. Imagine being rewarded for your Baneblade just blasting people off the table. It's actually really good. Like it's actually like properly it's actually just properly nice. Yeah, I really like it. Now I don't really think the engagement range thing is all that all that big a deal. Like it's all right, but I don't really care about it. I think the main thing is that it just has purge. Cross us out and just say detachment rule gives you access to purge the foe. Really, that's the new main. That's the new main detachment ability. Also, the fact that you can give obviously your Titanic guys characters. The fact that you can have a battalion commander who can issue 2 orders is very nice. Yeah, and a lot of the siege things are actually quite nice. Like, I'll have a battalion commander that can order things. Oh yeah, I'll have a reroll the damage roll on one of my things. Oh yeah, like I'll have an extra bit of movement on it. Like that's fine. I don't really care, but it's nice. Oh, the assault hatches thing. Like just drive forward with a Stormlord full of scions. Jump those scions out. Table the opponent. Like like that's quite nice. Is it do you it's not Scions. You're looking at Bulgrins, not Scions. Although Scions will like it as well, yeah. A lot of the stratagems are quite nice. But the thing that always held it back, the thing that always held Steelhammer back was because it was your only detachment. So it only affected your Baneblades. And you're like, well, and I'm going to get shot by the Commissar for this, but you can't win a game by only taking Baneblades. Not in 10th. Not when you were required to hold ground and do actions. All those things that made Baneblades less effective. But now it's like, no, if I just take a lot of super heavies and just lead into Purge, I'll just get rewarded for it. Heresy! Insert General Zod meme here. Heresy! Yeah, there you go. But so not only is Steel Hammer now just, not only is it not being forced to do things it doesn't want to do, like actions and objectives, but also it's only 2 detachment points. So it's legitimately, it like legitimately combines well with every single one of these. Like I kid you not, Steel Hammer plus Designation Force loves it. Steel Hammer plus British Strike loves it. Steel Hammer plus Abhuman Auxiliaries loves it. Because Steel Hammer plus Abhuman equals absolute giga assault hatches. You know what I mean? It loves it. And the Bulgrins themselves, you know, because before this was a good build, but now it's even better because the Bulgrins themselves are also getting their own thing. The Bulgrins aren't just turning up for one enhancement. The Bulgrins are now turning up and being like, oh yeah, like we get like, or you know, we get like commissars that can, you know, make us hit better. Like Ogrins jumping out of super heavy transports, and then a commissar ordering them take aim is like actually a thing. You don't really care. You don't really care about the enhancements, to be fair. But you know, Bulgrins jumping out, smashing the piss out of, or Bulgrins jumping out and, you know, because they can still order Abhuman, so they still order the fixed bayonets. So Bulgrins jumping out of a Stormlord, being given the fixed bayonets order, charging into a unit, beating the piss out of it. Your opponent then tries to shoot them, and you go -1 command point, that -1 AP. Or your opponent tries to shoot you, and you go, okay, I'm going to surge move into you, and just keep on battering. I'm just going to keep on battering, right? It's like, oh no, the Bulgrins now actually get more than just a meme out of this. They actually get like tactics. And what I like is that Steel Hammer is like, okay, all this is going to affect your Baneblades, but those other things that want to go with Steel Hammer to make it more viable, to make it not so one-dimensional, they now benefit from their own rules as well. Like Steel Hammer just giving you a bunch of, you know, just take 2 Baneblades and then pair it with a bunch of Scions. And it's like, oh, look, we've got like some like royal. I see that as like, I would nickname Steel Hammer and Abhumans. I nickname that Steel Headbutt. That's the new nickname for it. And I nickname Steel Hammer and British Strike the Palace Guard or the Royal Guard. Because basically you've got to think like, if you're a force that's turning up with 2 Baneblades and a bunch of Scions, you could absolutely, that's a really cool like modeling project where it's like some governor's like personal bodyguard. He's leading, it's like the Lord Solar's pure personal bodyguard, you know, Macarius's finest. There's all sorts of like nicknames you can come up with it. But maybe it's the new ambassador's choice. Maybe it's the new fancy. It's very fancy guard. It's very Ventrilian noble. It's very what are the Jantine patricians from the first Gaunt's Ghost book? It's very Vestroyan Firstborn. Do you know what I mean? It's very elite guard. It's very elite force, right? And it works as well. Like your Scions. What's the one thing that Scions struggle with? Having armored support. Very Volpone. Yeah, exactly. Having armored support. Well, you know what? Imagine being a Bridgehead player and suddenly being told that not only are you going to get armored support, but you're going to get the best armored support. And the fact that you know, Bridgehead wants to be killing people anyway, and unlocking Purge the Foe for Bridgehead, like I said earlier, that's the gravy train right there, boys. So like, it sounds crazy. These two, I think, are the obvious meta choices. This, I think, is the secret sauce. I think the power of Steel Hammer is going to be slightly obscured by all the meme lists that people build around it. But I think there's a real vein, a real blade of proper power behind this. Proper power. The only thing that could really hold it back is potentially, you know, what the points costs are going to be. Yeah. But I think Steel Hammer and just taking 2 Bane Blades, and then basically that's it. That's like 1,000 points anyway. That's it. Done. We're good. We've got 2 Bane Blades with orders. Fantastic. And then going, okay, now I'm going to build the rest of my army kind of around these is great. I did say Steel Hammer kind of likes working with Designation Force as well. Not as much. Still likes it, but not as much. But mostly because, you know, you can kind of use the like Scout Sentinels and infantry. Basically, you can kind of abuse these a little bit. It gives, oh, you want lots of infantry with your Bane Blades? Well, look, there you go. Recon style the shit out of it. Also, some smog screen is kind of interesting with it. Like, it's definitely more of a meme. Like, you just got 2 Bane Blades at the back, and then all your infantry just appear out of nowhere. Like, it's definitely more of a meme. But, I mean, there is kind of a meme. Where's Steel Hammer? There is kind of this meme. Reinforce the step of your movement phase from the second battle round onwards. 1 Astro-Armed Titanic unit from your army that's in reserve. Set up on the battlefield, wholly within 8 inches of the battlefield edge, and more than 6 inches horizontally away from all enemy units. There is kind of a meme where turn 1, you outflank your opponent with 78 infantry. And just as they finish dealing with that, turn 2, a Bane Blade turns up in their backfield. And your opponent's like, will you just stop outflanking? And you're like, no, I don't think I will. The old 1-2 punch. Hit them with the infantry, hit them with the tanks. It's a meme. And again, it's the kind of thing that, it's the kind of funny thing you bust out maybe, you know, once or twice for a friendly game. You bust it out once for an RTT. Do you know what I mean? It's that kind of meme. But I think Steel Hammer with these two has got real like long-term legs, points pending. I think Steel Hammer with Designation Force has got a nice fun meme that you tell, you know, I think that you do that once or like I said, once at an RTT or once in a game, and it gives you a fun story to tell. Yeah. There you go. All right. That just about covers the my thoughts on the guard, detachments, and disposition combos. First impressions that we've got from the faction packs today. Now, there's some other stuff that I want to talk about today. There is, but I'm gonna have a quick. I'm just gonna go big face for a second. Let me summarize that first. Let me summarize it before I forget. So basically, I'm really happy with where guard is. I think we've got 3. I think Hammer, Mech, and Steel Hammer. So Hammer the Emperor, Mechanized, and Steel Hammer. Double Hammer, baby. I think we've got 3 genuinely, like, good, competitive, meta builds. And each one of those has got one variant on it. So Hammer plus Bridgehead, Hammer plus Auxiliaries. Mech, same. Steel, same. So there's like actually like 6. There's not 3. There's like 6 meta builds there. And I love that. That's like, holy shit, like 3. Yeah, basically it's 3 with the same sort of 3 combos, right? But it's sort of, that's like 6. Is that 6 or 9? Am I being stupid? No, it's 6. It's 6. That's like 6 meta builds that we have right off the bat, which I love. 6 semi-competitive to competitive builds. And that's awesome. That's not just dump everything into Grizzled, profit, right? That's like, oh my God, there's loads that we can sink our teeth into here. And then backing that up, we've got the same again, probably like half a dozen like meme builds. And then on top of that, we've just got a very safe build of combined arms for taking hold. Because I think taking hold is not the most powerful, but I think it's a very, very safe one. So, I mean, we're looking at what? Double digits. I think we've got double digits of ways to play, which I love. I actually think we have made out like bandits. I think if you look at some other factions out there, they're not eating as well as us. I think there's genuinely some armies have already looked down at what their dispositions are and gone, that one. Like if I was Tau, I'd be like, I've got one Monk car. Maybe retaliation cadre and stealth suits. So 2. Tau have got basically like 2 ways to play. Guard has got 10 plus. Yeah, and I think Blood Angels is in a similar situation where it's like, you're just going to find the best one that gives you Purge and then just play that. Whereas I think if you look down at like Guard, it's like, okay, we've got 3 ways of accessing Purge, and each one of those ways has got a twist and a variant on it. Like, we've got like, not just one good way of running our army. We've got genuinely multiple fun ways of running our army. And that's only the obvious combos as well. Exactly. Now I will say this. I'm not convinced that Guard is going to be the most powerful faction in the game. Right? I'm not convinced of that. I think there will be people that have more powerful things than us. Like, people might get upset with me saying this. I do think that I know I just sort of diss the Tau by saying they'll just go Monk car Purge. I do think that a well set up Monk car Purge army could beat every single one of the combos we've talked about. Like it could, right? It could be bad. I'm not saying it will be, but it's just off the top of my head. Like there's an example. Like shit, man, that's gonna be tough to deal with. So I do think there will be, and like Necrons have got some crazy shit as well. So I do think that there will be other people that are more powerful than us, but I'm genuinely not worried about that. I'm like, do we have lots of ways to play, and are those ways powerful enough? And in my mind, they are. Yep, in my mind, they are. So my hot take on what I've seen so far, points pending, is that I got what I wanted. And I think I speak for many people in the Guard community. They've got what they've wanted from this, which is we're just not fucking boring. We're just not fucking boring. And that's all I've ever wanted from my Guard. The beginning of 10th edition was amazing for Guard because there was so much we could do. And then the last half of 10th edition just fell so flat because it just became so boring on what was the best way of running things. And so I just want to say, like, I really like that Guard is going to be interesting and powerful enough. And that's all I want. I don't care about being top tier. I don't want to be bottom tier. Keep me mid tier. Allow me to go to a tournament. Allow me to go 3-2, 2-3, and occasionally 4-1 at a GT. And I'll be a happy boy. That's all I care about. And that's what I think we've got from this today. Obviously, the points could come out and utterly buttfuck us, but we can't worry about... No point in worrying about that until it happens, if it happens. All right? So, in summary, I think 11th edition is balked because, like, everybody's taking Purge. Right? So, as I said at the beginning, I do not rescind any of the criticisms that I have had of 11th edition. I still think the game is horrifically unnarrative. I still think the game is going to be very, very competitive. And I still think the game is going to have some core problems where things like there just being one very obvious disposition is going to be the problem where everyone just jumps on it. I think we're already seeing it. Everyone, the question every faction is asking and answering right now is, how do I purge the best? And if you can't do that, just resign yourself to being a lower tier faction. I know that's horrific, but I know, right? So I still think the fundamental core problems of 11th exist, but as a guard player, I think that I have more reasons to be excited about my faction specifically. Yeah. I do think the game is going to devolve very quickly into Purge v Purge. I do. I think you're going to go to tournaments and play. I do not think it will be an uncommon experience to go to a 5-round tournament and play Purge v Purge in the majority of your games. Maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe all 5. But I do think you'll turn up and it will be 5 rounds, the majority Purge v Purge. But as for other factions, that will get pretty fucking boring. For the guard, this is where I think we're in a really unique position. I don't think that will be that boring for us. And the reason I don't think it'll be that boring is because like I said, we've got like 6 different ways to engage with 6+ different ways to engage with a Purge v Purge situation. Other factions, it's just Monkar and, Blood Angels and so. I know I'm using Towers now, but that's the only one that I've really looked at, right? Other factions, well, that's not true. I have glanced through all of them. Other factions, I think, will have one obvious build. Not all of the factions, a lot of other factions. But I think guard, it's like, oh yeah, it's Purge v Purge, but at least this tournament I'm running something completely different to last tournament. Yeah. Couldn't they just errata to tune after launch? Exactly. Oh no, Capic Eagle. Yeah, 100%. I think over time, different dispositions will rise to the top over various nerfs and buffs and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Purge v Purge, I think, is going to be the problem with the start of 11th, but I'm not really that bothered about it from a guard perspective because I think we've got enough variety to keep even a Purge v Purge dominated meta relatively interesting. So there you go. But all of this, it's just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below if you're watching this post live, because I will be doing this as a stream highlight. And if you're watching this live, let me know what you think in the live chat. There we go. YouTube has just told me that I've gone down from 500 viewers to 34. I don't know if that's true. Can anyone let me know if the stream is still live? Can you let me know if you're still here? Oh no, it's all right. It was just a blip on the back end. It looks like. I was like, because it happened just as I finished my point, and I was like, wow, 400 plus people just went, I've heard enough now. Thanks, Morty, and dropped off. Amazing. Amazing. Now, we've got some super chats to catch up on, including a death strike from Sir Newbie. Don't worry, I've not missed it. And we've also got some other topics that I want to talk about in today's stream. But I am going to shit myself. I'm desperate for a poo. So what I'm going to do is just let you guys go turn the background track up a little bit. I'm just going to nip to drop the kids off at the pool, and then I'm going to come back. All right. So talk amongst yourselves for a minute. We've got super chats to catch up on, and I do want to talk about Imperial Agents beef, and I want to explain why everyone's going full purge. Okay. So there is reason to stick around, but it's going to be sort of less guard focused for this last bit. So if you want to, I won't blame you if you pop off, but I hope you stay, but I won't blame you if you do. All right. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Oh. Joe of Doom, how big shit? It was a big shit, man. So normally I like shit 3 times a day. That was my first shit of the day, and it's 7 o'clock. Like, I was like, what do you call it? Randy Marsh. I was like, woo! Oh! Hot, hot, hot! Hot, 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 hot! Who does number 2 work for? There you go. It was good. Just Stan, come look at this shit. It was good, you know. Just it was, you know. It's just, you know what, I'm not gonna enter it. It was very relieving. It was your poophoric. It was good. Yeah. There you are. You look short. Okay. Let's get back to where we were though. So first thing I need to do is catch up on a bunch of super chats because we had like a big bit then. By the way, if you missed the guard stuff, don't worry. Obviously, we'll talk about it a little bit more throughout the stream. But also, I'm going to be releasing it as a stream highlight tomorrow, so you won't have to wait long for my opinion on it. But we've got some like hot takes on the guard stuff, and it's looking good. I'm feeling very positive about it. So I'm going to catch up on super chats. A lot of them are going to be related to the topic of hand, of course. And then what I want to talk about is Imperial Agents, because I think there's some fucking beef there. It's been very positive up to this point, but I do think, you know, we can't shy away from the beef, and there is some opinions I've got on that. And then I also want to talk about why Purge the Foe is like the best detachment, why everyone's gravitating towards it. All right. So what's the deal with the frame keyword? It's just the same as hull from back in the day. Essentially, yeah, they've called it frame. I don't know why they've called it frame. Why wouldn't you call it hull? What does frame even mean? like battle frame or something. Weird. So yeah, frame. It's a weird choice of word. They should have called it hull. But there you go. Anyway. Let's have a look what we've got here. So, Kavak Eagle, thank you for the 36-month member flex. Triple X Force, baby. Yes, amazing, man. Scions are so back, baby. Scions are back. I think you will find Scions to be a very key component of a lot of meta guard builds. I think you could find Scions in Steel Hammer, in Hammer of the Emperor, in Mechanized Assault. I think you could anywhere where there's Purge, there's gonna be Scions. Yeah. I will say though, Kavak Eagle, be prepared for maybe some step costs with Scions. What I'm hoping GW does is they bring the cost of like 1 to 2 Scion Gigablobs down, but then they bring the step costs in to represent if you start spamming them. So, because the step cost, that's another thing I want to talk about with the step costs as well. But I kind of feel like I might have to wait for the step costs. I'm going to wait for the costs to come out next week to discuss that topic. Because talking about it from a theoretical point of view now, by the time I've talked about it and then it's here and then it's gone out as like a stream highlight potentially, it's going to be a waste of time. So I can give you a brief thoughts on the step cost thing, but right now, it's the only thing it's the only thing that I think could really put a bit of damper on things. But yeah. But no, Scions are looking pretty good at the moment. Marold, thank you for the gift of membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. I also want to say a big thank you to Cosmic Drew. Thank you for the super chat. I'm here. How back are we and what should I pivot to? Cosmic, we are pretty back. Yeah, we're definitely pretty back. So this is my take, Cosmic. 11th edition is still going to have it's still going to have big problems. Okay? But guards specifically are back. In terms of what you want to be thinking about with your guard, if you're looking at power, you are looking, in my opinion, at mechanized. I think various forms of mechanized power is going to be the way to go. Whether it's Scions or Kazakin or whatever. But I think various forms of mechanized is going to be the way to go. If you don't fancy going down a mech route, I do think that Steel Hammer plus Bullgrins could be a good way to go as well. Yeah. And if you want an absolute meme build, then you could go bloody siege attachment, pure infantry. The other thing is, Cosmic, is that combined arms is now the take and hold disposition. And so you don't have, there is a chance that you don't have to pivot at all. And just going El Clasico Guard in combined arms, focusing on just holding a couple of objectives the entire game is a decent way of playing as well. Yeah, but that's a little bit more same. So there's a couple of different ways of going with this, but we've got a lot of choice. That's the main thing. What should you pivot to, Cosmic? You got a lot of choices in where you pivot, and that's good. It's not just a simple pivot. There's a multifaceted. It's a buffet. God damn it, goddamn buffet. Curry Kane, thank you for the 14 months. X-Force, baby. MG, word bearer's got priority assets. Will I be okay? I think that Purge the Foe is the most powerful one. I think anything under Purge the Foe is significantly mid-tier, apart from Recon, which is bottom tier. So I think you will survive. I don't know if you'll thrive. Commander HHL, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Thank you for the extra squad of conscripts to hold the line. Thank you for doing your part. Hexing Gaming, thank you for the super chat, bro. I think they changed the equivalent data sheet. Not sure. Well, we'll find out. I didn't even know it was in the faction pack, to be honest. I've got the Codex version here. Because it was in the Codex, wasn't it? So, it's weird. It's in the, was it always in the faction pack? Where are you? Can I do a little comparison here? 1 minute. Here you go. See this. Check out these boots for size. Whoa, look at that. Professional streaming. Kind of. I mean, it's slightly covered up by the chat, but let's have a look. 663344117711. Bolt pistol. Why is the bolt pistol still appears to be incorrect? Ballistic skill 4+, when I'm pretty certain the bolt pistol is meant to be. So the bolt pistol still got the incorrect ballistic skill, so not fix that. Las carbine, assault, 18, 2, 3, 3, 1, 1. No. Hotshot las pistol. No change there. Hotshot long las. No change there. Sentry flamer. No change there. Sentry grenade launcher. No change there that I can see. Volley gun, rapid 5.4, rapid 5.4. I shouldn't flip this one. No, that's fine. Metal carbine. I don't see it. Don't see anything on the weapon front. So it must be the ability. 1 minute. Scroll up so everyone can see it. And then zoom in a bit over here. When this unit is set on the battlefield using the deep strike ability, it can perform a precision drop. If it does so, you can set anyone on the battlefield more than 3 inches away from horizontally from enemy units, but until the charge, not able to declare a charge. No, that's not changed. Silver Sentry, when this unit is set on the battlefield using the deep strike ability, the Tempestus Aquilon can shoot with its sentry weapon. Sentry flamer, sentry grenade launcher, volley gun, as if it were your shooting phase, as if it were your shooting phase. The Tempestus Aquilon model is equipped with that weapon until this unit next makes a normal advance, fallback, or charge move. Oh, so did they get rid of the... He loses it? So it looks like in the Codex, which is the one on the left, he's equipped with that weapon until this unit next makes a normal advance of 4. So I guess like after he's moved, he would have lost it, right? Whereas now that's not the case. He just gets to keep it. Oh, so yeah, I think it's a slight change, unless that was something that already got changed. So it looks like the guy, he gets to keep his sentry now. That's, it's all right, I suppose. Not great, not terrible. What have we got next? Make sure I'm not missing anybody here. We have got Iqbad. Iqbad, thank you for super chat, man. What if we keep spamming stealth and cover orders under siege regiment and blow up the midfield with 20-man bricks? What are your thoughts on that? My thoughts on that are this. That it will work if you are playing into any mid-tier army. But the moment that you come across I think it will work the moment until you come across Tau or anyone with melee. And then you will just get blended back into the Stone Age. Now, the Tau already considered us in the Stone Age, but even they will take us back to single-celled organisms. Yeah. So I think it's a vibe. It's one of those classic things where it'll work until it very suddenly and obviously won't. Yeah. I think Green Barrel shouldn't be a 5+. Oh, I agree, so newbie. The way you fix Siege, get rid of the 12-inch qualifier, Creeping Barrage, just pick 2 units. Done. Instantly fixes it. Instantly. Or Creeping Barrage can affect more than 3 units. It just affects as many as you can roll a 5 up for. 3 and 2K games, maybe, but being able to go 3, being able to make 3 units -2 to move is very, very powerful. It is. So like, I'm kind of okay with it just being 2. Because you can't maybe I'm being too reasonable. Okay, maybe I should apply my competitive whacker mindset and be like, it should be 3 and no qualifier. But to me, I kind of think that the fair approach is just you lose the 12-inch qualifier, which instantly makes it better. You lose the 5+ reroll, 5+ chance, which instantly makes it better. But you can't then pick 3. You've got to have a little bit of a mitigator. So 2, yeah. No, I mean 2 for 2K. So newbie, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. What do we got next? Hardcover Pilot, thank you for 25 months. X-Force baby, best attachment. I'm bad at 40k, so I don't care. You don't care what the best attachment is because you're bad at 40k. I would say that there's plenty of detachments that you can have fun with even if you are bad at 40k. Like I think Steel Hammer plus Abhuman Auxiliaries is such a fun combo. You're only going to have about 5 units. You're probably going to have, I mean, maybe 6. I think you might end up with, I think you can, obviously current points are basically meaningless because the Unitone Field Manual is coming out next week. But I'm pretty certain you can take 3 Shadow Swords, 410 points each. So that's 1,230 points. And then 3 squads of Bulgrin, which is 600 points. So that's 1,830 points. And then you could take 3 Commissars for 90 points. That's 1,920 points. And you would have 3 Super Heavies, 3 squads of Bulgrins, and 3 Orders. Well, actually, you'd have 5 orders. You'd have 2. And then you spend the remaining points on enhancements. Now, that is a list. That is a list. And it's quite a fun one as well. Yeah, so. But it might change a bit. It might change. But you know what's funny? I don't think it'll change that much. I think if they put step changes in these things, you can just like, oh, I'll just take a different Super Heavy, or I'll just take like a squad of Ogren rather than a squad of Bulgrin. Do you know what I mean? I still think you can get the general idea of spamming Bulgrin and Super Heavies. Yeah. So yeah, you can definitely take some pretty, and that's a hell of a stat check as well. Hell of a stat check. Music, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the support, bro. Razzvari, thank you for the 34-month member flex. X-Force baby. Mystery box haul in stream description. Ooh, a little seasoning of K47. Let's have a look. Oh my god, you got the absolute fucking jackpot. Jackpot, bears, daughters, and a mullet. That is insane. So you got a T34 ZP and an extra T34, and you got a mullet, which is like on pre-order right now, and you got the Ursas, which are on pre-order right now, and you got a box of Daughters of the Motherland, and you even got like all the gaming accoutrement as well. You know I'm a sucker for that stuff. That's not you? Oh no! Oh no! That's right. Okay, so Ort Boy Phil got a jackpot. Raz, where's yours? Where's yours, man? Oh, you also got Soviets. And you also got jackpot. That's awesome, man. You got the Mammoth. I mean, that's like an 85 quid model right there. Mammoth, Kazakh, Mark IIs. And you got the Ursus. Okay, it's a bit of a pisser you got the old Ursus. I mean, it's not the end of the world. But you got some of the old Ursus. Fair enough. I mean, I think that's still a very, very good box. I mean, that's 500 points. They're about 200. I mean, I think it's about 1,000 points. Yeah, I think that's about 1,000 points. That's pretty fucking decent. Yeah, I still think that's a very, very decent haul. Yeah. Needs more shit to make a proper army. I mean, technically, you can make a full army out of this. Because you can use the 3 of the guys from here to make a platoon commander in power armor. 5 of the guys to make like a 5-man squad. And then the Ursus is enough for a small squad of Ursus there. And then you've basically got an assault platoon and an armored walker platoon here. Yeah. The Mammoth is the Mammoth is quite good. People poo-poo the Mammoth because they're like, it's one rail, and I've done this, it's one rail cannon shot away from death, but very few people actually run rail cannons. And unless it encounters that one specific thing, it's actually a really fucking difficult model for a lot of people to be able to beat. And you got some Soviet infantry. Hey, don't poo-poo the plastic infantry, man. I recommend you build build one guy with a pistol so you can have a cheap platoon commander. Just pistol, literally. Build 5 guys with rifles, and then if you're looking to pick something up, try and pick up like I think you get like a Soviet flamethrower. Get like this, I think you can get it on its own. It's not very, it's like £5 or £6, and get a Soviet flamethrower and turn that basic squad into an engineer squad with a flamethrower, and that is a legitimately good unit. The core of my American army is spamming basic blokes with flamers, and it genuinely, like, it allows them to punch so high up. Yeah. So yeah, so that's you've got a solid, yeah. If you what I think you need is, I think you could do with a smidge more Ursus. I do think that 3 is fine, but like you probably want 6 plus, right? So I think a little Ursus squad. Maybe get a box of the plastic ones, you know, when they come out, and I think a little Ursus squad. I think some extra Ursus and another squad of the. Ooh, okay. Here's an interesting thing. You can take basic infantry in an armored walker platoon, but they need a transport. So you could get yourself a Studebaker truck or some other transport for the Soviets for the plastic infantry. Get yourself a flamethrower team, like I said, and then get yourself a bit more Ursus, and that would be a genuinely good army. Like, I'm not even kidding you. That would be like actually competitive. If you not okay, competitive's not the right term with conflict, but like it would have teeth, because the Mammoth is like just a big brick of armor, which if the enemy doesn't deal with it, it's just hitting them with like double HE and an HMG every single turn. The Kazakh is a good disruption light walker. It could just be running through people, causing them to take like panic tests and stuff. The Mark II infantry are very cheap power armor, and if you give them RPGs and anti-tank rifles, they're actually good at going after tanks. You've got the power armored officer who is just capable. And then you've got the Ursus, which are like shock infantry. And then you've got the basic dudes with flamethrowers as cheap, like one-shot, like anti-everything. Because flamethrowers are anti-everything in conflict. And that is actually a very good Soviet army. It's a very aggressive Soviet army. And it's got quite a lot of nuance to it, quite a lot of like interesting plays to it. So yeah, I think this is a really, like, genuinely, I think this is a very, very good box that you've got there. It's all killer, no filler. And you need barely anything. But you're adding a few accoutrements to get up to quite a potent list with a lot of capability behind it. Very, very cool, man. Yeah, you got a good one. I mean, they've all been pretty good so far. And Orc Boy Phil, he's got Orc Boy Phil's got more medium armor. He's got more medium armor, but he hasn't got, Orc Boy Phil's at a basically you've actually both kind of equaled out, because Orc Boy Phil has got more medium armor, but he's also got like the same amount of sort of Ursus and attack infantry as you, right? So the advice that I give to Orc Boy Phil is actually the exact same advice I give to the advice I gave to you is the exact same advice I give to him. Like, get an extra bit of Ursus, get some ZA guns for your daughters, and get a flamethrower and a truck for the basic dudes. And you've also got a very nice force. You've just got one big bit of armor, one little bit of armor. He's got 3 medium bits. That's how it's balanced out, essentially. Yeah. Yeah, very cool. Very, very cool. Great to see the boxes coming in, and great to see the Soviet ones being. I think the Soviet ones are very good. Yeah, I think you've both done very well out of them. All right, I hope you're excited as fuck, Raz. That's awesome, man. What do we got next? Trevor, thank you for the 5 months, man. Does this mean I can use my Doomhammer now? Yes. Doomhammer bros, I know that I have poo-pooed you for many years. It's dooming time. And Doomhammer bros said it's dooming time, and they doomed all over the place. It's dooming time, I'm telling you. Laura Castellan, thank you for 38 months, man. X-Force, baby. I like Siege Regiment with Designation Force. I like that too. It's definitely more of a meme build, but it's definitely one that I can see myself running for a bit of fun. But yeah, I like that too. Empress Aiden, thank you for 7 months. Opinion on no change to the Valkyrie? I mean, obviously, does that no change to the Valkyrie means that its hover rule doesn't work? I think that there will be a lot of I think there are going to be a lot of things that GW has missed, phoned in, and just broken. I think I've already seen half a dozen with GSC and every other faction out there. It will probably all get fixed in time. But as with everything that Games Workshop does now, this is the... You don't have to be happy with it. You don't have to accept it. But as with the majority of what GW releases now, they give it a once over, wait to see what the community reaction is, and then fix it in post. GW basically gets us to proofread for them. So they will fix it, but they are being a bit lazy with it. Yeah. It has hover right now. It needs proper hover. Yes, as I'm saying, it needs proper hover, yeah. Lungu Grungus, thank you for the super chat, man. Tinfoil hat regarding frame keyword. Maybe they'll limit types of vehicles, like you could only take 3 rust frame datasheets or something like that. Maybe. Maybe. Now, I think it's an interesting tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. I would say that I think the step costs are designed for that. I think frame is more of a keyword so that you can actually interact with like the pivot rules and stuff like that. But they could. I think frame is just a very weird way of saying hull. I don't know why they've picked the word frame over hull. Like it's a very weird one. I think they've I don't get it. Chris K, thank you so much for the super chat, man. 1 minute. Make sure I've not missed anybody here. I have missed somebody. 1 minute, Chris K, I'll come back to you in a second. I want to say a massive, massive, massive thank you. Could everyone in the chat spam 07 as much as possible, because we have got a huge, mega, mahoosive, bunker busting, Deathstrike super chat. That is a $100 super chat that has just come in. Let's go, baby. Oh my God. Everybody show your respect, your appreciation, your goddamn love for Sir Newbie, who has come in with an absolutely massive super chat and what is fast becoming his catchphrase. People of Warhammer, there will be no meta chasing. There will be no math hammering. There will be no competitive lists. This is our hobby. This is our faction. People of his Imperial Guard, bring the vibes. Also, new look and meme in stream discussion for the Emperor! So, Newbie, thank you so fucking much, man. Massive 07 to you from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you so much for the incredibly generous super chat. And I apologize, it took me a little while to get to you as well, man. Holy shit. Let's have a fucking look here. Me looking at the meta chaser across the table when I deploy my vibes-based style siege regiment and designation force attachment Imperial Guard army. You poo-poo the narrative. No, it's not Yarrick. That's the new look. I've seen you've changed your avatar. Yes. Or should I say, And what is the scale of this map, Captain Mordian? It's 1-to-1. It's 1-to-1, Sir Newbie. What's that? It's life size, but it's remarkably detailed. Look, there's a little mushroom. So the amount of land, the amount of points scored in this game was 17, sir, including battle ready. So you see, Captain Madlarkin, all was not in vain. There you go. That's it. I'm definitely gonna make a. I'm gonna make there's got to be some good Blackadder melt chip parodies that we can do with the new release. Let me have a look. There we go. God, it's a barren L-shaped landscape out there. So that's a 10th edition board. Oh, 11th edition. Much better. That's another good one. That's another good one. We'll definitely do some of that. Yeah. All right. All right, there we go. Sir Newbie, seriously though, I absolutely love it. Yes, bring the vibes. Yes, bring the siege and designation force. I mean, what we got to come up with a nickname for it. The Vibe Corps, something like that. Speckled Jim court martial shouting guilty at the meta. I love it. What is it? There we go. There you go. I made some notes. There you are. I think siege plus designation has got to be the Vibe Corps. There you go. It is the regimental vibes. The Vibian first. There you go. Going full vibes. I know it's a combo. I know it's not the best combo, but it is a fun combo. Yeah. There you go. Backstabber. This guard list will change. They haven't added the keywords yet. Show what's blocked from detachments they compare with. I thought they had done. They have done on. I mean, there's not. I mean, to be honest, man, I think they have done. Let me have a look. Okay, so yeah, if you look, right, this detachment is the abhuman tag can be taken with another abhuman detachment. That one hasn't got one, and that one says recon. So I know what you're saying. Like they haven't added them to the legacy ones, but I mean, if we, in the nicest possible way, I think if we use our brains, we can probably work out that the recon element is going to get the recon tag. And I can't even see one that would get an abhuman tag. I mean, look at the two DP ones. Is Armored Infantry going to get the abhuman tag? Probably not. Is Hammer of the Emperor? Probably not. Mech Assault? Maybe. Even then, I'm not bothered about Mech Assault and abhuman auxiliary, so that's fine. Siege? Maybe. Steel Hammer, it's definitely not going to, because the whole point of Steel Hammer is that you combine it with Ogrins in your well, to be fair, Steel Hammer might, because it's got a stratagem around it, but that would be unusual. I think that's there may be, and a lot of them are like you've got, yeah. So I'm not too bothered. I guess the only one I'm worried about is if they add some weird thing to Bridgehead Strike so you can't combo it. But you've got to think, man, there's not that many combos you can do with the 2 detachment point ones when you think about it. So yeah, I'm not so sure. I think you're right, there might be some tags, but I'm not so sure. I don't think it'll be that bad. Anyway, well, so Nobi, one last time, I just want to say thank you, bro. I really appreciate it. Siege is not a recon designation force. Is a recon. If GW makes Siege recon, there's no way they'll make Siege recon, man. There's no way. I will send them over the top 50 times before, and we'll do so again to move my drinks cabinet 1 inch closer to the enemy's deployment zone. Yes! All right, what have we got next? We've got Chris K. Thank you, super chat, man. Hail Mordian. One on the way home for K47 unboxing. Should be home in an hour. Stand by for reveal. How much longer are you on for? I'm on for a bit longer because I've still got a couple more. I'm on for a bit longer. I am gonna have to eat my dinner on stream, but we've covered the main bits now, so you'll get a bit of a mukbang stream. But we're on for another couple of hours or so. Yeah. What do we got next? Looking forward to the unboxing, man. Love it. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Guards should ignore the step cost. We are endless. I mean, I agree, Cosmic, but some might say that's not a particularly unbiased position you've got there. But I agree. You got my vote. Kane, my boy. Kane, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the extra squad to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. I also want to say a big thank you to Hexen Gaming. Thank you for super chat. Hot take, the K47 DM40 is the best looking model in K47. What, the Monarch? Yeah, I agree. I built one yesterday. I'll say it once. I'll say it again. No, no other mech looks like it was made in a tractor factory. I can absolutely believe the guys that made the T-34s made this fucking thing. And I love it. It is the most fucking derpy ass Soviet fucking looking bastard. And I love it. I love it. It's my favorite mech by far. I cannot wait to paint it and use it in game. Yeah. There you go. All right, what do we got next? Fox Knight, thank you for super chat, man. As an ad mech main, I feel like GW specifically engineered our faction pack to keep our meta / attachment viability and ranking exactly the same as 10th, which, while functional, is kind of disappointing. I agree. Okay, so I don't know much about AdMech and AdMech meta, so I can't. I will believe you, and I will absolutely take your word for it that that's the situation that AdMech has ended up in. And I absolutely agree that for several factions, GW seems to have taken this approach. I suspect that Games Workshop has done more work on other factions, on some factions than others. And I think on some factions, they've been like, let's take this as an opportunity to put a bit of work in and try and mix things up. And I think with some factions, they've gone, let's play it safe. I think a big part of, and I think a huge part of, not exclusively though, but I think a huge part of what determines that, or a compounding effect, I could say, which actually I'd say a compounding effect of this is definitely how deep your faction's roster is. I think one of the problems that GW has with certain factions is they're very thin. AdMech's been around a long time. They definitely should have more units now. I mean, they definitely just need to get rid of the separation of 30k and 40k with AdMech. That's a big change that needs to happen with them. But I think, you know, there are certain factions which are just very thin in terms of the amount of units that they have. And as a result, the GW's been like, well, we can't fuck with them too much because they've got nowhere to pivot to. But then you've got other factions, and also you've got the fact that some factions are very expensive to collect. Like if you fuck with, if people have spent all of 10th edition, pouring hundreds, if not thousands of dollars into their AdMech army, only to have 11th edition come along, completely inverse it and invalidate it, they're going to be very cheesed off. Whereas if you've got armies like Guard, which, yes, Guard is an expensive faction to collect, but Guard players tend to be more so than a lot of factions have no issue with just pouring their entire life savings into the faction because it's the fucking Guard, goddammit. Where it's not a play style, it's a lifestyle. Then I find that GW can be a little bit more ballsy with us and be like, hey, I know you were all spamming Grizzled at the end of the 10th, but hey, do you want to take Steel Hammer and Scions? And we're like, fuck yeah, we'll get some Baneblades and some Scions. So not only are we more open to that, generally speaking, as a community, but I also think that a big reason that we're more open to it is because we have a really deep roster. So if you get into the Guard, one of the reasons you've got into the Guard is there's so many things to explore. There's so many things to sample and taste and enjoy. So yeah, I can absolutely believe GW giving certain factions different treatment to others based on, in many ways, real life and real world considerations. Yeah. So that's my hot take on that. Do you think people would care if I use Wargames to land to the damned K47? I bought the crowdfund a while back. No one would give a shit, man. Go nuts, have fun with it. Pastor Blaster, MG, I don't know if it was confirmed already this week, but confirmed Total War 40k Rust Society and gameplay. Yeah, and the Baneblade as well. So yeah, feeling a lot more positive towards the Rust. I honestly thought the way things were going at the end of 10th with how bad the addition of Loss was, I thought they were going to squat the Rust. I was like, this is fucking insane, but it looks like it'll be all right now. Yeah. I want 30k stuff for Care Space as well. Dude, GW just needs to just break down the barrier between 30k and 40k. If I could take plastic Valdor tank hunters, like I think they should break down the barrier, and I think they should have two different patterns of Lehman Russ as well. I think you should have the Lehman Russ and then Lehman Russ Solar Auxilia, or call it Lehman Russ Alpha pattern, anything, you know. So you can, and the 30k Russ should get different rules to the 40k Russ. You can even just make it where it's one data sheet with all the weapon options. You don't have to give it like all the different things because you've already kind of got like vanquishes and stuff. Yeah, lighter core. I mean, I was lighter core. It would be cool, but yeah, doesn't physically work now, does it? Turn at the edge of the board, drop your guys off, leave again. Yeah. So I do think they need to break those barriers down. But I think it's that all they are doing is limiting their sales, and I just don't understand. I mean, I know why they're doing it because they want to know what's selling where. But honestly, GW, just have a giant pot of money. Stop worrying about it. Yeah, they get Hexen Gaming. They gave some factions the old spit and polish, but others just got the spit. Yeah, exactly. There's no way GW would do that, sir. Dino manages GW. Okay, yeah, they might. Yeah, they might do it, but yeah. No, I will say this. I definitely think 11th. This might sound kind of crazy. I think 11th edition has been rushed hugely, and I think you can see that reflected throughout a significant portion of what we've seen. I think there's a reason the core rulebook is only half a rulebook. I think there's a reason why core rules have got gaping holes and big issues in them. I think there's a reason why you can see some factions have been given a proper treatment and some factions haven't. Yeah, I think the entire thing has been rushed, slapdashed, which is yeah. I think they've only been working. I think it takes multiple years to write a good tabletop game. It's like a video game. Very few video games are just developed in like 1 year. I think Games Workshop has developed 11th over the course of 1 year. And I think you can see the exact moment it happened. I think you can see it happening at the end of 2024. And basically they developed it over 2025. And then, because you got to think they've got a development time, but then they've also got to think about like actually getting things like produced, like boxes and all that kind of stuff. Boxes need to be printed, books need to be printed, all that kind of stuff. So I think they spent approximately 1 year developing the game, and then 6 months basically sort of getting the logistics and stuff together for it. That's what I think it is, and that's why I think. And I don't think you can develop I think you can develop a complex tabletop game with the amount of moving parts as 40k in 1 year. I just don't think it's possible. I'm guessing they were bogged down a bit by the insane painting of 10th. I agree, Small Hornet. Yeah. I absolutely agree. I think they need to. I think they either need to hire more people so they can do work. They can do efficient tandem working where they've got a team that's looking after the current edition and a team developing the next edition. And I think either that or they need to go to longer development cycles. Yeah. 10th is insanely rushed too. I agree. I absolutely agree. Yeah. That's I think that there's probably a bit of burnout going. You've also got to think like there's going to be people constant. A big company like GW is going to have people constantly coming and going. And every time someone works on a bit of a project and then leaves and someone else picks it up, that slows things down because that person then has to figure out where the last person was up to. And if that happens a couple of times. Yeah. So don't get me, this is what I mean. Like, I'm happy for the Guard, but I still have big issues with 11th edition. Do you know what's funny? I had a video go out today. I'll show you a comment. You guys will fucking love this. You guys will absolutely love this. And then we'll get to some Imperial Agents beef, because I know that's what you guys want. Let me show you. There you go. Literally had this comment. I think someone made it. I think the first one is a bit of a joke. I think the second one is a bit less of a joke. So I won't show it on screen because I don't want anyone to get like demonized or anything. So someone left me a comment. So my video today was, despite all the problems, I'm feeling more positive about 11th edition. How much money did they pay you? People always talk about the direct payment when talking about subjects like this, also in games journalism related stuff like that, but it's more than that. Negativity means they lose access to information from the company. They lose the audience that comes for their game. They don't have to be directly paid to be influenced. My brother in Christ, do you seriously think I have an NDA with GW? I am blacklisted. I have been reliably told that I am blacklisted. Does this guy not watch my channel? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a shill, all right. Just not a GW one. Yeah. I wash balls, but not Games Workshop. There you go. The reason why I get comments like that. Okay, everybody gets comments like that. The moment you say anything positive about GW, you get. I mean, those of you who follow this channel for a long time have heard me say this a lot. Not a week, a fortnight, a month goes by without somebody calling me a GW shill and somebody else calling me a GW hate grifter. I think there's a lot of people who've been conditioned on the internet to be like, once you have established a position, you must never change it. Changing your position is weakness. Changing your position is like bad. Having nuance of your opinion, like there can be no middle ground. There can only be extremes. And I think for a lot of people, it's actually like incomprehensible when they're like, wait, this guy, like, he likes some things and dislikes other things about the same topic. That's impossible. L Pen, they've just gotten used to your high salt content videos and they're going through withdrawals. They're cramping up. They're cramping up. They're cramping up. Yeah. You man that fence, not one cheek backwards. Here's the thing, I'm not a fence sitter. See, fence sitting is a sort of, I think people, not to go, actually, but I think a lot of people mix fence sitting up with nuance. Fence sitting is when you don't hold a position yourself, or you don't express a position yourself. You never take a stance on anything. And what you do is you constantly try and weigh both arguments up against each other as if they are equal. That is fence sitting. And that's what is frustrating with people, because it's like, just give a fucking opinion on something. I'm not actually a fence sitter. I always come down on one side of the fence or the other, but I don't come down on the same side of the fence every single time. And I think that's the difference. Yeah. Nuance is too hard to comprehend. Exactly. You've called yourself a fence sitter many times. Yes, but more of a joke more than anything else. I hop the fence. Exactly. But the thing is, I will change my opinion on something if I am presented with new information. But often I don't change my opinion. So there's a so it's not a flip-flop. It's not like, oh, you know, I'll say something and then I'll change my opinion on it because I'm worried what people think. No. I don't give a fuck about that. I always come down on one side of the fence, and I tend to stay down on the side that I'm on unless something pretty big does change. But I come down on different sides of the fence for different topics. That's the difference. Yeah. Fencing is often more opportunistic as well. Exactly. A lot of people sit on the fence. A lot of people sit on the fence because they think it will be better for them. Yeah. But I always come off the fence, but not the same side each time. But when I'm down, I'm pretty much down. Oh, it's my dinner. Oh, fuck yeah, boys! There we go. Look at this. Dinner of Champions, this. Thank you very much, sweetie. Dinner of Champions. Look at that. Look at that brown. Chicken tikka masala, chips, rice, poppadoms, and naan. That's what it's all about. Mordian mukbang, baby. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to eat my stream and chat some just general bollocks whilst I'm eating. And then we've pretty much caught up on all the super chats. There's like one from Cosmic I need to do. But when I've eaten and we've caught up and everything, I'll still be chatting here and everything. We'll get into the Imperial Agents beef, and we'll talk about Purge. But basically, this is a bit of a, because obviously I don't want to be talking about important topics that I might want to stream highlight whilst eating, right? So I'll still take questions, I'll still be talking, but this is like a pure just chatting zone right now. If that makes sense. All right. It's very delicious. Yeah. And I won't be, I've got the microphone a little bit further away, so hopefully you don't pick up any disgusting mouth noises, guys. So it's not actually a mukbang stream. Oh, cool, got some mango chutney as well. Vegetables are antithetical to the wargaming mindset. I know what you're talking about, man. There's mango chutney. That's a fucking fruit, that is. Even better. Also, I'm pretty sure potato is a vegetable. And I've got chips. And I'm pretty certain rice is a vegetable. It grows out the ground. If it grows out the ground, vegetable. If it grows from a tree, fruit. That's like science. That's just, you know, that's just science, right? That's what I learned back in school, but I didn't pay a lot of attention to what the teacher was saying. I know it's not really, by the way. I'm taking the fish. I really know that potato comes under earth. And vegetables come under light. Ocean. Soup comes under water, right? Is bowling and darts a sport? You're goddamn right it is. This is very good curry. So we've got a new curry place we go to. The old one was still very, very good, but we thought we'd try a new one on a limb. Oh my god, it's very tasty. The old one didn't do anything wrong. I kind of feel bad for not going back to them, but the new one's just better. Technically, if you think about it, beef is the fruit of the cow tree. Exactly. Exactly. If I ever get a sniff of power and I become like health minister. There you go. I actually think I'd be a pretty good health minister. I'd just be like, if I was a health minister, I'd be like, we just need to get everyone, we just need like PE every day. And then I'd be like, you can eat what you want. I'm not going to tell you what you can eat. Eat what you want. But you're going for a jog for 30 minutes every day. That's what I would do. Are those chips and curry? Yes. Mmm. Absolutely goated combo. Quiet quitting a traditional curry shop and feeling bad about it is the most English thing ever. I do feel bad because they were really good. I might go back. But they've got like a restaurant bit, so I might go back and sit in. Make an event out of it. PE for growth at work. Oh yeah, no, I'd have like everybody in the country has to do 30 minutes of exercise every day. Even if it's going out for a walk, that would qualify. That would be enough. I'm not asking people to do what I wouldn't do. Just go out 30 minutes, walk around the block, and then you can do what you want. See, I would be a very benevolent dictator. I would be a dictator, obviously. If you get power, obviously you're going to use it, right? The song is pretty sick. What is it? It's from White Bat Audio. All my songs are from White Bat Audio. Very, very good channel. All royalty free. Very good music. You should check them out. I've turned the background track up. If it's a bit loud, I can turn it down again. Exactly. You've got to go mad with power. Exactly, Cosmic. Yeah, White Bat Audio. Yeah, that's the guy on YouTube that makes all this music, and then he makes it all royalty free. He just asks that you credit him in the videos. It's really good. I think a huge amount of YouTubers use this stuff. He's like a pillar of the community. But you got to credit his stuff, otherwise all he asks is you put a credit to his channel in your videos. Otherwise, otherwise, he gets a bit upset. But I think it's reasonable. He doesn't ask for any money. The great power comes zero accountability. That's not entirely true. You see, I always think if you're a tyrant, that is not a good idea. If you are a dictator, but then you become a despicable tyrant, you're inevitably, whether it's your life, or your family's life, or generations later on, you eventually, people are going to turn on you. That's the thing. And the moment you show weakness, that's it. They go for it. You've got to be a benevolent dictator. Otherwise, you're just cutting the fun short. I want to be a dictator without enforcing wacky and arbitrary policies. It's just civil. Yeah, you got to have a bit of fun with it, but the wacky and arbitrary ones can't be like horrible to people. Like on a Wednesday, everyone has to wear like a silly hat by law, that kind of thing. You know, make show and tell mandatory every Thursday in every office, even for adults. Because who fucking doesn't like show and tell? You know? One sock day, exactly. You've got to get in there and hump him into submission. I'm pretty certain some Roman emperors tried that. It didn't go well for them. Alright, we're nearly done. I've fucking demolished this, boys. I was hungry. I'd make K-47 the national sport. I'd nationalise Games Workshop. And then I'd run it the way that I wanted it to be. I'd be like, right. That's it. No more dreaded policy. Get rid of that one. Right, we're going to make it so you can take 30k units in 40k. Everything in Legends is viable. We're going to have an entire government Quango as the balance team. I would, now that it's nationalised, it doesn't need to be run for profit. Half the price across the board. There you go. How about those? How about that for some policies? Almost full. Exactly. You've got to have a Quango. If you're going to be a dictator, you've got to have a Quango. Minister of Wargaming, exactly. That's the way. Now you get it. Half, twice, or pick the product? Nah, I think we'd have both. And then, I'd set up a factory in America. So that we can, what do you call it? Get rid of the bloody burger tax. And that would be my my beachhead into America, and then I would become somehow the dictator of America as well. And then I've got then I've got 2 countries locked down. I'm doing pretty well at that point. Alright, on the last bit now, just got some rice. That's just about it. Mmm, delicious. I'll demolish that. Fucking hell. Fuck me. I absolutely smashed it through that. I've never eaten so quickly. Woke up with indigestion. Just need Russia or China. They need unlimited oil. You see, I like to think big. I think in Russia and China. Right. So first thing we need to do, and by the way, we're having a joke now, and I'm not being disrespectful to the situation in any way, shape, or form, so don't get upset. First thing we need to do is solve that nasty business that's going on between Russia and Ukraine. I think the only way to do that, 8-man team tournament. Whoever wins, the other side just gives them whatever they want. That simple. Like, just, if that, just resolve it that way and then just move on. And then for China, I think I'd probably I don't know. I feel like I don't know what I'd do with the Chinese. They're already pretty like set up and dictatorial. I don't know. I guess I could. I don't want to move a bunch of manufacturing there because then they'll just nick everything. That's all they do whenever any model manufacturer tries to set up there. Pay the factory workers a living wage? True, that could work. You know what I'd do? I'd just give up the pretense. This is what I'd do, right? I'd give up the pretense that we're going to beat Forgery World, and I would essentially just be like, right, we're just going to move all Forge World production to China, and that would be my beachhead there. And then yeah, that'll be it basically. Use China to bring back all the old Forge World products. Yeah, exactly, you see. That's the way to do it. All the legend shit can be made in China. There you go. But then it would be allowed in the main game. That would be my totally serious way of conquering the world with Warhammer. It all starts off with nationalizing GW. Hey, it's an important industry to the backbone of the UK economy. Got to nationalize it. There you are. There you go. All future world conflicts will be resolved by a Warhammer tournament. That's it. The bigger the conflict, the bigger the tournament. What do I start a K-47 resistance group? I mean, see, the thing is, Cosmic, once I have gained enough power, I will then outlaw Warhammer and insist on mandatory conflict 47. And that's where I would go from being a benevolent dictator to, in my mind, what would still be a benevolent dictator. I'd be like, you need to know what's better for you. This is the better game. You need to know this is better for you. But the people would rebel. And that would be my downfall arc. Because a good dictator's got to have a good downfall arc. Right? So, you know, that would be my rise to power. And people would be like, yes, he's fixing all the problems. He's, you know, he's bringing the world together. He's making the hard decisions. And he's doing what needs to be done. But then you have to go too far as a dictator and, you know, completely collapse. And that would be probably the way that would happen with me. Yeah. There you go. I'm quite fond of Emperor Mordian. Just reframe the potholes as terrain features. Exactly. Anywhere is a wargaming board if you're brave enough. Just after it, you can be in charge of the space program. But the ships have... I don't want any, like, functional ships. I want the ships to look properly spacey. Properly sci-fi. Yeah. The prison system would be... You have... I would solve crime instantly. Globally and instantly. You wouldn't be sentenced to prison. You would be sentenced to a number of years. You have to play Age of Sigmar. Like, every day. Constantly. Non-stop. You just gotta keep playing it. That's, like, boom. Crime solved. You have been sentenced to life in Age of Sigmar. No. Yeah, it's still in years, man. Like, it's like, you know, prison sentences are like in weeks, months, years, right? That's how you do it. But instead of just sitting there in a cell doing nothing, even worse, you'd be sat there in a cell playing Sigmar. That'd be AOS first edition. I sentenced you to 4 editions of AOS. Exactly. AOS, not Horus Heresy. Well, AOS would be the equivalent of incarceration. Horus Heresy would be like the equivalent of like a fine. Like, you have been fined to buy £300 worth of Age of Sigmar. Or $3,000 of Age of Sigmar. Something like that. There you go. I sentence you to Tau. No, it's whatever the worst Sigmar edition. That's the one we've got to go with. Yeah. That's it. 4th edition. There you go. And that's how we'd solve things, boys. And then 1 minute. And then we shall have peace. All right. So what? Okay, I got a couple more super chats, and then we've got to get back into it. All right. So what have we got here? Cosmic my boy, thank you so much, man. Hobby update, stream discussion. I can't wait to paint. Let's have a look, man. Nice. Let's have a look here. All right. After a night of seeing what I have left, I got this. Behold, Directors Sierra of END, Extra Dimensional Neutralization Division, using as a Roberta Wells proxy. Using a mix of Brits and multiple different kits, such as Warhammer 40k Cadian body, Firefly legs, and backpacks. Backpacks is a sister proxy heads, some kind of weird, to make the flame blaster from a stormtrooper Star Wars, and some goggles from Wargames Atlantic kit. I do believe I've created a pretty good proxy trooper. Also, Jenny gave us electric staff, and I put it on a Krieger. Last date, we have a spinner at home, and look on the app for you. Now, let's have a look. Hey, that looks pretty cool, man. Nice. I mean, it definitely looks like a funky ray guns. That does pretty well as like a Roberta Wells proxy. I'll allow it. I love the electro stuff. That's cool, man. Nice. The old cardboard Vogel spinner never lets you down. Peptide tracker. Fuck's sake. I love it. Thank you, Cosmic. Ninja Bricks, thank you, Super Chat. Could you check out my new list for 11th edition of Stream Discussion? Love the streams. Keep it up. Of course, mate. Super Heavy Scout Force. Steel Hammer plus Designation Force. 1950. 1 Shadow Sword Warlord. Gonna issue 2 orders. 1 Rogal Dawn Commander. 1 Tech Priest with the engine speaker. Another Shadow Sword. Another Bane Blade. A Demolisher. A Hydra. And 1 Scout Sentinel. I feel like, I'm going to be honest, There's a lot more hammer and a lot less designation force in this list. Oh my god. On a serious note, man, that's a pretty cool list. Yeah. That is a pretty cool list. I like it, bro. Nice. Technically, there's something there for the designation force, right? Technically. Awesome, man. I think it's a, you know what? On Purge the Foe, where you get points for just killing the shit out of people, weirdly, I don't think it's that bad a list. This is what I keep saying, boys. You know, back in 10th, that would be a bad list because you wouldn't be able to score any points. Now in 11th, it's not a great list, but that exact same list got better simply by going Purge. Absolutely. Tactical Heckler, thank you for super chat. Oh man, early stream, I've just got up. Did I miss an attached reveal? Can I get a small summary? Tactical Heckler, summary is, it's all looking very fun and interesting with a few powerful builds. It's definitely going to be a brave new guard meta, but overall, it's pretty interesting and pretty exciting. Stream highlight for the whole thing will be out tomorrow at 6 p.m. So you'll be able to watch it then. All right. Average White Shark, thank you for super chat. Recon is dead. Long live Deathworld veterans. In stream discussion. Let's have a look. Bridgehead with designation and Abhuman auxiliaries. Wait, you're going all 3 1 DPs? So Scion Command Squad, Commissar, and 5 Scions. 2 more 5-man Scion squads. 3 Catachan Command Squad with 10 jungle fighters each. 2 more 10 jungle fighter squads. Marbo, 2 Armor Sentinels, artillery rockets, 9 Bulgrin in 3 squads. 3 Catachan heavy weapon squads. 3 Scout Sentinels. This is a revised list for my last submission with new information. General plans to do actions with 15-man jungle fighter sections, or do movement shenanigans with the independent jungle fighters and Bulgrin using the free move and surge move stratagems. This version has more movement across than Recon Element and more durability. I mean, it's a very interesting point. I never even considered taking the 3... Yeah, I never even considered the triple DP. But actually, you could build something interesting with that. Bulgrins move up to secure objectives. So go take and hold. Bulgrins move up. Sentinels and basic infantry infiltrate and turn 1 ingress spam. Bridgehead Strike just keeps dropping Scion blobs down their heads until they give up. Wait a second. Wait a second. That's actually kind of... There's actually a bloody playstyle. There's a triple DP playstyle, boys. It's got legs. Lots of them. In fact, it's only got legs. Another way to play. Interesting. Interesting indeed. You gotta love the triple DP, man. Interesting. I quite like it. What have we got next? We have got Meryl! Meryl, thank you for another gifted membership, man. Thank you for the support, bro. We've got Lord Castellan. Thank you for super chat. We didn't get any support characters. All characters still leaders. We haven't got any support characters yet. I think that these will be handed out either with the Minotaur field manual or over time in 11th edition. I think the edition has launched half-baked. It's that simple. It's launched half-baked. They're launching it before they're ready. It's very obvious to everybody that they're not only 11th edition is basically early access. The game isn't finished. You're not paying for a finished game. You're paying the price of a finished game, but you're not paying for a finished game. They've got the rough outline done. They've gone to market with it, and now they're going to finish the development and fix all the bugs in post. That's it, man. Yeah. It means we can't run command squads or commissars with other officers. This is very true. You're absolutely right, Logstone. Absolutely right. Godlike Bird, Morning Glory, I am begging you to use any other combination of words other than triple DP to describe that. No. I don't think I will change. I think that's exactly the terminology I want to use. Paolo Thompson, why did you say it's half-baked? It's not like there's two stratagems with exactly the same effect, but different names. Nah, man, and two enhancements as well. You know, Grand Strategist in Combined Arms does something completely different to Grand Strategist in Armored Infantry. Yeah. Morden needs to open his mouth wide when saying triple DP. Really, it's the TP, isn't it? Triple points. It's not getting any better. If anything, it's getting significantly worse. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Mystery box in chat. Now, how about another joke? Let's have a look, man. What did you get? What did you get? Oh, that's quite good. Let's have a look. Behold, my mystery box. Don't know if it's my imagination, but it seems a bit light. What did you get? Cerberus Squad, Galahad Armored Infantry Squad, British Armored Section, Humber Armored Car, and Mark 1s, Mark 2s and Mark 1s. I see what you mean. Maybe. It feels like... Let's have a look. I know what you mean, man. Let's have a look. So, Humber. If it's light, send an email. But let's work it out. So it's 38 quid for the Humber first, right? Because it's that Humber there. And then you've got one of each kind of Galahad infantry and the Cerberus. All right. So Galahad. So 25. Did you get the Galahad officers as well? So I think we're looking at 25, 15, and 42. Okay. Plus 25, plus 15, plus 42. And then you got one of each sprue. Okay. Yeah, I definitely think it's a bit light, man. I think you should send them an email. I reckon something's just been missed out. Because if we go to British Commonwealth, like one sprue of automated infantry. So you've got one sprue. You've got like half of each one of these. I think you should have. I think you've only got like what 30. That's like what £17.50 there, and £17.50 there. Yeah, you unless you're missing any, unless there's anything missing from the picture, like if there's another box under there or something. Is there another box under there? Because I don't know how, because it looks like there might be another box there, but I could be wrong. Oh wait, you got the Cerberus. I think the Cerberus are £15 as well. I'll just double check. Where are they? So I got took them on too. Yeah, they're £50 as well. Yeah. So, just the whole yeah, okay. I think there's something that's been missed. If I were a betting man, I think you're meant to have the full automated infantry platoon So you're meant to have another sprue of this, another sprue of this, and the automated director. Or at the very least, you're meant to have one more sprue of these and the automated. It feels like, because they don't sell just 2 automated infantry and just 5 of these. So I wonder if you're basically meant to have another 37 quid on top of this. Even then, you'd be a little short. So yeah, I think you add it up, as we've done here, because you know you're meant to get you know you're meant to get at least £200 worth of stuff, and you email Warlord and you say, this is the contents of my box, this is what I got, I'm meant to get £200 of stuff, I've got £155 worth of stuff, I feel like something might have been missed out. Can you sort me out here? And Warlord will just get back to you. If I was a betting man, I think there's meant to be another vehicle here. At least. And the reason why I think that is everything you get, if you look at what other people have received, has been like functional platoons. So you've got like a functional assault platoon here, but you haven't got a functional armor platoon. Yeah. So I definitely think you are 100% light. You should be getting £200 worth of stuff. There's a fuck up that's been made here. I'm not running defense for Warlord. I'm 100% on your team, mate. And it's a bit annoying as well, because you've been really looking forward to your mystery box and then it's not come through. Like, don't get me wrong, like, that's disappointing as fuck. I'm absolutely on your team. I strongly advise you to email Warlord Games, show them the picture you showed me, show them, say, I'll give them do a bullet point list saying, it comes to this amount. The mystery box said I get minimum 200. I think there's something missing. I haven't got a functional armor platoon. Like, please could you, please could you send me something to make this up to the minimum £200 threshold? And I bet you they'll sort you out. Yeah. Yeah, mine was about $320 worth. Yeah. Yeah, it's not even just, it's not even just a little under. It's like 43 quid under. So yeah, they've definitely missed something. But I think that I do not think you will have any problems with getting made whole. I think Warlord will make you whole. They're very, very good with their customer service. Ideally, we wouldn't have the fuck up, but at least that we can resolve the fuck up. Yeah. But Chris K, putting the stuff that's missing to one side, because obviously they will sort you out, right? What you did get is actually quite good. So I've got this fucking thing stuck in my teeth. There we go. Got a bit of green shit in my teeth. So what you did get is actually quite good. So the Humber armored car, I think, is a sleeper of a unit. I did not realize how affordable it was, like, in game, and the fact that it comes with computational systems and twin autocannon, I think, and it's like, that's quite good. The Galahad infantry are totally fine. Some people are a bit down on the Galahads, but I think you just give them stubborn, and I think you can give them like ATRDs, or you can give them like Piats or whatever it is, and then they're absolutely fine. Yeah. The server squad is great. Server squad is very useful for fighting on the totem call that's out there. Galahad, by the way, Galahads are totally okay. They're not bad in any way, shape, or form. They just get a little overshadowed because it's just a bloke in power armor. Whereas you've got some of the units which are a bit more like wacky and stuff like that. But they're very, very solid. I've used them and had no issues with them. And I use them in my Americans all the time, but the American version. So yeah, they're solid. The infantry you've got here, the automated infantry you've got here is excellent. Very, very, very good. So I can't say too much just yet, but basically you have to build all the robots with either all HMGs or all MMGs. That's the ones with the bayonets. I can't say too much on the MMG front, but they're about to get a big update, which is going to make them significantly better. So, but what I would say is the HMGs are going to be your shooty robots. The MMGs with the big fuck off bayonets are going to be very good at close combat. So the way you build them, it should be, what do you need in your army? Do you need more shooting or do you need more melee? And if you think you need more melee, build the bayonets. If you think you need more shooting, build the machine guns. As for the Mark IIs, I, again, have to be careful with what I say. Only for one more week and then I can tell you everything. But I would probably build the Mark IIs with one Tesla gun and the heavy autocannon on a 2-man squad. There you go. All right. So that's it. Overall, you've actually got a pretty good force. You've got tough infantry with high leadership and good DACA. And you've got the automated infantry is very nice as well. What you probably just need is a pinch more armor. I'd say a pinch more armor and maybe a pinch more bots. But other than that, you are well on your way to having a very, very effective, army. There you go. All right. Do want to say it's a shame about it not being complete, but what you did get is all very solid and usable. There you go. All right, what do we got next? Rudy, thank you for Super Chat, man. Just won a game. I sent the army list for yesterday's photos in stream discussion. Let's have a look. What are we looking at here? Ooh, is it K47 or bot action, maybe? It's definitely K47. Looks like Soviets versus Axis. Nice. Got Daughters with ZA guns versus von Zogling. Lots of creepy ass mechs. Nice. Some style trooping. Fighting up the flanks and stuff. Love to see it. That Naxera and a bunch of zombies. Nice. That T-34 is gonna. It needs to try and knock the Naxera out, otherwise it's gonna have a bad time. Cool. Ooh, Soviet Thunder Run. Love to see it. Soviets look like they're having quite a defensive game, but sort of trying to blast the Axis apart and then pushing in some aggressive units. Good to see. Good tactic as well. Yeah. Damage them from a distance and then push in once you've weakened them. It's a good way of doing it. Nice. Well, I'm not sure which side you're on and which side they were on, but it looks like it was a fun game, and it looks like there's been a bit of a big Soviet push at the end, which is cool as fuck. So yeah, nice. There you are. Let's have a look here. We have got Lord Castellan. Thank you for super chat, man. Nurgle Mortals in stream discussion. Ah, very cool. Are they the AOS ones, or are they the ones from Darkwater, or is it a bit of both? They're very cool. I'm a big Nurgle fan. Yeah, I do like playing a bit of Nurgle. I used to be all about the corn when I was growing up, but I'm a big Nurgle boy now. Cool. I love the color scheme. The rusty armor. You've done a very, very good job on it, mate. Very, very good job indeed, sir. And then we've got Danai Curran. Thank you for the super chat, bro. I hate how we're beta testing their game, for fuck's sake. I know, right? Fuck's sake, god damn it. Yeah, I mean, it's look, right, as long as people keep buying, GW will keep, they've got worse for it over the years, I'll tell you that. They used to be quite they used to be a bit less so overt about it, but now they're they've dropped the pretense in many ways. The only pretense they're still keeping up is Imperial Agents being a real faction. That's it. What have we got? Dr. Plasma, I fully disagree with your read on the attachment rule of abhuman detachment. Commissars think an officer can now issue take aim to anyone. You might be right, bro. Let me have a quick look. I mean, it makes them pretty nice. I don't think it hugely... I mean, okay, it does actually have some pretty big implication. Oh, no, you're right. They can issue take aim order, issue it to one friendly abhuman. Yeah, so it does kind of makes commissars kind of like a 30-point generic officer for a lot of armies. No, it's good. Yeah. But if you're only ever planning on doing, because what's the 2 orders you want? Can commissars do move? They can't, can they? It's still good though. It definitely gives you a 30-point generic take aim officer, which, you know, for a lot of armies is enough. Yeah. Nor going to do first with fire. That's true. But in a world of -1 ballistic skill, I'm probably more inclined to go take aim. Yeah. All right. Now, very quickly, I'm going to grab a drink. I'm going to grab a drink, take my curry bowl away, and then when I come back, we're going to talk about Imperial Agents. All right. Hang on a second, ladders. Okay. Give me a second, boys. Let's oh man. Is it Friday today? No, it's only fucking Thursday. Shit, man. We're not getting the points till next week, are we? Ah, that's a shame. It would have been good if we'd got the points tomorrow. That would have been a good end of the week. I reckon it was I reckon they were probably originally meant for tomorrow, but they probably want the weekend to work on them a bit more. All right. So I've just gone a little tired for a second, but I'll be back. I just ate a big dinner and then I've just eaten a mini roll for dessert. So no, it's not like an Arctic roll, like a Twinkie basically for the Americans. But that seems to be like the last bit of food that sent me into the food coma. Like, where's the octopus? It should be around here, man. It's there. The camera's just moved. No, don't worry. Rumor is Friday, mutual film manual. They said it's next week at the bottom of the article, Madlark, and I just checked. I think it was meant to be this Friday, but I think it's changed again. Yeah. Do I have a... It can probably fit in here, can't it? There you go. Should be quite nice. That's actually probably the... Look at it. That's actually quite cute. Although, to be fair, I don't think we're unhappy anymore, are we? So I think we have to change it. There we go. I think on the whole, we're pretty happy, aren't we? Yeah. I mean, I'm about to get into some salty beef, though. I'm happy. Generally speaking, I'm happy, though. Yeah, Mad Larkin, I think it was meant to be this week, but I think it got pushed back to next week. I don't really mind GW pushing things back if it means they do a good job, but I reckon they're going to get pushed back and it's going to be a bad job. No, how cynical. Oh, how cynical. Probably because the launch box hasn't sold. What do you think? I mean, that... I didn't want to say anything. But I'm keeping an eye on the situation, chat. But Chris K, good job, mate. Yeah. If you don't hear anything back, let me know. I can always try. I mean, I don't work for Warlord, don't get me wrong, and I think they will get back to you. But if there's any issues, just DM me, all right? I'll see if I can always try and help out. Yeah, I'm not saying anything just yet. But I do feel like this is a FOMO box that hasn't sold out. I mean, Valrak said it would sell out by the end of this week. It's not sold out at all. Go to Wayland's sector for the unit numbers. Ah, you can't. Wayland's put a thing on where you can only order one. They might have lifted it, though. It's funny, I heard some conflicting things where, like, Gaze Workshop was, for some GW retailers, they, well, not, for some third-party retailers, they'd all tried to order, like, 50 or 60, and GW had said they'd taken the order and then come back and said, oh, you can only have 30. So there was some like rumors of them like underproducing the box or something. But then I don't know if that's true because some people are saying they got absolutely shitloads of them. You know, some of them they got absolutely shitloads of them. I mean, I highly doubt it. Worst case scenario is if they did underproduce it and then it hasn't sold out. But I do feel like didn't Leviathan stick around for like I don't want to be immediately jumping on the GW's fucked it bandwagon. And you guys know I love that bandwagon so much. Often I drive that bandwagon, right? But I do feel like Leviathan was around for a long time before it went away. Yeah. Mighty, did we had Leviathan in store for at least 4 months after release? Yeah. Yeah, I mean... So I think, I don't know if it's, I don't know if there's a problem yet. Yeah, I don't know if there's a problem yet. The box seems like more of a slow rolling process of product sales, and that's fine. Yeah, probably, Steve. My local store still had a couple of boxes at least a month or two ago. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It does feel, though, I don't know. Look, maybe it's a big deal, maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe it's a big deal, maybe it's not. I'm keeping an eye on it, though. I think if it's still there, I guess the big question is, will they still sell it after the 20th? Or will they take it off the website, do you think? See, Verizon, the value isn't that good. It's we've talked about this on stream. It's not that good. If you actually dive into it, it's hugely the value that you think you're getting is hugely overinflated by the fact that you've got like four 30-pound characters, you know, so 27 to 30-pound characters in each for the Space Marine side, which they're purposefully overcosted to make it look like you're getting a bigger discount, but actually it's just 5 infantry. Yeah. Chaplain's good, yeah. Same for the Orc side. Yeah, when you actually, and we actually worked out, if you took the Space Marine side and built it into the 2,000 point army that GW showed off in their preview games, it would cost you, from Games Workshop, it would cost you about £800. So it's still, and that's for one 2,000 point list. And it was the same for the Orcs, essentially. So you don't actually get a huge value. Yeah, it's amazing how much it costs. You get about 750 points. It's amazing how much it costs you to get to the full 2K. Yeah. So it's a bit. Don't get me wrong. I think it's fine, but I don't think it's specifically a massive discount. Yeah. All right, but that's enough of that. We'll keep it. What I'm saying, chat, is we're keeping an eye on the situation. We're keeping a close, beady eye on it. I guess the big tell will be if we start seeing another fire sale like we did with Saturnine. If Wayland Games ends up fire sailing this, which they may not be allowed to do again after what happened last time, but we'll see. In the meantime, I got 2 hands and I need to wank someone off with them. And look who's just come in the chat in a big way. It is the man, the myth, the legend, who has not only just dropped a $100 super chat, but has also just dropped 50. That is 50 gifted memberships. It's popping up, baby. Russell W. Woo, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Everyone in chat, spam those 07s. Show your love and your appreciation, your gratitude, and your goddamn respect for Russell W coming in and dropping the 2 biggest supports you can drop in a live stream. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. Absolute Billy Big Bollocks. Absolute fucking hero. Oh my god. Oh, baby. And Russell W dropped 50 memberships at the beginning of yesterday's stream as well. My god. My bloody god. Woo, baby. Holy shit. Now that's like a lightning bolt to the tip of the penis, that is. Here we were just ragging on GW and the fucking launch box and maybe cultivate some future beef. And Russell W comes in here and he's like, shut the fuck up, nerd. It's time for some excitement in your life. Like, oh, woo, I'm feeling very excited. Russell W, seriously, man, thank you, 1,000 times thank you. Your generosity, your support is unparalleled. It's unprecedented, sir. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Holy shit, man. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Coming in with the big supports and absolutely bloody smashing it. I raise my glass to you, sir. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn hero. Oh my god. This will be 07 mad lads and ladettes who authorised an early stream. Well, GW decided to drop some actually good news for the guard for once, so I thought we might as well talk about it. I know, it's never been done. I'm pretty happy with where we ended up with the guard stuff. But Russell W, I got some beef for you. How are you, how are we feeling? We've had a lot of hype this stream. Is it time? Chat, is it time for the beef? That's the question. Russell, is it time for the beef? Chat, is it time for the beef? I think it might be. I think when you got a big bit of excitement like that, you got to ride that energy right into the abattoir. There we go. Oh my god. It's always time for beef. It's beefing time, boys. Alright. Well. Massive thank you to Russell W. And let's do it. Let's do it. He's driving. Alright, I'll give you some entertainment for the way home, man. But seriously, man, thank you for the very big support. And I'll hopefully give you something to have a good laugh about in a second. Alright. Alright. Lower Decks, thank you for super chat. What time to call this stream discussion? Let me circle back round to it, mate. Let me circle back round to Lower Decks law. I want to cover this bit first, alright? So, gentlemen, ladies, 1 minute. I want to put the background track down. There we go. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures of Alpha Centauri, I have the beef. Beef! Beef! Now, we've been very positive in this stream so far. We have been talking about all the cool new guard combos that you can do with the detachments. But, as in life, where there is light, there must be darkness. Where there is yin, there must be yang. I'm never sure which way round it is. Is yin white and yang black? Who knows? Anyway, there's yin and yang. There must be, for all the hype, there must be beef. There must be salt. Chef Mordian, dinner is served. Dinner is served. And I have, yin is black, yang is white. There you go. So for all of the yang, there must be some yin. And it's time for us to dine on some delicious yin right now. And it's time to talk about how Imperial Agents was a complete and utter scam. I'm just going to say it. In fact, I've been saying it for a while now. And you know what? I think I'm owed an apology by some people in the Warhammer community. I think that, for once, my balls should be washed. Because I have some serious vindication on this topic. Serious. Well, Valrak vindication. That's what we're talking about here. Because I was very excited for Imperial Agents. And then when the codex dropped and everything, it was apparent not just to me, but to several people, to quite a few people, that GW had basically, when they said Imperial Agent Codex, instead of Codex, they should have put the word catalog. It was just a kill team catalog. That's all it was. But over the course of 10th edition, I had quite a few people that would be like, no, like, no, Agents is fine. Agents is good. Agents is fine. It's all right. Like, look at, like, the Death Watch, for example. Look, see, Agents is just like, you know, like a thing for Death Watch and all this kind of stuff. And this was one argument amongst many and everything. And I said, look, it was a scam. And I think that's what I got pushback on. Realistically, I think the pushback I got was that I said Imperial Agents was a rug pull. Imperial Agents was a scam. And I think people didn't like that terminology. I think it sounds quite harsh. It sounds a little strong. It sounds a little too much, right? Also, goddamn Squidmar has completely reduced the meaning of the word scam with every fucking video he puts out. But anyway, still, content's fine. So unlike Squidmar, this is a real Warhammer scam, all right? It's a real one. And I think people should be really fucked off about this. I think people should be really, really pissed off. And some of you might be saying, okay, well, Mordian, what's changed? Okay, I guess let me show you why am I revisiting this topic again? Well, Games Workshop put out the article covering Imperial faction packs today for 11th edition. They updated all of the detachments with their dispositions and their Dr. Pepper points. And then you get down to the very, very, very bottom. All right? You get down to the very bottom, sequestered away at the bottom of the article, you've got Imperial Agents. Now, I will say it's probably at the bottom because it's in alphabetical order, I think. Is it actually? Adeptus Custodes? No, it's not actually. Fuck that. It's not in alphabetical order. Lol. So they put Guard at the top because clearly we are the best. And they put Imperial Agents at the bottom because clearly they knew it was a piss take and they tried to hide it at the bottom of the article. So they gave the Imperial Agents every single one. So firstly, every other faction got 3 new 1 detachment point detachments. Right? Except Imperial Agents. Already, that was a bit of a piss take. But there was a bit of a bit of hope, a bit of copium. Pure, undiluted copium. That they weren't giving Imperial Agents any 1 detachment point detachments because they were going to give every Imperial Agent detachment 1 DP. Right? That is not what they did. They made every Imperial Agent's attachment 3 detachment points. Why? Like, actually, why? They didn't even, and they've got 5, guys, they've got 5 detachments. They didn't even give them, one of them, take and hold. So they don't even have access to all of the dispositions. If I was a skeptical person, I think someone copied and pasted this one into this one. Like, what is going on? So they didn't give them all dispositions. They made them all 3 detachment points. And they do you know do you know one of the worst bits about this? Imperial agents are locked out of 1,000 point games. You only get 2 detachment points if you play at 1,000 points. So the one game system where they, like, the one sort of points level where they might actually be okay because they can, not worry about encountering maybe some of like the really big shit and stuff. It's probably not true. Everyone just takes all the big shit at 1,000 points and bums each other with it, but whatever. Hypothetically speaking, at least, theoretically speaking, they could have maybe just been like, oh, well, at least you can play at 1,000 points. But they can't even play at 1,000 points. They can't even play in 2v2 games. Literally, they can't even play 2v2 games. You can't have 2 people with 1,000 points each with 2 DP each. You can't have it. It doesn't work. Do you know what's ridiculous as well about this entire thing? If they changed all of them to 2 DP, it would be essentially it would be the same thing but better. Because they wouldn't have any 1 DP detachments, so you still just pick 1 for 2k points. But it meant that you could at least play at 1,000 points. But no, it's like it's completely brain dead. It's completely brain dead. And the thing is, with Imperial agents, it's like what's also really annoying about this is if I was to fix Imperial agents tomorrow, okay, without giving them any new units, right? I would make every single one of their detachments 1 DP. And I would have their army rules say that you can include Imperial agents in an Imperial agent's army with its own detachment in any Imperial force. So rather than just allying in like a handful of units, their army rule was you get to basically take a 1 detachment point detachment and add it into like an Imperial force. So I could take, let's say, Steel Hammer for Imperial Guard, and then add in Veiled Blade Elimination Force and put some assassins in there. Do you know what I mean? Like it's so simple. Make them all 1 DP and make their army rule. We've updated it so that they actually can ally in effectively. Job done. Job done. And so therefore the idea is you can build a full Imperial Agents army and you've got like all of your detachments of 1 detachment point. So you can like really have all the orders kind of like working alongside each other if you want to. You can have your Xenos Hunters benefiting. You can have your Death Watch benefiting from Xenos Hunters, your Arbites benefiting from, Malleus, and have your Sisters benefiting from Hereticus. You can have all of those fighting alongside each other together. Amazing. Maybe the only one that you don't make, maybe you make Imperialis Fleet 2, so that like, you can't like get like mass infiltrators or something. I don't know. But you get my point, right? You make pretty much all of them 1 DP except for maybe Imperialis Fleet, which you make 2, and then boom. Literally don't add anything else in and it fixes the faction. And it means that you can actually add them into your army as allies meaningfully. Right? And if you want to build a standalone force, you can now, as Raspberry is saying, you can now actually have all of your units benefiting from the various attachment rules rather than just going Imperialized Fleet every time, right? Like, it's so simple. And does that make agents, like, good? Does it make them meta? As a standalone force, probably not. As an allied force, fuck yeah, it does. Now, I know some people might be like, ooh, allies, ooh, bad, like, whatever. But honestly, I really don't think that anyone's going to add in a bunch. Maybe I'm misguided. But I really don't think that if you gave someone the opportunity to add some Arbites into their army, it's going to massively, like, power boost them. Right? Maybe there would be some niche examples of it. But I bet those niche examples wouldn't be as overpowered as 3 Catan. Wouldn't be as overpowered as Mont Cartel, which I know I'm going on about all the time, but it's so clearly broken. Right? It clearly wouldn't be on the set. Even if there was some niche, strong use cases, the general concept of what I'm advocating clearly wouldn't get broken. Right? So basically, Imperial agents, they're on life support. And like GW, like I know it sounds like bad, but like GW just refuses to unplug them. Like, it's like, why? It's so half-assed. It's so stupid. It's so low effort. And I guess and I know I haven't explained why it's a scam yet, but I'm just sort of, getting the salt out of my system here, right? And honestly, considering the price that GW asks, this is what it always comes down to me, right? Games Workshop asks for filthy amounts of money. It's not like, oh, well, it doesn't cost, they do a bit of a shit job, but at least it doesn't cost us very much. It costs us a fucking arm and a leg, and this is the quality of product that they put out. By the way, and this is a product. This update is a product. This update is part of the new edition. Right? Learn, trade, play, ask, no, demands. You're right, no, demands. They demand it because they're constantly going after third-party alternatives and stuff, right? I still see people defending GW and agents groups and saying how we're actually a really good army. Those people are just, at this point, industry plants. Those are people I put in the same camp as Tau players who were complaining that the fucking experimental card meant their faction was dead on arrival. Like, it's just a psyop. It's an absolute fucking psyop. That's what it is. 100%. It's just a psyop. It's people running defense. It's just bollocks, right? Don't make them disbelieve. Don't let them cause you to disbelieve the evidence of your own eyes. It's ridiculous. Like, absolutely ridiculous, right? Yeah. I mean, who knows? Maybe Auto Xenos Alien Hunters 3DP will be good purge the foe. Maybe. For all of those veteran kill teams you can't buy anymore. This is where the scam thing's coming in a moment. Like, because Purge the Foe is the best. Purge the Foe is the best disposition. So clearly, Ordo's Xenos Alien Hunters Purge the Foe is like on the same level as Tau Monk Car. Clearly. It's fucking stupid, man. Yeah, it's actually fucking stupid. So why? So yeah, so this whole thing has been a scam, right, from the beginning, and so this is a bad joke without a punchline. It is, right? It is a bad joke, and the thing is, like, how? And here's another thing for me: how, if you are someone who's bought into Imperial Agents, how long is GW expecting you to hold out hope? How long are they expecting you, the customer, to wait before they get round to making you not utterly dog shit? I mean, Imperial Agents came out like nearly 2 years ago, or maybe it was 2 years ago. I can actually find out. I leaked the codex. One minute. It was August 10th, 2024. So 2 years ago, right? Nearly 2 years ago. Like, people bought into Imperial Agents 2 years ago, and they still haven't had an update or a payoff or anything. In fact, the only update GW ever did to Imperial Agents was that minor nerf about 6 months ago. Do you guys remember that? When it was like, oh, Imperial Agents got their first update, and it was like a points increase. I think it was on like an Inquisitor or something. Remember how modern GW promises no more crap codexes where you wait years for refreshes? Exactly. Now, here's the thing, right? And this is where we're going to get into why I think it's a scam. I think it's a scam because I think this was their intention all along. I don't think they ever intended for Imperial Agents to be anything other than a kill team catalog. I don't think they ever intended to give them any meaningful updates, to give them any quality of life improvements, to give them anything. I think the entire thing was manufactured hype to try and get people to buy into the faction so that they could shift models which they knew weren't moving and which they also had every intention of squatting and removing from their web store short after. Can you buy the veteran kill teams that you need for your Imperial Agents Xenos army? They removed them. They don't exist anymore. They're gone. They tried to squat Deathwatch after they released Imperial Agents. And is it any coincidence that the best unit that's in the Imperial Agents book is the Deathwatch? They literally did this to shift a bunch of boxes that weren't selling. And then once they made the money off them, they just forgot about them. How much production capacity do you think GW is putting towards these things? Nothing. Fuck all. How many Imperial Agents boxes do you think? Think of your local store. Think about any Imperial Agents boxes that exist. How many of them have sat on the shelf after the initial sell? How many of them just continue to sit there? My local store literally has 2 copies just sat there. They sold one on the day of release. No one's touched the other 2. But GW doesn't care about that because GW has already made their money on it. The battle forces will never move. It's ridiculous. And this is why it's a scam. And you've got to think about the GW marketing that was happening around the time of Imperial Agents. I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago, okay? I was there 2 years ago. Many of you guys were there 2 years ago as well. How exciting was the Imperial Agents release? It was very exciting. Do you remember how they showed off those inquisitorial stormtroopers? The scions that were painted with red trousers? I remember. Do you remember how, like, they were saying how it's a really cool, unique, customizable force and all this kind of stuff? And everyone was going, oh my God, that it's like the end of the dreaded policy. They're going to be allowing you to, like, kit bash all sorts of crazy shit. Do you remember that? I remember that. Do you remember how all of that excitement instantly evaporated when we actually got the rules and there was no customization? There was no kit bashing opportunities. Nothing. Everything that had been in the Warhammer community hype had been a lie. I remember. Yeah. Godlike Poet, I'm still so fucking mad about Imperial Agents. I was expecting a 4th edition style Witch Hunter Force. Exactly. Exactly. That's how they build it. That's how they advertised it. Remember how the information about what they really were only came out after pre-order? I remember. I was there. And think about this. You could say, well, the initial launch was always going to be this way, right? That's what people told me. Oh, Morty, this is just the initial launch. It's just the initial launch. Well, it's 2 years later and 2 editions at this point. And I'm still waiting for them to make Imperial Agents not a scam. I'm still waiting for any shred of evidence to come out to go against anything that I've been saying over the last 2 years about this faction. Nothing. All those voices, quiet. And you know what's funny? I called this 2 years ago. And I keep saying this. I wasn't wrong. I was just early. I'm like, what was it? Fucking not Michael Berry. Who's the guy that Christian Bale plays in The Big Short? I wasn't wrong. I was just early. Like, that's me. I saw what was coming. I tried to warn people. Go back, check the receipts. I've been talking about this. Michael Burry. It was Michael Burry. Fair enough. Scion Capital. I think that's what his thing was, wasn't it? Yeah. So and here's the thing, at any point over the last 2 years, they could have fixed Imperial Agents. I've discussed it multiple times on how they do it. I mean, over the course of 10th edition, all they needed to add in was Inquisitorial Stormtroopers and Land Raiders. That's it. Inquisitorial Land Raider. That's it. That's all they needed to do. And that's all they need to do whilst adhering to the dreaded policy. All they need to do to really fix the faction was to get rid of the dreaded policy. Even if you just make one exception for Imperial Agents, right? One exception, these guys don't have the dreaded policy. They can go outside of what's in the boxes, all right? We can go like Renegade Crowns, like old world style with these guys. Nope. And then, after 2 years of hope crumbling away to nothing over 10th edition, finally 11th edition comes along. Finally, it's like, oh, hey, well, everyone's getting a big update. Finally, GW gets a perfect opportunity to wipe the slate clean, to do over, to prove us all wrong. And what happens? 3 detachment points. So clearly has little thought been put into this. The whole you can't even play them at 1K is the perfect example of how they just do not care about this faction. And this faction is purely there just to scam new players who don't know any better. Because some of you might be saying, well, why wouldn't they fix this? Why wouldn't they do anything about this? Because new players don't have the knowledge that you and I have. We know it's a scam. We've seen that there's been 0 updates for the last 2 years. We've seen that this is just a way to shift kill team boxes. But for Games Workshop, for the new customer, they don't know that. Well, Games Workshop knows it. The new customer doesn't know it. This is a way, because think about it. You're a new customer. You want to get into Warhammer 40k. Maybe you've read the best-selling 40k series ever, probably. In my mind is anyway. Eisenhorn, or any of the new Beckwin novels or anything like that. Ravener, all that kind of shit. I mean, Eisenhorn I think is the best one, right? Everybody knows Eisenhorn. But anyway, you've got, one way or another, you've decided to get into 40k. You always hear, you read about the lore all the time about how there's always a mad Inquisitor in every story, right? And you decide, I'm going to get into the game. Now, you're not going to buy into Kill Team because you want to get into the main game, 40k. So, if Imperial Agents, the Codex, didn't exist, you would go, I don't want to buy this. This is for Kill Team. But you go into your local GW and go, oh yeah, I want to get like into like Inquisition or something. And the local GW guy goes, oh yeah, like, well, you've got Imperial agents. Here's your codex, and here's how you use those boxes with it. Oh yeah, sweet, sick. Buy a bunch of them. By the time you've got home, built the models, painted them, taken them, and all that kind of. But by the time you find out that this isn't a real faction, it's too late. But how are you meant to know that before you get into the game? You can't know it. It's literally a faction designed to make people buy kill team boxes who don't want to play kill team, who by the time they find out it's not a real army, it's too late. That's it, and that's why GW keeps it around. GW keeps it around because it's a way that they can sell kill team boxes to unsuspecting customers. That's it. That's it. That's its whole thing. That's its whole purpose. To scam people. At any point they could... GW is a £6 billion company. At any point, they could fix this in an afternoon. Bear that in mind. You might think I'm being extreme about this. At any point in the last 2 years, someone at GW could have spent a lazy Friday afternoon fixing this faction. With literally, oh, shall we let them buy Scions? Shall we let them buy Land Raiders? Shall we like tweak the arm? Shall we give them an actual army rule rather than just you can ally them? At any point, they could have fixed this in the last 2 years. Going into 11th edition, at any point, they could have spent 10 minutes. 10 minutes. It took the community a heartbeat to look at 3 detachment points per thing and go, that's obviously fucked, right? At any point, they don't even a full afternoon. At any point, they could have spent a couple of hours and fixed this faction. At no point in the last 2 years has GW thought it was worth their time to spend a couple of hours to fix this. £6 billion company that asks you for 40 quid per squad. How is this okay? How is this okay? Imperial Agents is literally it's like a scam that everybody knows, but no, it's like, do you know what it is, right? You've got those like scam games that you sometimes see like tourist locations where like there's a dude like with a ball under the cup and he moves it around, and he's like follow the cup to win the money, and then there's like sleight of hand, the ball's never underneath the cup, right? So you always lose, and the people that are like around him in the crowd are actually also in on the scam, and so it's only like the people that don't know that turn up and go, oh yeah, I can follow the ball and everything, and then they lose. That's Imperial Agents. GW's moving the ball around, and the people that run defense for them, the community that runs defense for GW, the people that say, they're a business, they need to make money, they're the crowd. They're the crowd. And even if you've never run defense for Imperial Agents specifically, if you've ever run defense for GW's business practices, if you've ever uttered the words, well, they're a business so they can do what they want, you're in that crowd by association. You are part of the problem. You are what allowed them to get away with this. It's that fucking simple. And I'm tired of not just calling it out. It's that simple. So Imperial Agents is a scam. And I think that anybody who's running defense for this situation at this point should not be taken seriously and should not be trusted and should be considered a bad actor and just disingenuous. It's that simple. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below or in chat right now if you're watching it live. There you are. Cosmic, what do you mean you call it out every time? And the only reason nobody listens to you is because you keep whining. It's very whiny. It's very much a turn off. Well, I'm not trying to fucking turn you on, you degenerate bastard. I told you that was a 1 or 10 time thing. I think we talked too much about that now. We should talk about K47 to make me feel bad. Yeah. I don't have any I don't have any K47 news that I'm allowed to talk about. I mean, I've got K47 news. But I can't tell you about it. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I got the finalized rules for the BritBot update. They've been slightly tweaked, but still very, very good. So, and I've been told when I can tell you guys about it, but I don't think it's. I can tell you in full detail on Monday, the 22nd. So not next Monday, the Monday after. But I could do a stream on Sunday evening at midnight. And then technically when it goes to midnight 01, I could do it that way if people want to. I can use, it does say, right, it says the embargo date for these rules is the 22nd of the 6th, 2026. Please do not share whole pages and videos and instead use snippets when discussing the new units. Oh, I thought that was like when I was like you could talk about snippets before the embargo date, but you can't. It's like you can't like basically just show whole rules. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, so no, I can't talk about it till the 22nd. Yeah. So yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Squeal Sean, I don't really feel scammed because I already had so much agent stuff, but I'm not going to do any more money for a long time. They really have changed. The old world broke my heart. What's wrong with the old world? Squiggle Sean. How's that broken your heart? I said it earlier, but if agents were just 4th edition witch hunters modernized, I'd have an old codex. I have the old codex, and I'd be all on agents if I wasn't a scam, dude. Exactly right. If they'd done with Imperial agents what they did with Renegade crowns, it would have been amazing. Yeah. What makes it Silly Fox? What makes it even worse? Custodians walked away with amazing reveal for disposition points and attachments, and they love assassins and Draxus. Yep, absolutely. At this point, Imperial Agents is just Draxus for Custodies. It's just that's all it is. No one else really uses them. Isn't that scam isn't that scam game is true? Not quite the game I thought I was playing when I got into tabletop gaming. Lol. The bit that surprises me is how many people are completely fine with it and think anyone who isn't is a problem. This is a really... There is a bit of a weird thing with people who run defense for GW. But do you know what? Do you know what's funny? The more people that just shut down the conversation around this kind of stuff, and the more that people the more that happens, The only people that are left over are the people that run defense for GW. And then at the end of the day, all it actually does is drive people away. If a problem doesn't get solved, it means people don't want to stick around. Yeah. That rat bastard. My problem with 40k is that in general, it's pretty similar to what you're saying about Imperial Agents. I guess it's related to the scammy heart of the wider scam. Yeah. I don't think it's, I don't know, because I do think some things they do, they're just, I don't think 40k is a scam. I do think GW engages in very bad business practices. I do think that some factions are worse than others. I think they probably are just under-resourced. They're probably just under-resourcing their teams. Yeah. Toxic positivity is a corpo for a corpo sad way to live. I agree. Yeah. So newbie, I don't run defense for GW. I run defense for Warhammer. Love the setting. Pissed off with the company. Dude, I wasn't saying you're one of those people that's running defense for GW. Don't worry. No. I actually think you've been doing a great service of trying to, you know, you've been trying to encourage people to play for the vibes, which I think we need that back. Yeah. No, so don't worry. I wasn't doing a backhanded reference to yourself. Nobody in the very, very few people in this very, very few people in this community would that be in any reference to. I will say this, right? I actually had to. So normally I won't say names here, and you can judge me on this one as much as you want. I actually did have to I only timed them out, but they didn't come back. I actually had to time someone out. I gave them a 24-hour time. This is a few months ago. I gave them a 24-hour timeout, because I was quite angry about it. And I very, very rarely lose my cool with the community. And I didn't lose my cool like outwardly, but I lost my cool inwardly, right? And I gave someone basically a 24-hour timeout because I was explaining the long story short, and I was explaining the story about how I bought my Tyranids at the end of 9th edition, and I knew that 10th edition was coming around, but we knew that Tyranids were going to be like the poster children for the faction. So I thought, and it was my birthday, and so I was like, you know what? It was as a treat to myself, my 30th, I'm going to buy myself a massive Tyranid swarm army. And I said I was very annoyed. I said GW kind of tainted the experience a little bit, because what happened is they changed the size of Tyranid swarms from 30 down to 20. And I said this was a complete curveball. Nobody expected this, because for 30 plus years, you'd always been able to take 30 gaunts, termagants and hormagaunts in mobs. And so I bought enough so that I could run 6 30-man bricks of termagants. And then I ended up like not being able to run 60 of them. And I did the same with hormagaunts, and I've not been able to run, like that. So basically, because of some arbitrary decision from GW to change the squad sizes, I ended up wasting a lot of money. And it was in a way that nobody, could have possibly like predicted. And it wasn't that I was, rules come and go. I get that, but like, I don't want to be wasting my fucking time. I don't want to be wasting my money, right? And I'm really simplifying the story down here. But the response that I got from someone in this community was, well, that's your fucking fault for buying an army before an edition drop. And I was like, that's victim blaming. Your response. So I've just told you a story about how like I bought myself this present. I've always wanted a Tyranid swarm army. I was really excited for it. And then GW just basically made this change, and it really it's really like, it was just made this arbitrary change and it really upset me. And I was just like, it was just a, you know, a bit of an upsetting experience. Not really, it bothered me a bit. And your response wasn't, oh yeah, man, that kind of sucks. This guy's response was, it's your fucking fault. I was just like, you know what? Like, that's the kind of person, you know, that's the kind of person which is actually just toxic. And I don't use words like that very often. And I'm not, and you know, I've been on the internet a long time, so I have a very thick skin. Things that kind of, normally that kind of shit doesn't bother me. But the person that said this was someone who, no matter what bullshit GW pulled, they would argue they would never ever admit GW did anything wrong, right? So this wasn't like a one-off comment. This is someone who'd been part of the community for like 6 months. And I was just like, you've been here for 6 months. You are just so like toxically defending GW at this point. Like, no matter what anybody says to you, you will just never, ever, ever change your mind. And the fact that you are like, now this behavior has now evolved to the point where you're like actively going after, because it wasn't just me that I'd seen him do this to. The fact you like actively, like, now you're like tearing down and like gaslighting and like shaming your fellow community members as running to excuse the behavior of a company. It's like, you are irredeemable. Like, and I never mind having dissenting opinions in the chat. I have people who disagree with me all the time. All right. I always say I like it when people challenge me, because who wants to live in a fucking echo chamber? I don't want to live in an echo chamber. Why do you think sometimes I change my position on things? Because people have presented me with legitimate evidence and I've gone, actually, that's a fucking good point. I hadn't considered that. But this is somebody who isn't arguing in good faith. This wasn't somebody who wasn't ever going to change the position. This is somebody who was actually just a problem. And so in my anger, it seems in your anger, you killed her. No, it seems second Palpatine quote of the night. But in my anger, I was like, you know what? Just fuck you. I just timed him out for 24 hours. It's not been back since. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's just yeah, and there's nobody who's in this chat right now, by the way. It's just I don't believe in like I very rarely, do names on the internet, because like it's just the internet at the end of the day. You know what they can be like when they're dog with the bone, right? You can't be like that. So yeah. I'm not going to say the name. But because the name adds nothing to the story. Some of you are in chat right now. Like, I can't remember what you're talking about there, Mordian. Who was it? So I'm not lying to you. I'm not making it up. But I'm not gonna say who it was. Yeah. But yeah, I just thought like you're just irredeemable. Like, I'm here. I always argue with good faith and I always keep an open mind. But if you're someone that just won't do that, then I'm sorry. Like, you're still welcome here, obviously, but I'm going to occasionally get very angry with you and time you out. The guy's not banned. He just got timed out. And it's like months ago, right? He's welcome to come back here and run the defense as much as he wants, But that bit just fucking stuck in my, what was it? Stuck in my craw? Is that the saying? That just really, yeah, fucked me. Was it Philip Schofield? It wasn't Philip Schofield, no. Philip Schofield is, the less said the better. So newbie, I feel for the agent players. I knew we would do this from the get-go. I only tried to warn those who went for agents, but at the end of the day, their choice. If it makes them happy, who am I to stop them from getting them? Exactly, right? Yeah. It wasn't Phil Kelly, fuck's sake. May I share an issue with Deathwatch agents that will make everyone laugh? Of course. Don't need to ask Vittorius. Go for it, man. Stick it down in chat, and if I pick it up, I pick it up. Mass Pef, your fault for being fooled out of your money is indeed a toxic take. It implies that G was allowed to scam. Yeah, exactly, man. It's the only time. It is the only time in 4 years of doing this full time that I've ever basically, and it wasn't even publicly, I've ever basically very, very quietly lost my shit with someone. What's wrong with Philip Schofield? He's a nonce, isn't he? I don't know if you missed this, Josh Cosby, but he's a bloody diddler. It involves 3 data sheets: the Astartes Impulsor, the Death Watch Desmond's Kill Team, and the Imperial Agent Aquila Kill Team. Can I ask to see if you find it? I mean, dude, don't vague post. Just tell me. Just tell me what it is, and then I can go through it. All right. What about the opposite when in defense? It's your fault because GW is so unshamedly awful that you should have known not to take the risk. Okay, so that rat bastard, I get that, right? But this was in 9th edition, not 10th. So you've got to think, we hadn't gone through the edition of loss. They hadn't. In 9th edition, it had been the edition of expansion. Because think about how all the Horus Heresy stuff had come out, and you were allowed to use it in 10th edition. Yeah, exactly. It was before they took the mask off. TLDR, the Agents version can embark within the Impulsor, but the Decimus Kill Team saying kit but index Deathwatch cannot. Yeah, that's fucking stupid, man. Yeah, it's fucking dumb. There's so much of that shit in the game. Yeah. Do you want to... That reminds me of how much the game has changed. Very, very quick Morty story. I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago, when you could put guardsmen in Space Marine drop pods. And it was like a legit tactic. Take your veteran squad with 3 metal guns. Take a Space Marine drop pod, put the guardsmen in the drop pod, deep strike the drop pod down, veterans get out, and metal guns them to death. It was Helldivers, man. You're absolutely right, Cosmic. It's goddamn Helldivers. There you go. That wasn't that long ago as well. That was 7th edition. It did, look, it sounds great, but it was because you could massively abuse the ally system. So, yeah. Oh, man, we missed out on ODST Helldivers. Oh, man, this edition sucks. I'm going back to K47. I mean, you can do ODST, I guess, with K47, can't you? Because you could model your Fireflies after ODST. Because there are jetpacks in Halo as well. If you see them in Halo Reach, don't you? You see the ODST using them. Yeah. I'm just saying from a modeling point of view, Cosmic, you could do it. You could have the ODSTs with the ODST SMG and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I did that as well, that rat bastard. I was tank shot to death and unkillable Iron Hand Biker Star with the Chimera by boxing them in with the Wrecked Rusters. Yeah. I did the same thing to a super killy Tau commander one time. I still lost the game. It was just funny. Yeah. Allegiance was Allegiance were cool, man. See, Allegiance, I think Allegiance was released too early. Yeah. But they're a very cool army. All right, we've got a few more super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. Lower Decks, thank you for super chat. What time do you call this? Check stream discussion. Sir, Operation All Cats Are Grey in the Dark is a go. I have sent Jenkins to try and chat up the matronly adept as a distraction. If he cannot get the job done, the fire alarms beckon. Watching him engage in the arts of seduction is, and this is being generous here, sir, difficult. He has the appearance of a slightly concussed ape who has been strategically shaved and shoved into human clothing. I mean, we are in M41. We have evolved art, culture, a series of impressive dresses worn by the ecclesiarchy. A gentleman of the dynasty should move with panache style and class. It's true. He's letting us down. It's true. Oh my god, Emperor, sir. They're heading off for recaf. We truly are in the grimdark universe. I love it. Amazing. I mean, I think if you see a sock on the staff room door, don't go in. If you go in, no amount of inquisitorial torture bots removing your eyes will ever allow you to unsee what you've seen. Yeah. What do we got next? Colin Walker, thank you for super chat. Fleet detachment is 2 DP and the rest 1 DP seems fair. Dude, exactly. Do that. It fixes it. And you can then have the army rule where you can ally them in to other armies with their detachment rule. It just fucking works. But apparently the idea that I come up with off the cuff is too much hard work for GW. Squiggle to Sean, thank you for the 10 gifted beverages, baby! Yes! Thank you for the 10 extra squigs to herd onto the battlefield. Did you say why you'd fallen out of love with Old World, Squiggle to Sean? I remember you said it broke your heart, but I didn't see you say why. Oh, here you go. Oh, no, that's it. You said the old world broke your heart, but I haven't seen you say why it broke your heart, man. Give us the deets. Give us the tea, man. Give us the tea. What have we got here? Jimmy Squid, thank you for 11 months. Who's ready for Imperial Agents Met on 11th? Too soon. I'm crashing out. I'm tilting. I'm tilting! Yeah. If you ever want a look at Games Workshop's true nature, it's Imperial Agents. That is their mask off. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat. Don't worry, I have fixed Imperial Agents in stream discussion. I like it. The ironic thing is that it doesn't even make them overpowered. Like, if you allowed them to take every single detachment and stack it on top, it still wouldn't be overpowered. It still wouldn't be, man. God damn it. Square short. Nah, it's too long to describe why. Fair enough. If you want to put it in stream discussion and then just let me know when you put it in there, I can always pick it up from there if you want. Or if you want to DM it to me to get it off your chest, I don't even need to read it out loud if you don't want me to. But yeah, if you don't want to, that's fine. But I did notice you've gone all in on K47, so I guess there is probably a bit of a story to tell there. Yeah, but only if you want to. You're genuinely no pressure, man. Trevor, thank you for the super chat, man. Give agents to Finance of Catan. That will fix it. I actually can find no fault with your logic. It would. He's right. Dan Karen, thank you for the super chat. Starting to believe the conspiracy theories about GW paying people to propagandize to people on every social media site at this point, to be honest. The thing is, the sad fact is that they don't. These people do it for free. And I would say the ultimate evidence for this is Reddit mods. And I'm not being just punching low-hanging fruit. But people who moderate for Reddit do not get paid. And yet, they love it. They absolutely fucking love it. And it's the same with GW defenders. They don't get paid to do it. But if they're able to browbeat you into submission, then it gives them a sense of power, and that's why they like doing it. That's it. Spear Bob, Reddit mods cleared out all of our agents posts from 40k, every single post. There you go. There you go, man. They don't get paid to do that. They don't. But they want to run defense for the big company, so... And they'll exercise that power however they can. And you find this in all walks of life. All walks of life. Yeah. So you see it all the time in workplaces, you know? Yeah. Slurpy, slurpy balls. You're absolutely right, man. Got to keep them. Reddit is for ball washers only. Yep. 100%. Yeah. What do they say? If you cut out a man's tongue, you do not prove him wrong. You only prove that you are afraid of what he has to say. Albert, thank you for the super chat, man. On a happy note, my automated platoon and Moloch mech is on their way home. Hey! I love it, man. Got to kick my butt to paint all my Canadian boys. Flamethrower for days. Yes. I love it, man. I love it. Dude, thank you for the support. And I love the K47 vibes, man. All the way, baby. K47 all the way. There you go. I'm busting rifts, boys. Bust a rift. All right, what do we got next? It's me, Margot. Thank you for the super chat. Are we back? I showed up late and it's beef 30. Guard is back. Agents is dead. 11th edition's got some core problems, but at least we'll be able to have fun whilst the ship goes down. I don't think it's going to go down. Might do, though. We live in interesting times, boys. Who knows? What do we got next? Macon, thank you for the super chat. Sat, request input of units to use in making a mid-hammer guard force using Napoleonic fighting tactics. Got a chunk of infantry, but needs more flavor. Or you want just rules on units? I mean, it depends what kind of Napoleonic force you're going for. I think if you're going for a sort of French or maybe Prussian style Napoleonic force, then making use of big blobs of conscripts is a good thing, because especially the French, they did have a big like conscript system, but the Prussians also had the Landwehr. So I think that's how you say it anyway. So they, who were like normal people who'd been called up kind of thing. Although the Prussians also had their like elite army as well. The British didn't really use conscripts from what I understand, but I don't know the whole Napoleonic history all that much, but I'm pretty certain it was mostly volunteers, king shilling, that kind of stuff, right? I think there was an element of, sometimes army recruiters would use very, very underhand tactics, like dropping the shilling in the pint and all that, and press gangs and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd say if you want to go down that route, I'd say big bricks of conscripts. And then I would, for army rules, let me find my codex. For Midhammer, you're going to want to go 4th edition, and you're going to want to use the regimental doctrines. Now, give me a second. So, 4th edition codex. So you've got regimental doctrines. I definitely buy. So if you're going, I definitely buy back conscript platoons. I definitely buy back Rough Rider squadrons. Got to have your cavalry. Got to have your lancers, right? If I was going British Napoleonic, I'd buy back Rattling squads as well. So you can use them as riflemen, green jackets. But let's assume you just go Conscripts and Rough Riders. That's 2 of your 5 points used up. You've obviously got to go Close Order Drill. It's free and is another... it lets, if you rank all your guys up, it gives you +1 leadership, +1 initiative. I think... Or you could go Veterans to represent the Green Jackets. I'm having a look at what other things. So, Close Order Drill makes sense. I'd probably go Iron Discipline as well. Because it says, on many worlds of the Imperium, nobles are raised from birth to be officers. They have an air of confidence and authority that keeps their troops fighting to the last man. Any unit using the leadership characteristics of an officer or senior officer with the Iron Discipline ability for morale or pinning test ignores the magical modifier for being under half strength and may regroup even if below half strength. And it's only 5 points per officer. So I definitely that's your 4th point right there. After that, it kind of depends. You've got 1 point left over. So you could use that to unlock either some heavy weapon platoons, or you could maybe go for independent commissars, or you could use it to unlock hardened fighters if you want to have more attacks in close combat, or better weapon skill even if you're an infantryman. Or you could go sharpshooters so that you can reroll ones to hit. So yeah, you've got a few options there. Yeah, you've got a few options. But I think definitely Conscripts and Rough Riders, Close Order Drill, and Iron Discipline. And then your last point, you can kind of go in whatever direction you want with that last one. Yeah, Napoleonic style would have priests. You can take you don't have to buy those back, so that's fine. Oh, you do. You do. So you might have, yeah, maybe Russian would if you went Russian, you'd buy back priests or commissars, maybe. If you went British, I'd say go sharpshooters. Kind of represent that firing 3 rounds a minute kind of jobby. Good musketry. Yeah, and then if you were going anything else, I'd probably go like I said, the other ones you could sort of do what you want with. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just having a look at what you got. Orcs, Eldar, and Tyranids. Yeah, okay. All right. So yeah. There you go, man. That's what I would go for. Hope that helps. Let me have a look here. We've got Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat. Me to any meta chasers in the channel. Meme in stream discussion. Me seeing a meta chaser in the channel. I love it. I love this one as well. This is from Emphazadum. Games Workshop. Agents were always intended to be an allied force, not a real army. Okay, then stop selling them like a real army and release their rules and data sheets for free. Angry GW face. So true. Cheesemeyer, thank you for the super chat, man. Building first Rogol, battle cannons or oppressor. Okay, so if possible, I would wait. I know. I'd wait until next week. Next week, we're getting the points changes, which are due for 11th edition. And there's a very good chance there'll be a different points cost for the battle cannon versus the oppressor cannon. And that very well may change your mind. Okay? The other thing is, as chat is saying, you can use magnets. If you are desperate to finish building the model, and you're like, no, I'm not going to leave it part built. I need to get this thing built, right? I would go for the oppressor cannon. Historically, it's always been the best option. And I think the most likely outcome that's going to happen is the oppressor cannon will be the more expensive weapon, but it'll be the more capable weapon. So you kind of get what you pay for. All right. So I would wait a week. It's 1 week. It's not that bad. But if you're absolutely gagging to glue that fucking gun in, then I'd say oppressor cannon. All right. That's the one. All right. What do we got next? Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat. Forget 40k. Go get your box, Tim. It's been weeks. You are right. I do need to go and pick it up. You are correct, Chicken Detonator. I do apologize. I will, if I get enough content done from stream highlights from today and recorded tomorrow, and I'm probably working Saturday as well. If I can get enough content recorded for that, then I will absolutely, get it next week. All right. Plan is to get it next week, mate. There you go. All right. So we're all caught up. Now, I do have one more topic that I wish to talk about. Okay. And it is an important for next week. So 2 more months. Got it? No, I don't think so. Like genuinely, I'll get it next week. I'll just double check, but yeah, I'm 99% certain next week. All right. So I want to talk about a topic which is very 11th edition, but isn't necessarily beefy or not beefy. But really just more, I want to talk about like why people are saying Purge the Foe is like the best mission. Okay. So let me draw, because I think that's actually quite important because it's new edition. People are going to need a good point. Well, people will want to be pointed in the right direction, right? I would always say make your own mind up and try every disposition out. I'm going to try every single one out, but I would also say, like, you know, try. It's also good to know which one is the best one, even if you're having a bit of experimentation. Finally, the beef. Me hungry. I mean, we just had Imperial Agents beef, Snowpiece Tea. You might have missed it. Okay, what have we got here? Okay. Was it this one? I think this is it. Yeah, I think this is it. Let me just double check. Yeah, okay, this is really, really good. So I actually am happy to show this off as well. Okay, so let me show you guys something. Couple of little bits. Tabletop Battles did a faction pack review on Imperial Agents. I'm kind of curious to see what that even says. But anyway. Where is it? Oh, it's going to be a bit further back because they've been doing all the faction pack reviews. That's fair. Purge. Okay. Okay, cool. Give me a second, and then I think we're all good. I needed fucking ad blocker, man. This is pissing me off. I better not. It's still annoying. Okay, so I wasn't really speaking out loud to anybody, Bingo. There you go. All right. So, let's have a look. Gentlemen, it is time for us to talk serious business. I know we've had a good bit of fun with the Imperial Guard dispositions, and they look quite good. I've beefed on the Tau because I don't like them. I've beefed on the Imperial Agents because I'm very sympathetic towards them. But it's now time for us Guard players to do what we do best, and that's strategize. And I want to talk about why Purge the Foe is the best mission. Why it is the best disposition, and why people online are saying it's the best one. Because there's a lot of chit and, dare I say, chat around the proverbial internet water cooler about these bloody dispositions and all this kind of bollocks and what they might mean. And I do think there will be lots of little niche cases with armies that will be able to exploit certain combos to go super big brain 5D chess and be able to make something like disruption work or recon work, right? I do, of course, think that that will be the case. But I think that is for the boffins, for the clever clogs, for the top players. And I think the vast majority of people, what I often like to refer to as the everyman on the street, are more interested in what is the sort of most straightforward and effective disposition. Because for the vast majority of people out there, they have no intention. Well, they may have aspirations, but they're fairly realistic about their expectations on winning a GT or a super major or something like that, right? Most people, if they go to a tournament, and this is 40k, this is New Hammer, it's all about the competitive meta. Meta, barely even know it. Anyway. So most people's aspirations are to maybe get a win at the local RTT, maybe get 2 wins at the local RTT, maybe go to the local GT with a bit of luck and a bit of practice, go 3-2 on a very good day, maybe go 4-1, right? I think some people will be very happy to go 2-3, okay? And so this sort of, what is going to be the best disposition? There'll always be exceptions that prove the rule, but we're talking about this from the majority's perspective. We're not going, but look, this one's actually got an easier score. Fuck off. We're talking about broad generalizations. What is the best one? And the community and the internet seems to have settled on Purge the Foe. And so what I wanted to do is take a moment to go through and explain why the community has settled on this one, and then to give you some examples and take you through my own thoughts on why I agree that Purge the Foe is probably the most obvious one. So we've got a couple of things. Firstly, I want to do a shout out. Tabletop Battles, formerly the artist formerly known as Goonhammer. I think they should have kept the old name. I know gooning means something a bit different now, but these things, they come and go, right? And I do think that Goonhammer was, whilst a bit silly, a pretty cool name. But anyway, they're now called Tabletop Battles now. They did a series of articles where they've been doing loads of stuff with 11th edition. And one of the things they've been doing is they've been doing a deep dive of each force disposition. And they did the Purge the Foe one. Now, these are very, very, very in-depth articles. And you should, and I'm going to link this one down in the chat, you should go and read it. These guys are pretty on the money. I've been following them for years. I think they do good shit. They're legit. Okay. And what they did is they went through and they took pictures of what the map looks like for each force disposition versus Purge. So here is Purge versus Disruption. And so on and so forth. Right. And then Purge versus Priority Assets. And they go through and they basically have like they have like a scoring system. And they explain at the beginning of the article what the scoring system is. So 1, this is a bad matchup. 5, this is a very good matchup. Okay, so the higher the score, the better that they think the matchup is for Purge the foe. It is important to note that these guys are signed up to the GW NDA and all that kind of stuff, right? So they're not going to come out and say things are horrific, even if it is, because then GW would cut them off. Now, that's not a lambasting of tabletop battles. It's just more of a observation of the reality of the situation. So the reason I mention it is because there's been a few articles that they've done where they've said like, you've sort of got to read between they obviously want to keep access to the good GW shit, but they also don't want to lie to their audience, because then really the audience is what pays their bills, right? So they've done a few articles where you have to sort of like read between the lines, right? One of them they said when they were doing their review of 11th edition, they were like, 11th edition is brutal. Things are going to be dying constantly. That's their nice GW not upsetting way of saying, yeah, the game's going to be absolutely hyper lethal and the power scale's off the fucking chain, right? So they do tell the truth. You just kind of sometimes have to read between the lines and they have to turn things down like a little bit. So I do trust them as a source, even if you have to kind of, like I said, read between the lines. So you go through and they give like a score for each one of these things. And the first one that they have is Purge the Foe versus Take and Hold. Unstoppable Force. That's what the mission's called. And they go through and they explain how you score it, how your opponent scores it, tips for being on the offense, tips for being on the defense. And again, bear in mind that these guys are, trying to be nice and balanced towards Games Workshop. So the score they give straight out the bat, 5. So basically, unless you are a brain dead moron, Purge the Foe is almost an auto win into Take and Hold. That's not good. Don't worry, guys. All of these dispositions and asymmetrical missions have been playtested against each other to make sure that they're narrative yet balanced. Sure about that? Are you sure about that? And he sort of continued down here and like versus Purge versus Purge obviously is a 3, right? Because you're both playing the same mission. And then you go Purge versus Recon. Now it's funny because they gave Recon Recon is widely considered to be the worst matchup, the worst disposition. So it's kind of interesting they gave Recon a 3 into Purge the Foe. But even then, that just means it's balanced. And even they say this one is tough to evaluate. It's not a mission that the Purge player can play defensively. They'll lose on primary if the opponent triangulates 3 objectives. It's not entirely easy for the Recon player either, because they can only triangulate 1 objective per turn. The secret weapon of the Purge player's arsenal is heroic intervention here. Here's the thing. Why would any Purge player be playing this defensively? They're playing Purge. Go out there, smash the fuck out of them in 3 turns, score your secondaries on turn 4 and turn 5. Right? So this, I will say this, I think this is a slightly disingenuous 3. And then you've got the next one, Destroyer's Wrath. This is versus priority assets. Match of this one, they actually gave this a 2.5. But then if you read it a bit further, there's a bit more to it. We've had some heated discussions about whether priority assets player is favored here, and it'll depend heavily on the matchup. So it's not really a 2.5. If the Purge player has easy access to move blocking or heroic intervention, which they're obviously going to do because it's all about, 40k is all about maneuverability and melee, they'll have an easier time preventing the priority player from scoring. If they can stop just 1 token from dropping early, it'll be a 4+ point swing. The big factor is layouts. If the layouts this one had a single set objective, this would be a 3 or even a 3.5. So it's not a 2.5. That's what I mean, how you've got to sort of read more than just the headline, right? Basically, if the Purge player can do one thing, it basically swings it back to their favor. And even these guys are saying, like, it's not really in the priority assets favor. So there you go. Then you've got Purge versus Disruption, which is a 3.5, which basically means that it's, it's an easier win. It's in the favor of the Purge. And then overall strength of 4th position is 3.6. But so even when these guys are giving the, and they say the jungle census tabletop passes is that Purge the foe's strongest positions. It rewards you for doing things you already want to do, and having layouts with a single set objective tends to benefit its game plan and scoring. The one matchup we think it may struggle into is priority assets, but that's something you can plan for explicitly and build around, and may not matter if the top armies are all on Purge. So even when these guys are being as favorable as possible to the other dispositions, Purge still comes out with the highest overall score. As we said, this isn't really a 2.5, right? It's not really a 2.5, and the other one isn't really a 3, right? So that's the, if I was a betting man, I'd say they've scored these slightly lower, so this doesn't come out with some ridiculous fucking 4-5 point score, 4 to 5 point score, because they don't want it to be so fucking obvious, right? They want it so obvious. So this is one of the reasons. So let me link the article because it is worth a read. And like I said, tabletop battles are good stuff. Just appreciate they have to toe a line, but understand that they are actually war gamers. They are actually good blokes, and don't lambast them too much, right? Because they are good lads. And it's out of 4, not 5, so it should be a bigger portion. It's out of 5. They score out of 5 kills though. But yeah. But the point is, one of the reasons why people have been I've been thinking that Purge the Foe is going to be the best one, is not only because they've analyzed it themselves and they've gone, this looks pretty easy, but also because you've got a lot of commentators like Tabletop Battles who have actually, they've had access to the game for a little while, and play, they've tested things out a little bit, and they're saying it as well. And obviously a lot of people will read what they see online and take it as gospel and whatnot. So I think there's also going to be an element of people who have read that Purge is the best one. So now everyone's saying that Purge is the best one, right? Oh, I see what you say, Kelso. It's 2.6 out of 4 because, because one of the dispositions is Purge on Purge. Yeah. Okay. So that's a good point. It's a very good point. So I think there's an element of people have been reading these articles and whatnot, and then they've been seeing okay, well, this is what the people who have had the game for a while are saying is going to be good, so they're kind of repeating that. But I do think there's an element of people saying what they've read and saying that's the way it's going to be. I do think there's an element of that, But I don't think you can dismiss it. I don't think you can, if you want to run defense, if you're a GW ball washer, you want defense, you can't say, well, people are just repeating what they heard on tabletop battles. Nah, man. Like, you start digging into this, it's kind of obvious that Purge is before we even look at the point scoring, which we'll do in a moment. It's kind of obvious that Purge is the best one. Before you even know what points you're going to score, it's kind of obvious. So why, and they mention it in that Tabletop Battles article. Why is it kind of obvious? Because every other disposition basically makes units do things that isn't just killing. So if you have to do an action with a unit, not only is your unit then not doing damage to the enemy because it's doing an action, but it's also so not only is it like being locked up and being taken out of the game for a turn because it's doing the action to score points, it's also not doing damage to the enemy, which means that the enemy's damage output then isn't being reduced. So you have to basically give up damage output to score points. And likewise with something like take and hold, for example. Yes, you get to like maintain your like damage output. And you don't have to like do actions, generally speaking. But the problem with take and hold is you have to hold multiple objectives every turn, every game. Which means you have to move out into the open. Move, because the moment you go on objective, you get exposed. Right? So other missions kind of have a trade-off, which is either my unit's got to do nothing for a turn to score me points, or my unit has got to go out there and with its dick in its hand and then basically get its cock shot off the next turn. But Purge doesn't have to do any of those things. Purge, and we'll see the missions in a moment, it basically every mission is hold an objective, get some points, kill an enemy unit, get some points. And it's so you're not having to overexpose yourself like take and hold. And you're not having to have your units like do nothing for a turn. You just get to do damage and earn points. So it's a double doozy. Your unit is scoring points whilst reducing the enemy's damage output. You're getting everything you want. It's that simple. Play the game, get some points. Exactly, Catharsis Chaser. Simple as. Exactly. And the other issue is how the secondaries have changed. So previously, armies that went like pure damage output in 10th edition, the issue you would have is that you wouldn't have enough units to do actions. You would also, you had to do your secondaries as and when they came up. But now you don't need to do that. Now you don't have to do actions in most of the Purge missions. I think all of them, to be honest. You don't have to do actions. And you can hold on to your secondaries till the end. So you can just, and you can score 15 points per turn on secondaries. So if you just hold on to, if you just flatten your opponent in the first 3 turns, pick a few secondaries up along the way, and then in the last 2 turns of the game, just go 15-15. That's fine. That's totally allowed. Purge is, the idea around Purge is it basically encourages you to flatten your opponent as quickly as possible. So then at the end of the game, you can get on with your admin. That's it. So it's the changes to the secondaries have made a big difference to it. And the changes to the primaries. Because also Purge now, back in the day, one of the things that sort of, back in 10th, if you went pure damage output, I always said, if you just go pure damage, you'll win 50% of your games. Because some guys you'll just like absolutely browbeat and blow off the table. But there'll always be like, good players that will be able to like focus on, they'll lose 95% of their army to you, but they'll outscore you. Because, you won't get as many primary points and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't exist anymore now. Because you don't have, in 10th, basically everyone was trying to fight over 2 objectives. Hold one and hold a middle one, typically, right? And now in 11th, the Purge player doesn't care about that. You don't have, you can put 90% of your list into pure damage output. It's like, imagine if, examples on my head, and I used one earlier in the week, Custodes. Loads of Custodes lists basically consisted of loads of Custodian Guard and a few shit munchers, like Sisters of Silence. And the idea is the Custodian Guard would come barreling, and Wardens and so on and so forth, would come barreling at you, and the Sisters of Silence would sit on the objectives hoping you wouldn't notice them. And the way you beat that kind of army is you kill the Sisters of Silence, so then you've got these big Custodes blobs, typically led by some sort of Inquisitor, right? And now it's like, oh no, you don't get to come and attack me with that blob. You have to go and sit that on an objective, on your home objective, or like a middle objective. And if you don't do that, then you're going to lose on points. And that basically takes all the pressure out of the Custodes list, and you can just basically blow the Golden Boys off the board at your leisure. Now the Golden Boys don't have to worry about that. They can just go full send. Because they're not having, there's no shit munchers for you to take away from them. They're going purge. They don't give a fuck. So that's another big thing that's changed with the primary missions. So people were already, in 11th edition, in 10th, people were already going down this route of maximum damage output with as little shit munchers as they could get away with. Now they're going to be actively encouraged for doing that, but to a greater degree. And that's why Purge is powerful. Because you can't do any actions if you're dead. If you're taking an action-based disposition. What's the difference between... When you think about it, it's obvious. If the Purge player flattens you and gets points for it, you can't get any points. So they're getting points for killing you and at the same time taking away your point scoring potential. That's the big issue with it, right? So that's talking at it from a very sort of general perspective. But there's one thing I found a very good website. And I wanted to show this off to you guys. And I'm going to put a link to it down in the chat right now. So, I found this thing. I just Googled, what was it? I Googled 11th edition mission cards matrix, and then I found it in this thread here. And it's this this website, and it's called gdmissions.app. And there's a matrix on it. So you go to 11th edition, go to the matrix, and you can select the two different... I'm not sponsored by this, by the way. I just came across it. Select the two different dispositions that are fighting and then click on that and it shows you what each player is doing. Unbelievably helpful. Don't bother buying the mission cards, guys. It's a waste of fucking time. Right? So if we basically pick Purge the Foe here and then go down and look at each one of these missions, you can get a sense of like how... each one of these missions, you can get a sense of like what I'm talking about with like how Purge just gets points for killing stuff. So let's look at Purge versus Take and Hold. So you get points for killing one or more enemy units. You get points for each objective you control. So you actually get, you basically get the same thing that the Take and Hold guy gets. And then you get 3 points if you control one or more objectives you did not control at the start of the turn. So basically, kill something, hold an objective, done. The Take and Hold guy has to control one or more central objectives, you know, the one in the middle of the board, and 5 points for each objective you control, but not including their home one. So basically, the Take and Hold guy has got to expose himself in the middle of the board and just basically completely feed into the Purge guy's mission. And you might say, well, surely this guy's getting 8 points a turn and this guy's getting 7 points a turn, right? Like, surely like that's like how it's working. But no, because if you don't care about scoring these 3 back here. If you can stop your opponent from controlling that middle objective, then they can get 5 a turn if they for just holding their natural expansion, and you are going to get 7 points a turn, easy peasy. Easy fucking peasy. And they're never going to control 2 objectives in the middle of the board, right? That's never going to happen. So realistically, you're basically just... And also, they score these in their command phase. You score this at the end of your turn. So even if... So actually, what you're encouraged to do as the Purge player is to let the stupid bastard Taken Hold player walk onto the middle objective, which he has to do if he wants to try and score points. And then you take that off him. You score 3 victory points for getting the middle objective back at the end of your turn, and he misses out on 8. So it's an 11-point swing. So this is why the Tabletop Battles guys said this is just an auto win for Purge the Foe. So he's desperately trying to cling on to the middle objective, and every time you clear him off, it's an 11-point swing for you. That's the most egregious example. All right, we know what Purge versus Purge. Both players get 3 victory points for killing a unit. Both players get 4 victory points for holding 1 objective. And then you get 5 VP for controlling more objectives at the end of your turn, or 5 victory points for destroying more enemy units. This is basically, it's like, it's very similar to 10th edition. The big thing is it's at the end. It's like there's some like shit going on at the end of the turns rather than like in command phase stuff. But it's very similar to 10th edition. So let's go over to disruption now. So Purge the Foe versus disruption equals punishment. Okay. So condemned units. Choose 1 to 3 enemy units on the battlefield that are in range of objectives and or destroyed at least 1 friendly unit during the previous turn. If you can't do so, choose any enemy unit on the battlefield instead. So no matter what happened, you're picking a condemned unit. From now to the start of your next turn, those units are condemned, right? So basically, you just pick. It doesn't matter what unit it is. It could be a Catan. It could be a Primarch. Or it could be 10 Grots. If you pick a condemned unit and you kill it, you get 5 victory points. So obviously, you just pick the easiest ones to kill each turn. Just fucking farm those up. All right? And that's any battle round. And then you've got end of your command phase. You control 1 more objective, or you control more objectives than your opponent. Now, you might not... Now, I don't think you want to aim for the 5. Like, truth be told, I don't think you want to aim for the 5, because as we said with Taken Hold, that probably means you're pushing into the middle objective. That probably means you're exposing yourself. You've got to hold it into your command phase. That's not a good idea. So basically, don't worry about the 5. If that ever happens, you're already winning the game anyway. You're looking at the first one and the second one. So let's just, I don't know, get 9 victory points every turn without even trying. Pretty easy peasy. As for the disruption, they get 2 victory points for each enemy unit. So to be fair, if you're not careful, they could farm that. They could. At the end of your command phase, you control at least 1 objective, 4 victory points. At the end of your second round onwards, at the end of your turn, you control at least 1 central objective and at least 1 expansion objective. So this one, it is possible for the disruption person to potentially get quite a few points. But the issue is that they have to kill 3 enemy units in a turn to overtake the Purge guy, who only needs to kill 1 unit a turn. And then these guys have to control at least 1 objective to get 4 points. That's the equals there. And this one is end of your turn, you control at least 1 central objective at least 1 expansion objective. So this one is quite good because you could potentially, you could be constantly feeding units into the middle of the board with that one. That's true. But this is why in the Tabletop Battles one, they were like, this is why they were said, if you're a Purge player, you can't be defensive in this one. You just have to go aggressive. So the incentive for the Purge player here is to basically go full fucking send and table the Disruption player. And if they do that, they actually, then the script completely flips, because if they do that, then they're probably going to start picking up this 5 as well. Does that make sense? So if you pussyfoot around with Purge versus Disruption, Disruption has a good chance of matching you. Not beating you, matching you. If you go engage the Butcher's Nails and go full send, then you just go full, and you go. And remember, if you're a Purge player, you've spec'd for maximum damage output, because Disruption has a bunch of missions which involve them doing actions, which means they can't go full damage output because they need to be doing actions. So their damage output is probably going to be less than your damage output. So you're able to go full send into them and probably just overrun them. Like, I think if we look at Disruption versus Take and Hold, yeah, that's where they have to do all the actions, right? So as a Disruption player, you can't just plan for maximum damage output. You've got to take into account that you might have to do actions, at which point you have to take more shit munches than the Purge player, at which point the Purge player can just go full speed, violence, and aggression and whoop your ass before you get a chance to score loads of points off them. Then we've got Purge the Foe versus Reconnaissance, which is Consecrate. So, again, you get the Purge the Foe player gets a Consecrate thing. Now, remember, what did we have last time? Punishment. Condemning an enemy unit is not an action. Remember that. Consecration is not an action. It's just a thing. When a friendly unit destroys an enemy unit, it becomes a consecration unit. At the end of your turn, each consecration unit in range of an objective, excluding a home objective, not yet consecrated, consecrates it. Place an operation marker there. The unit is then no longer a consecration unit. So, this one I think I need some clarification. Because let me read this again. When a friendly unit destroys an enemy unit, it becomes a consecration unit. At the end of your turn, each consecration unit in range of an objective marker, excluding your objective not yet consecrated, consecrates it. Place an operational marker there. The unit then is no longer a consecration unit. Now, I'm not trying to game the system here, but it never says that objectives become unconsecrated. Now, Tabletop Battles, I believe, made a mistake with this. Because if you go back, where is the recon one? You have to start with the mechanic, and then we start. So each time one of your units destroys a unit, they become consecrated. At the end of the turn, each unit is in range of objective. Your objective has been consecrated. Place a mark on the objective. The objective is now consecrated. Your no longer consecrated unit. So basically, you kill stuff and get Call's Blessing, then pass it along to objective repeat. Now, as explained, there's scoring stuff. At the end of each turn, you score points the number of consecrated objectives. If only 1 or 2 objectives have been consecrated, you'll score 3 VP. While you're consecrated 3 or more, you'll get 6 VP. Starting turn 2, each command phase, or at the end of each battle round, you'll score 4 VP if you control 1 or more objectives outside your home, another 4 VP if you control more objectives from your opponent. Finally, in the game, you consecrate your opponent's home objective, you get 5 VP. So, It's a tough one. Not a purge player can lose on primary if they're trying to objective. So I don't get it. One of the objectives are consecrated. So surely if you just surely if you consecrated 3 objectives, that guarantees you 6 VP a turn passive income. The recon guy can unconsecrate, I believe. Can he? I don't see anything here which implies that. Can anyone point to the card where it says they can do it? So I want to go back if that's possible. No, okay. I might have to go back to the matrix. There you go. So then we've got so you basically, if you get 3 objectives consecrated, you get a passive income of 6 VP a turn. And then from the second battle onwards, you get 4 VP for just holding at least 1 objective. So surely you're looking at just a guaranteed 45 primary. Then you get the triangulation one. At the end of your command phase, at the end of your turn, you control 1 objectives, get 4 VP. Okay, that's fine. That's equal to the purge. And then second about end of your turn, 1 objective triangulated, 2 objectives triangulated, or 3 or more objectives are triangulated. So your shooting phase, the second battle onwards, 1 for each range objective marker. Use limit once per turn. Completes end of your turn if your unit controls that objective. Effect the triangulated place your objective marker objective. So they can only do that from the second battle round onwards. So they can only score it. But they could probably can they triangulate in the first round? No, they can't even start doing it in the first round. Your shoot is from the second battle round onwards. Okay. So these guys can do it from the beginning of the turn. These guys have got to wait. And you can only do it once per turn. So they're going to triangulate turn 1. No. Turn 2. 3 points. Turn 4. No, turn 3. Another 6. That's 9 points. And then turn 4. 10 points. That's 19 points. Turn 5. 29 points. Have I got that right? Whereas these guys can just be like, I don't know, that, yeah. So and one, remember, one of those objectives that they've got to try and triangulate is the one that you are definitely going to be controlling as the purge player. So realistically, it's going to go 3, 6, 6, 6. So that's 21. Realistically, it's 21 points. Because if they try and triangulate your fucking if you let them as the purge player triangulate your natural expansion, then yeah, you fucked it. But the point is, the point is, even if you can say the point scoring, let's say I think the point scoring is in favor of purge. Even if I compromise and say the point scoring is equal between the two, this one is much easier. So let's say the point scoring is equal. This one's easier. Kill stuff on objectives. Not even the enemy unit has to be the objective. You could sit on your objective and shoot someone to death and still do it. And these guys have got to do an action, which, as we said, takes the damage output away from their unit. Purge doesn't have to do an action. So Purge gets to do passive income and take damage output away from the enemy. Triangulation has to get the passive income by taking their own damage output away from themselves. So the Purge ones is obviously better again. And then the last one we've got Purge versus priority assets. Any battle round, one or more enemy units were destroyed this turn, 3 VP. You control one or more objectives, 4 VP. You control more objectives than your opponent, 6 VP. End of your turn, more enemies destroyed this turn than friendly units destroyed in the previous turn. So basically, just the most standard kill the fuck out the enemy mission you can get your hands on. The more you kill them, the better you do. Because the more you kill them, the more points you're going to score, and the less likely they're going to be to holding objectives, and you're going to be holding more objectives, right? Vital Link, control one or more central objectives, or for each of the operational markers in range of one of the objectives, see reverse. End of your command phase. So we'll have to look at that, but that doesn't look great. End of your command phase, or in the 5th battle round, you control one or more objectives, excluding a home objective. One of our objectives is an essential objective. But it's an or. So the Purge guy's got and. The Purge player can score all of these. The priority assets player can only score this one and this one. But not this one, and this one. Does that make sense? And Vital Link, it's an action. So again, as we said, you've got to take one of your units out of the game to try and do this. Now, admittedly, it's your shooting phase. It does complete in your turn, so you don't have to wait around too much. And you do get to essentially permanently do it, right? That is the good thing about it. So if you take the 2 central objectives and tag them both, you do get a nice passive income of 3 VP a turn, which is okay, I suppose. But your passive income is of 3 VP a turn. And then you're likely, and this is in your command phase as well, so you're not going to get the 8, are you? So your likely income from this is like 7 points a turn. Most likely income, 7 points a turn. The fucking passive income of the Purge player is like 7 as well. But then they could also just get an extra 10 points a turn. It's so fucked. Best case scenario, this is like 11 points a turn. Best case scenario. Best case scenario for the Purge player is 17. He can't even score those. He's leaving some points on the table. So the likely scenario is just 4 points, probably 7 points, probably plus another 4 here, so probably 11 points. Yeah, it's just like what the fuck, man. So start the edition. World Eats are going to be clinically insane. Look, oh, Berserker Warband is amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Can you not remain hidden and do an action? Yeah, but hidden only protects you up until like 12 inches away. Everyone's just going to be getting into the fucking... The Purge player is going to run across the board, get into your face and mash you up. So the point is, and again, great website this. Really, really helps illustrate the point. The point is that the Purge player just has to go, duh, me kill, me hold one objective, me win. And everyone else is like, I've got to do an action now. You know what I mean? You know, what's the meme where you've got one player who's, it's like one guy's like typing on the keyboard, like the keyboard's like nearly on fire, like sweating. And you've got one person who's just like, nah, 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 nah. You know, just like dancing along. You know what I mean? It's exactly that, right? It's like airplay, but it's like airplay, but it's like a gamer version of it. Yeah. So yeah, I think if you when you look through it, there is a very good reason why a lot of people are saying Purge is going to be the big problem. Nah, big problem's the wrong word. Purge is going to be the best disposition. It's not that the other dispositions are necessarily like bad. It's just that like Purge is just obviously good. And Purge is just like kill stuff, get points. And I don't want to keep repeating myself, but it's like we said, if you're having to do actions, you're not killing stuff. If you're killing stuff and getting points, it's literally double doozy. So I think the end result of this is going to be, and I think Tabletop Battles, they hit it on the head with that article. They were like, well, it's not really going to matter if everyone's playing Purge on the top tables. Yeah. I think the beginning meta of 11th edition, which factions are on top, which army lists do good. I don't know who it's going to be just yet. But whichever armies are on top, whichever army lists are going to dominate, those factions are going to be the factions that can leverage Purge the best. It's that simple. My money is on Tau. I think Tau could be very, very, very good. I think Tau could be very good. I think Guard could be pretty legit as well. And I think Necrons could be very good. Because Necrons could be horrifically, like, killy if they want to be. Whilst also... do you know one of the things that I think might make Necrons the best? Because it's not... Here's the thing, right? It's not just... Assuming that we get into just a Purge v Purge meta, I think Necrons could be the best of that. And the reason why is because Necrons can not only do very good damage output, but they're also quite tough. One of the issues that Guard can face is that we have some pretty fragile infantry units and stuff like that. And same for Tau. So the thing with Tau and Guard is we are actually killable. Where Necrons, I believe Pantheon of Woe, which is the Catan spam detachment, that gives you access to Purge the Foe. So Purge, it's not just about how you Purge, it's about how you don't give up Purge at the same time. That's the biggie. So whoever can Purge the best whilst not getting Purged is the new top faction. I don't know who that's going to be yet, but I bet there'll be some pretty smart cookies that are crunching the numbers right now and working out that exact thing. Oh boy, here I go purging again. Exactly. So that's my take. That's why I think Purge is the best. And that's why I think other people are saying Purge is the best. And that's why I think it's going to be a Purge meta. It's a Purge v Purge world out there, ladies and gentlemen. And you got to start getting ready for it. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section or in the live chat right now. So do you guys see now why people are saying Purge is it? Yeah. Okay. How we purge him? I think Guard's got access to 3 Purge attachments, so I think Guard will be okay. Truthfully, I think Guard will do well at Purge, but will give up. I think Guard will win Purge, except versus Purge. And if everyone's running Purge, that could actually be a problem. Like, I think Guard will do well in the in the Purge. I think we'll do quite well. Okay. I think Guard will do perfectly fine in a Purge v Purge situation as well if you really build into it, like Bullgryns and Baneblades, right? Yeah, can only give up so many points that way. But I think that there will be factions out there which can probably be more durable than us whilst matching our firepower. So that could be a bit of an issue. The way I think, if you come across someone who's quite durable and quite killy, It might sound kind of strange because they're quite durable, but I think your best bet is just to try and really kill them as quickly as possible. Like, don't even worry about doing any actions or anything like that. Just go, I need to do as much damage very quickly to you, because if this, you won't be winning the attrition war. Yeah. Catan spam will rule. They have the damage output, and if they face purge, they have so few units in their purge list, they won't give them any points. I do think there's Joseph. I think you're right. I think the only thing that can save us from a Catan spam meta is going to be step points. If they increase the amount of points per Catan. But even then, a lot of them are epic heroes, so it'll be interesting to see how they make it work. Death Guard are going to be a massive pain. I don't know what the Death Guard's best purge detachment is. If Death Guard have got a good purge detachment, then Death Guard will be very good as well. Yeah. Cavacious promise step points, half of them are 1 out of 1 units. Yeah, exactly. They might have to do it based on like keywords, but that's going to get messy. Like each Catan increases the points cost. Catan keyword. That maybe they could make it work that way. They might do that with Guard as well, like each Titanic, so you can't set like 2 different Baneblades and avoid out on step points. Step points? What are you doing? No step points. I'm trapped in the washing machine. Was going to say Death Guard sound very, very strong now. They can point and click a few units to be afflicted. Deep strike 6 inches away with the rollable charge. Buff the fuck up melee. I think Death Guard could be good. Yeah, Death Guard could be legit if they can go purge. Not everything will get step points. I agree, Mad Larkin. It's the last piece of the puzzle, isn't it? It's the last bloody piece, but we'll get it next week. Yeah. Berserker, Necromorph blobs, and Monk Cartel just frolicking up the board like sunshine, rainbows, and lollipops. Yeah. So I will, if I may say, send me to the black ships. Sorry, I'll be a bit more showmanship for you. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. I did say there was going to be one good disposition, didn't I? I said there'll be one good disposition. It'll be obviously better than the rest, and everyone will just flock to it. And so the thing is, 11th edition missions are going to get very samey very quickly. You are going to go to tournaments and play 5 Purge v Purge games. I mean, unless that gets solved quickly. Yeah. Yeah. Or you could be very anti-meta, and if there's one disposition that plays slightly better into Purge than the rest, you could pick that one and then be like, hope to fuck you play like 5 into Purge missions. Yeah. What will probably take and hold back from a guard perspective, and like combined arms, for example, is the fact that Purge is so good in combined arms. So I do think that take and hold is a fine detachment. I think it's a very safe one. But I think that I think combined arms is going to have to sit on the shelf for a little bit, because it's just going to get purged to death. Yeah. Dude, reject the meta. Defeat the Unga Bunga Purge. Yeah. We're all just returning to crab. That's what they say. Everything eventually reverts to crab. 40k is reverted to crab. And crab is just all there. Just pincering each other. Yeah. So there you are. So I think either we'll get return to crab. Crabs in a bucket. Yeah, exactly. There's no way they didn't see this coming. It's too obvious. If I were a cynical man, and I am, I think that there is going to be one good disposition at any one time. And so what will happen is everyone will rush over to one disposition, buy a bunch of models that fit into that disposition, play the fuck out of it, and then GW will come in with a, oh, don't worry, we've got you covered. We've heard that Purge is too good. And they nerf Purge into the ground, and they elevate another detachment up. Let's say Take and Hold. They really buff the shit out of it. And then everyone rushes over to Take and Hold, buys a bunch of units that are now good at Take and Hold. And then GW comes along and goes, oh, for the sake of balance, we've nerfed Take and Hold now, and we've made Recon really good. And then everyone goes over to, rushes over to Recon, buys a bunch of units that are good at Recon. And you can see rinse and repeat. And they don't even have to go through them in sequence. They can go to one, then the other, then back to that one, then buff that one back up again. Yeah. If so, and the tell will be this, okay? This is the tell. If Bingo, if after 6 months to a year, if after the first season of 11th, because all seasons now, if after the first season of 11th, they don't scrap the system like they did with Gambit cards and secret missions and stuff like that, right? And whatever the other one was, catch-up cards. If after a season they don't scrap it, and it's still broken, by the way, like it's still balked, and this obvious system has played out, and then it's intended. It's intended to milk. It's a milking machine. I think it will be 1000% confirmed if they then start releasing additional dispositions which cause the machine to keep going. That's the tell. If GW after a year, and this is a fair play, if GW after a year 6 months or a year goes, this just isn't working, we've sacked it off, then it was them trying to do something new and they just didn't quite deliver it. At that point, fair enough, can never blame a company for trying something new. If after a year they're still doing it, and in fact they're doing it even harder, then it was always designed to separate us from our money. It was never designed to be good for game design. It was always designed to be good business. Yeah. Yeah. That's the way. Or Trichroma makes a good point. I doubt that mod decision, but they might change. That's true. They could completely overhaul the missions and it result in the same thing. Yeah. That way you need new cards. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. That's a good point. So Trichroma, I actually think you're right. But basically, if they don't give up on the system after 6 months to a year, we know it's a milking machine. Yeah. That's what and you know at that point it's been put into the game for that not to make the game better, but to make the business better. That's the tell. That is the tell right there. All right. All right. What do we got here? We got some last super chats, and then I think we might wrap this bad boy up. Been streaming for 6.5 hours almost. Well, by the time the super chats will have done. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Nah, 5 a.m. stream again. Well, it is only like 11 o'clock here. It'll be 11:30 by the time I'm done. But truth be told, I'm never as good at streaming after 6 hours. It's very much diminishing returns after that point. Like in terms of like my ability to stream well and be entertaining. All right, what do we got here? No more memes. Thank you for super chat. Brave browser's ad block built in. I now don't even know what Brave is. That the Lion one? I used to be on Firefox, and then Firefox shit the bed, and then I moved over to Google Chrome. And I know that Google's basically like spying on me constantly, but Google Chrome works nicely, so I'm kind of okay with it. Yeah. Scandal Commissar, thank you for the super chat, man. 40k 5th edition list for Sunday in-stream discussion with pictures. Oh, yeah, that's what it's all about. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. 40k 5th edition list. I'm planning on running my new Ultramarines, working to field as much painted as possible. Second company, the force is more of a what if Titus had taken Kato's spot as the captain of the second company instead of being locked in a retcon vault. Curious what you think? Here they are on my table. By the way, why is Calgore Dreadnought size now? That's a good question. At least I have a good base for Tiberius when I get to that one-day project. So 265 points, Calgore with Terminator armor. 130 points, Titus, a Space Marine captain with a Relic Blade, a Combi Flamer, Hellfire rounds, Artificer armor, and Melter bombs. I love it. Yes, load him the fuck up with all the equipment. 240 points for Honor Guard, 7 models, Champion Standard Bearer, Gadriel, plus 50 points for Banner, plus 4 veterans. 7 Relic Blades, 15 points per. Melter bombs, Company Standard, Bling, Rhino, Extra armor, 100 missile. Nice. Look at that. That's an expensive unit. Nice. 135 points tactical squad. The Victors, 10 man. Melter gun, heavy bolter free. Did you get a free heavy bolter? Cool. Didn't know that in 5th edition. Sergeant with power weapon and plasma pistol. Rhino and with 100 missile and extra armor. 145 points tactical squad. The New Crusaders. Plasma gun, las cannon, power fist, Thunderhammer modeled, bolt pistol, Rhino. Nice. I thought the Rhinos would be 55 points. Have you not given it one of these things, or have you just put 45 instead of 55 there? Predator 1, Brother Sergeant Cronus, autocannon, Brother Sergeant Cronus upgrade. Yes, I remember Cronus, man. He used to like pop out the tank when he died, didn't he? When the tank died, he'd pop out. Las Cannon sponsored, Stormbolt, extra arm, Hunter gonna miss out. Nice, sick, man. Predator 2, Lucky 13, just autocannon and a Stormbolter. How come this Predator is so much cheaper than this Predator? Oh, because of Cronus, maybe? Maybe because of Cronus. Oh, and it's not got any sponsons either. It's literally just a Rhino with an autocannon. Cool. Vindicator, Temple of Ultramar, Dozer Blade, Seed Shield. Cool. Vanguard Veterans, Jump Packs, Sergeant Power Fist, Inferno Pistol, Power Swords, Metal Bombs. Cool. Devastator Squad, 4 las cannons, 105 multi-melter and close combat dreadnought. Is that 1,500 points or 2,000 points? It looks good. It looks like looks big. Yeah, Calgar's pretty tall now. Yeah, nice. It looks cool, man. It looks cool. Very bright and popping. Cool. I love the goblin green bases. Nice. It's a great way of using some newer models, but then taking them back to an older edition. Yeah. Sick, man. I love it. I love it. Excellent work, dude. Excellent stuff indeed. Cosmic, thank you for super chat, man. Start digging in your pile of shame, twin. Wait, are we twins, Cosmic? Oh my god, it makes so much sense. Truth is, I mean, I've cleared a lot of my pile of shame in terms of, well, my K47 pile of shame in terms of building. I do have some other stuff I could work on. I got like a bunch of tanks I could work on. But yeah. I need to get some of it primed, you know. I'm going to have to get some primed in time for tomorrow. Yeah. I hope that the weather's all right tomorrow. I better check the weather, actually. It actually might be quite rainy tomorrow. That's a shame. I might not. But Saturday and Sunday look like good priming weather. Okay, that's good. Yeah, humidity's very, very high. It might be all right by the time that by the time I get up though. It's only rainy in the morning. Yeah, it might be all right. All right. So yeah, should get some good priming done, Cosmic. Then we can have some good painting in tomorrow's stream. Master Pef, thank you for the super chat, man. Purge has the same problem Crusade did. Lethality was rewarded. Lethality should have no reward beyond removing the enemy. Agreed. Agreed 100%. The only time lethality, the way I think lethality, the way you do lethality is you have, you get points. You get in a 2,000 point game, there'll be 2,000 kill points available, and for every unit you kill, you get its points value as your kill points, and then you combine that with a non-IGO UGO system. I'd say something like the dice bag from K47, for example, and that's how you can. That's the best way of doing it. That way, if you lose, because the problem is if you have kill points where it's like for each unit you get a point. Is it undervalues really hard to kill units, and it massively over rewards killing little shipmunch units. Well, you shouldn't get the same amount of victory points for killing 5 grots as for killing a Catan, right? So that's the way that you can make lethality okay, because then everyone's got the same. You don't just get like bodied. Because it's not I go, you go, and everyone has the same opportunity to score points off each other. Yeah. But I agree generally. Yeah. And here's the thing. These asymmetrical missions were originally showcased in like narrative and crusade-like things at the end of 10th edition. And they were fucked then. And GW saw that I went, let's put it in the main game. The problem, and people might say, oh, Mordian, you say you don't mind about balance as long as things are interesting. That is true. But do you think 5 Purge v Purge games is going to be interesting? I am still sticking to my principles. Straw man. Bowen and Channel, thank you for super chat, man. Hey, Mordian, just woke up in JP. Can you give me your thoughts in summary? Glad you seem to be in good spirits though, mate. What, you want me to reiterate the entire 6-hour stream? Oh, okay then. Hello again and welcome to the Morning Glory live stream. It's an ugly... No, okay, right. My thoughts are this. Guard looks interesting with multiple interesting things that are also quite powerful. And we have some cool combos in terms of 2 detachment point detachments, stuff like that. 11th looks fucked. I'm calling it now. 11th is fucked. Like, day one, obvious. The game isn't even out yet, and we already know how to... The game isn't even out yet, and it's already got crippling problems. And I mean, like, crippling. Like, the purge, the obvious purge domination is crippling. And it's a core game mechanic. You're sure they could pull some levers and so on and so forth, but, like, the disposition thing is game breaking. And then some of the core rules are fucked. Some of the layouts are fucked. Like, I just think 11th edition itself looks fucked. But I'm interested. But I think that Guard specifically looks fun. There you are. 11th edition is like the opposite of 7th edition. The 7th edition core rules were good, but it was the stuff they tacked onto it which was bad. Like, if you only played 7th versus mates, then went to a tournament, you just went, we play against each other and we're not going to fuck each other, then 7th was actually fine. Like, more than fine. 7th was abusable, but if you just played with your mates and everyone used the honor system, more than okay. Like K47. 11th, its foundations, the core rules, are utterly fucked already. Beyond the pale. And so what GW tacks onto it is going to be very much whether it sinks or swims. Yeah. We're vaulting, darling. Sir Doobie, I love it. Yeah. Guard and World Eaters, which is what I play, seem pretty funny. Guard and World Eaters are great. You haven't World Eaters, go Berserker Warband, win. There you go. I've solved your meta for you. So that's basically it. 11th looks balked, but Guard look fun. That's the summary of it all. And also GW basically confirmed that Imperial Agents was a massive scam. All right, what do we got next? Vigo, thank you for the 48 months. Quad X-Force, baby! Yes, Quad X-Force. Can the 48th month icon be K47 coded? Ooh. I was just going to do a melter gun. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Maybe it could be some sort of, I don't know. I think it's probably going to be a melter gun. Probably. All right. Finrod, I think they killed Lag for Blood Angels. What disposition did they give it? If they gave it Taken Hold, it's dead. Like, it's that simple. They gave it Taken Hold? Yeah, it's dead. It's not dead permanently. It's dead right now. It's dead because of how bad Taken Hold does into Purge. But in the future, when they inevitably balance Purge to make us all move over to the disposition and milk us for more money, it will be better. So it's only bad right now, but I wouldn't, it's only bad for the next 3 to 12 months. Oh, man. What do we got next? It's me, Marco. Thank you, Super Chat. What changed in the Guard? Hammer of the Emperor's back on the menu. No word of a lie. Also, spamming Baneblades and Baldwins might actually be a legit meme meta build. And Mechanized Assault full of Scions also might be horrifically good. So yeah, Guard's got a few bits going on. Combined Arms looks bad, but only for the time being whilst Purge is so dominant. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat, man. Another meme has hit the Discord. Let's have a look. What is it? Me shouting at the screen at all MetaJs picking Purge the foe. Guilty! Guilty! I love it. I absolutely love it. When George is giving a speech, that Captain Blackadder is absolutely guilty of nothing more than bringing a powerful list to a tournament. All right. Hexen Gaming, thank you for the super chat, man. Have you seen the game trailer for Dustfront RTS? Maybe. Let me have a look. I think this got mentioned a little while ago. Let me have a quick look. Yes. It looks really cool. I saw the old trailer. Wait, is there a new trailer? 1 minute. I'll turn the sound up so you guys can enjoy it as well. Also turn my own personal sound down so I don't blow my eardrums out. That looks cool versus the monsters. Humans v monsters is always cool. I love RTS games, man. Yes! Let me build, like, mega expansive bases. Wow, that's cool. Yes! That looks cool as shit, man. I'll have to find out what... I'll have to find out, like, what... Is it multiplayer or is it, like, survival? Dust Front. Oh, shit, 1 minute. It seems to be single player only at the moment, which is cool. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. All right. Yeah, it looks pretty good. What do we got? Yeah, I thought I recognized the name. It's definitely one I've got my my eye on for sure, man. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. So what's the roundup on the update thing? Big chunk of Daddy Tim. And do I feel sorry for Deathwatch? Also Rattle Tin Cup. Ed Bailey, I gave the roundup a second ago, so I know you probably heard that. But basically, I'm actually really positive. I have come out of today feeling much more positive. Even in the face of 10th edition's crippling problems, I am feeling a bit more positive. Because I never really care about the edition. The edition comes and goes. What I care about is my beloved guard being fun and interesting. That's all I care about, right? And right now, it looks like I've got lots of new, exciting, themey, memey, and actually, like, competitive ways of running my beloved guard. And that's all I fucking care about. I hate looking down at my army and going, no point in running that, bag of shit. No point in running that, bag of shit. No point in running that. Like, I hate that. I like to look down at my army and go, okay, I'm cooking. I've got some ideas. I may not have that brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea. You know, that's what I like to think. And I've been looking down at my Lehman Russes today, like, and I've just been thinking, yeah, man, I'm ready for some hot Lehman Russ action. I'm ready for some battle tank. I haven't used battle tanks in ages. Do you know what I mean? So I'm very, you know, I'm excited to bust out the guard. I am, but I think 11th edition is going to be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's going to have some big problems. That's kind of my main thing. So I'm sad for 40k, but I'm happy for the guard. Yeah, it's going to be something. Yeah, it's going to be something, so newbie. Yeah. My face when I have every single Lehman Russ? Yeah, man. Me too, Cheese Marine. Yeah, me too. So yeah, I mean, I kind of I'll be honest, I would rather 11th edition was a much more substantive game. Yeah. I would. I think if I was to give you my honest opinion, I think this new hammer direction, I think it's run its course. I think it has. I think the new hammer experiment has run its course. I think 11th edition is actually, it's kind of new hammer overstaying its welcome at this point. I think we'll probably get a hard reset on 12th, a very hard reset. But I think it'll be, I think it's one edition too late. I think they should have done it now. I do. I think they should have done it now. It's fine. I'll deal with it for another few years and everything. But I think they should have done it sooner. I think they've slightly overstayed its welcome at this point. Yeah. Yeah. If we don't get a hard reset on 12th, 40k is probably going to have real problems. I agree. Well, that's actually not necessarily true, Macom. Because I think GW might find more people to put into the milking machine. It's no longer a treadmill. Because, like, the thing is, at the end of the treadmill, you've got something to show for it. You know, you're physically fitter. Once you've been milked, you just sore. Right? So, I think what we'll see, if 12th edition continues on in this direction, I think we will see... I think you'll just see the community go through a fundamental shift where all of the people that the final vestiges of people, you got to think at the beginning of the 11th, people are already who were pro Oldhammer are already moving on. I think if 12th edition also continues that direction, the last of the grognards will leave. They'll make up less than 5% of the population. And either that will lead to more either that will lead to the community coalescing around this idea and GW just having the ultimate milking community at once, or they might be surprised at how many people who are grognards are still playing. But yeah, I think if 12th edition doesn't do something drastic, you'll basically see the it's not the exile's the wrong word, but the exodus of the grognard. I think it's already 11th edition. 10th will be the edition of loss. I think 11th could be the edition of exodus, or could be the migration. Yeah, the migration. I think it could be the changing of the guard. Yeah. But Grey Knight, why do I feel like the only person who likes look 11th? You're not wrong. If you like look of 11th, that's actually fine. Don't think I'm saying this is what I'm saying. I don't think 11th edition is necessarily okay. As a grognard, I think 11th edition is bad, but I always take the opportunity to try and see things from multiple angles. I can understand why someone would like it. Okay, so. This is why I'm saying I don't think, 11th edition will be the death of GW. I don't think 12th edition will be the death of GW or anything like that. This is why I'm saying that, I'm not saying it won't be, but I'm not saying it will be. I'm saying that, like, this, over the course of the next 3 years, I think the people like me end up with having a different relationship with 40k. We don't necessarily stop playing the game, but we definitely alter our relationship, and we have a lot, people invest a lot less. 40k becomes one game amongst many that they play, and you might even end up playing games that like aren't even 11th edition, like 4th edition, 5th edition, like that. But I think over the course of 11th, 12th edition, there'll be the people that like what Newhammer offers will become the vast majority of the people that play the game. So you're not wrong for liking it, it's just that's your personal preference. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Midhammer groups will pop up everywhere. Yeah, exactly. So you're not wrong, Crown, and that's why I don't demonize people who like the look of the new game. Yeah. But so as a guard, love like myself, would you recommend Bolt Action? I'd recommend both Bolt Action and K47. I would recommend those to any tabletop wargamer. I would recommend those. They are very, very fun games. Yeah. No. Cheese Ream been trying to convince my friends to play Midhammer for years. They very well give it a go. Because after you've played your 10th Purge on Purge mission. Right? Joseph Christ, Arcanum's back to 300% drop. It says on the new data sheet. I imagine there'll be a tournament pack, what's called like a tournament companion that GW will release day one that will restrict it again. But not until it's fully out do we know for sure. But I think they'll fix it again. I think they'll bring that over from 10th to 11th. I'm personally Lord Shiv and Dragon. I'm personally waiting for the 100% rules release before I fully judge this edition. I am not. I've been judging it every step of the way. But I can respect you for wanting to get the full picture. I will certainly say some of the things that I originally said when I first saw 11th, I've changed my position on based on the information that has come out. My general sentiment hasn't changed. Some of the specifics have changed around it. Like, I don't think it's going to be quite as melee dominated as I thought it was going to be, but I've shifted to where I think there's going to be some very powerful melee builds that go in hand with some very powerful shooting builds. Hand in hand's not the right term, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Action, plan the pivot now. So much to get stuck into. They've taken too much. What, you been planning the pivot into Midhammer? Go for it. Honestly, guys, if you love playing Warhammer and you don't want to play 11th edition, just play Midhammer. There's so many great editions to pick from. The one that loads of people go to is 4th. But honestly, there's so many. Find one that works for you. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with just playing the edition that you like. Yeah. Finn Rod. To be honest, I have the Codex of 9th, but never actually played. I began with 10th, and 11th looks like a big upgrade to me, aside from the lag nerf. So, Finn Rod, 10th was very boring. By the midpoint to the end point, 10th was very boring. 11th edition initially will be very exciting, and there'll be lots of new things to explore. The issue, as we've sort of already touched upon, is 11th has the risk of becoming stale, like 10th. And the reason it has the risk of becoming stale is if everyone's just playing like Purge constantly into each other, that's going to have a big issue. And that's one example of why it could become stale. Yeah. Sorry, what is Midhammer? It's not mid as in that's so mid and shit. It's mid as in the middle era of Warhammer. So Old Hammer is Rogue Trader and 2nd edition. Midhammer is 3rd edition to 5th edition, really. And then you've got the Dark Age of Corpo Hammer, which is 6th and 7th edition. And then you've got New Hammer, which is 8th edition till 11th edition now. There's like different epochs for the game. Yeah. Hexa Gaming, I think as a community, we just need to have leagues where no one's allowed to pick the top meta. Yeah, I mean, you just need an honor system. The thing is, 40k has become a game of strangers, so everyone just plays the best shit all the time because they don't really consider that they're going to just be like playing, because it's like a global community and groups tend to be quite large. It's actually quite rare to just have you and your buddy just play 40k, right? At like your house or something. That the issue, the issue is that basically, everyone just brings the best shit all the time. One of the self-policing things that you find with other games like Old World and like K47 and like older editions of 40k as well, is that if you just turn up and batter your friend every single time, your friend's not going to want to play you. And if he doesn't play you, you got no one to play with. So, and both sides understand the honor system, which is, well, we don't want to just like shit everywhere. We want to enjoy this game. So the advantage of a globalized community is, you know, everyone's kind of reading from the same page. You know what to expect from every game. The disadvantage is a globalized community is basically a community of strangers, which means that everyone just brings the most horrible shit against each other because that's what's just expected. The disadvantage of a localized community is that it's smaller. That people get different expectations on what to expect from a game. You might go to a tournament in one area and it's a different format to a tournament in another area. It's a different format to another tournament in another area. That kind of stuff. The advantage of a smaller localized community is that it essentially forces the honor system to exist, which leads to less meta chasing and power gaming. So really, dude, the link just won't work, man. I mean, if you want to tell people the name of the website in chat, you can do. Like, just say, hey, try Googling this. It's not, I mean, the only thing I can say is, Twitter says, okay, that's what I promised the name of the site with the 4th edition full rules and White Dwarf. It's called Alt40K. All right, yeah, Alt40, yeah, if you want to say that, that's fine. All right, what do we got next? So, Newbie, thank you for Super Chat. Venturas184 asks, for guard, what do you think of armored infantry plus abhuman commissars giving take aim to squadron? I think that's a really interesting idea. I hadn't considered it. Yeah, this whole like commissars can do. Yeah, that's quite cool. 30 points to make a tank have take aim. 2 commissars. Yeah, I mean, it's cheaper than taking a tank commander, isn't it? That's a really cool combo. Genuinely. That's a really, really cool combo. I like it. So you could have armored infantry. I mean, that's a cool idea for Met Guard, right? Commissars leading infantry inside transports like a chimera, doing squadron orders to the Lima Russes yeah. Yeah, I like it. I think it's a really cool idea. There you go. It's a me, Marco. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. Yes. Oh, thank you, man. There you go. All right. All righty ho ho. And on that note, I think we've basically fully covered everything. Talked about the new guard stuff. Talked about the Imperial Agents beef, contemplated the follies of the Purge on Purge meta, and we've chatted about everything else, and we've answered loads of questions, and it's just been damn interesting and damn productive. Yeah. Hey, Spriggs, thank you for the pure emoji, man. Yeah. So, yeah, let me just, I'm probably going to wrap things up, guys, because I've been streaming for nearly 7 hours, so pretty knackered. And not only have we been streaming for a long time, we've been like talking about some pretty like in-depth tactical shit. It's not just been like it's not just been a just chatting stream. It's been a thinking stream. My brain gets tired after thinking after a while. There you go. Hey, David, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Wait, are you guys trying to like do lots of support so I can't leave the stream? Just trickle 1 gifted membership, 1 sticker at a time.
Infantry, sir. Good for you.
Oh no! What a terrible problem. How will I cope? Oh man. Storming boys. Storm them! I mean, say storm them. I could play some Dawn of War. I do love a bit of Dawn of War. Yeah. I am tired, though, to be fair. How big is the update for Dawn of War Definitive Edition? I'm just going to try it. If it's large, I won't be able to do it. It looks like it might be quite large. I'm going to pause it. And it can tell me.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets while keeping it real.
It won't tell me. Like my PC completely craps out, and my SSD is failing hugely. So if I try and download anything, my PC crashes and freezes, and then doesn't, and then does. It's like downloads a bit, crashes, comes back to life again, downloads a bit more, crashes. So if it's more than a few megabytes, it just basically dies. All right. David, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Chris Kane, thank you for the membership, man. I keck therefore I meme. Thank you for the super chat, man. You should look at the Tire War, Knackman, and Parag Crusade missions on Warhammer. They're pretty fun. A lot of is that Wikipedia? They're pretty fun. A lot of creativity that should have been funneled. I mean, I should have done. You know what, man? I do have some slight regrets. Or I feel like I had a bit of a missed opportunity. when it came to some of the stuff in 10th, because when 10th came out, I was all about that competitive play. And then I missed a lot of the narrative that came out at first. And then by the time I came back to it, I was kind of like just, by the time it came around to it, I was just like, fuck 10th edition. So I did miss out a little bit, I will say. But I'll keep an eye on it, man. I can't really promise anything because obviously we're going into 11, so that has to be where the focus is. But I can say I can have a look, and even if I just read it and appreciate it for what it was, at least I've given it a look. Full of Spheres. Thank you for the super chat, man. Respect. Thank you so much, man. Talzon, thank you for super chat. Just got on. Can't wait to hit MG. Break down all the news. Let's get the stream started now. I need to go. I don't need to go to sleep, but I was gonna build like a hump around with Karl and watch some Stargate. I would invite you all to join me, but I can't watch Stargate on stream because I'll get blocked and then probably get my channel struck down. So I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm sorry, Dazan. Everything I've talked about tonight is going to come out as a stream highlight over the next few days, so don't worry about missing out on anything. Chris K, thank you for the super chat. My appreciation for the guidance earlier. No worries, man. Thank you very much for your support. It is. I appreciate your appreciance, if that's a word. I appreciate your appreciation. There you go. Ventores, thank you for super chat, man. Would an app human give Graves TA for mech ability? What's TA? Take aim. She hasn't got the Commissar keyword. Commissar Graves is not a Commissar. Oh, I know how you might have been fooled into believing she was a Commissar. But she hasn't got the Commissar keyword, so she's not a Commissar. Obviously, she should be a Commissar. And obviously, she should. She should be able to do it. I'm sure at some point she'll be able to do it. But I think GW might have... Maybe GW will be saving that update for a rainy day. Who knows? It doesn't count unless she has the Commissar, stop Commissar, stop keyword. It doesn't count. Unfortunately. I think I'm right on that one anyway. Give it a second. Yeah, she's keyword Commissar Graves. It's very, very sick. Like, I don't think Yarek's a Commissar either, is he? Nope. Yarek's not a Commissar either, but he doesn't really... he's Commissar Yarek. He's not a Commissar. She's an officer, but she's Commissar Graves, not Commissar. So it needs to go. Now, obviously, this is kind of like when people were like, well, Exalted 8 bound technically aren't 8 bound. They're Exalted 8 bound, right? And they ended up putting them in a bunch of rhinos they obviously shouldn't have done. Obviously, she is a Commissar. And obviously, you should be able to take aim with them. In a friendly game, I would play it that way. But in a tournament, you probably have to be a little bit more like, duh, it's not the right keyword. So, yeah. There you are. It is a keyword if it's in the name. That's not true. Sadly, it's not true. Is it a keyword if it's in the name? It's not. No. That would be a rules as written versus rules intended argument. No, exactly. Yeah. That's a good question, Ventores. So, it should be, but hopefully it'll get fixed one day. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat. There will be no meta chasing. There will be no math hammering. There will be no competitive lists. This is our hobby. This is our faction. People of his Imperial Guard. Bring the vibes. I love it, man. I love it. So, and it's true, right? I mean, there's going to be some meta chasing, But the funny thing is, I think guard players can meta chase and vibe because of how many cool like combos we've got. Yeah. So yeah, actually, I think we can vibe and meta chase. Is that allowed? Can we do both? Both is good. John Henry Eden, thank you so much for the 10 gifted beverages, baby. Thank you for the extra squad to hold the line. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Thank you for being an absolute hero. And I raise my glass to you. There we are. All right. It's for the vibes. I'll allow it, but don't abuse it. I won't. I'm just talking like, you know, Baneblades and Bulgrins. Bullets and... Baneblades and Bulgrins. Bulgrins and Baneblades. That's what I'm talking about. There you are. All righty ho ho. It's midnight where I am now. I've been streaming for 7 hours. I think I'm definitely gonna chill out now, boys. I'm gonna let you enjoy your evening. If you missed anything from today's stream, don't worry. I'm going to be putting it out as 3 stream highlights. So over the course of, and they might not come, I mean, tomorrow will be the guard summary. But after that, there'll be a video, a stream highlight, sort of maybe this weekend, maybe next week, covering the Purge issue, and then one for Imperial Agents as well. Yeah. There you go. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the cup of coffee. And Welky Shitpost, thank you for the super chat, man. Fuck the mayor, I'm bringing hordes of Scions and Aquilans. And you know what, man? You will do very well with that. You wanna bring hordes of Scions and Aquilans? Take Mech Assault, take Bridgehead Strike, and have possibly one of the most powerful builds in the game. There you go. What have we got next? Talzon, thank you for the super chat. Quick question. Is time real? Time is a construct. There you are. The Talzon, how is baby formed? That the stalk brings it. Vintores, thank you for the super chat. All hail the 10 rattlings and a centaur. Armored infantry. The rattling sniper bus. Having a great time. There you go. I love it. How make, baby? I'm not answering that question. Right. I'm going. Right. It's a me, Marco. Our tacos only tasty after drinking. Thank you for the support. They're not tasty only after drinking, but they taste better after drinking. It's like having a greasy kebab. You could have a kebab and chips, doner meat and chips, when you're sober, and it's fine, if not a little crude. If you're a bit rat-assed and you get doner meat and chips, then it is like nectar of the gods. It's the ambrosia. Chris K, thank you for super chat. When is the last time you had a kebab? Ooh, I don't think I've had one this year. I don't drink anymore, really. Like I just don't. Like I don't even really drink on Fridays in most of the streams anymore, like I used to. Yeah, I'm just trying to be. Not for any real reason. I just sort of, I don't have the great urge to do it. I was more intemperate in my youth, but these days I'm generally pretty sober. Well, I'm sober all the time, basically. Talzon, thank you for super chat. What is heavier, a kilo of feathers or a kilo of iron? They are both equally as heavy as each other because both are a kilo. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat. Sadly, sir, I shot the said stork. Now what? You must eat the evidence. That was Speckled Jim, and he was the company's best baby deliverer, so you better sort him out. Crucibles, thank you so much for 47 months. Xbox, baby! Legitimately, how do I point up net commander for TTC? Just do it as a Guardsman squad. So if you've got 10 blokes, vow it as 10 Guardsmen. If you've got 15 blokes, vow it as 10 Guardsmen and a command squad. There you are. Talzon, thank you for the super chat, man. If you had to choose elephants or rhinos. I'd probably go elephants. I think they're more intelligent. Rhinos are cool, don't get me wrong, but elephants, like, they never forget. So, yeah. David Davidson, thank you for the super chat. Buster Rift, everyone. Banzai! 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 There you go. Thank you, David. It's me, Margo. Thank you so much, man. What does a British milkshake look like? Oh, you already know, and you'll be finding out again soon enough. There we go, man. Cheese Marine, thank you for super chat. Is the Britbot platoon a good buy for K47? Yes. It contains like 700 points worth of models. It's about half an army. Roughly speak. Well, maybe not quite that much. 350 to 450 for the Mark 1s. About another 150 for the... Yeah, at the top end, it's about 700 points. Realistically, it's about 600. So, it's a good chunk of points for your army. And a very solid starting point. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Have you ever sung Piano Man while drunk? No, I'm not a particularly good singer. Whenever I sing, the cat runs out the room, which is something that Mrs. Mordian often teases me about. So, not gifted in the singing department. Apparently, when I was a child, a very young child, I had a very angelic voice. And like I was always very, always sung in like the school choirs and stuff like that. But it's like that Homer Simpson, The Simpsons, where Homer Simpson, like, his voice breaks. Apparently that was me. Yeah. Apparently it's I had a very angelic voice when I was young, but it went to shit when I grew up. Is that what your mum told you? My mum and dad told me, and my dad's the kind of person that would take the piss out of me at every opportunity. So there you go. So I do believe it. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for the super chat. What if I want all robots? Well, I would say you can do that. If you want to go pure robots, the automated direct. So I can kind of give this away. If it's not already obvious, the automated director can count as a platoon commander. So rather than having to take a human platoon commander in like an assault platoon, for example, you can just take an automated commander instead. He just doesn't give out any leadership buffs and can't snap to any humans. He can only basically command other robots, but he then gets other buffs as trade-offs for that like limitation. So you can't, obviously we're still waiting for the automated stuff to come out, but it's not far away now. I mean, I think it all comes out on the 22nd, like the end of June. So it's only a week and a half away. So in a week and a half time, you'll have the full rules for how to run a pure robot army. And I'm going to give you a little bit of information on the down low. Okay, you can't tell anyone. Okay, you can't tell anyone this, all right? So don't tell Warlord. That I told you. There's going to be, a little birdie told me, supposedly, allegedly, it's all just rumors. There's going to be a specialist platoon for the British. Like the Totenrot platoon for the Axis, and the Firefly platoon for the Americans. There's going to be a specialist platoon for the British, which is all about the automated infantry. So you don't even need to take an assault platoon anymore. It gets you more slots for more robots. It gives you buffs for your robots as well. So if if you want to go pure robots, not only are you going to have all the plastic models to do it with, you're going to have rules to back it up as well. There you go. There you are. There you go. It's quite a generous. When I got the updated version of the rules today, actually. I mean, supposedly, allegedly. It's quite generous in its in what it lets you take. You can take more robots in it than you can in a assault platoon, allegedly. Yeah, I think people will be very, very happy with it. Allegedly. Supposedly. Hypothetically. Jason Rodriguez, as for new editions, is this how it usually goes? It's giving very chaotic vibes. This is my first experience to a new edition of 40k. I wish I could tell you that this was an exception. It didn't always used to be like this. But this is the way it is now. New editions used to be a fairly civilized affair. But now it's organized chaos. Jason Rodriguez, I'm going to be honest with you now, and I'm not trying to put you off. I'm just being truthful. If you're expecting for the chaos to calm down post-launch, things will not calm down, O'Neill. They will indeed calm up. But the chaos can be quite fun. You got to ride the waves of change. That's what it's like with 40k. Talzon, thank you for the super chat. Why? Why not? Crucial76, thank you for the super chat. Picture the stream discussion. Some of it doesn't translate well.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
What's this? 1 minute. Pictures of stream discussion. Some of it doesn't translate well. I don't see it, man. Are you sure you put it in stream discussion? I don't see it, man. Oh, still loading. Okay, I'll circle back around to it. Chris K, thank you for super chat. Meme in Discord. This is not Warhammer related. The overwhelming urge to do an inappropriate Chinese accent whilst reading this out is almost irresistible. But I don't want to give the people on Reddit who accuse me of anti-Chinese racism any more ammunition. So I'll have to read it out with my boring, my boring white boy voice. Confucius say, man with hand in pocket, feel cocky all day. There you go. There you are. What we got next? Like, I can only just get away as Chinese. I allow it. The problem is when you do an inappropriate Chinese accent, you tend to do inappropriate Chinese faces at the same time. And it just goes downhill very quickly. There you go. What have we got next? Talzon, thank you for the super chat, man. Zombie apocalypse, post-nuclear war apocalypse, or alien invasion apocalypse? Okay, definitely not post-nuclear war apocalypse. Definitely not. Because you probably just get radiation poisoning and just die of some horrific illness and your skin melts off. So not that. Alien invasion. If any aliens were advanced enough to come to the planet, we wouldn't have a chance. And I don't think there'd ever be a chance to, like, fight them off. Either you'd have to just live in the hills and hope that they left you alone, or they would, like, hunt every last one of us down for some reason. I don't think they would bother. I think they would just... If the aliens invaded with the purpose of, like, taking over the planet, I think they would basically just turn us into forced labor. But even then, why would they bother with forced labor? They just... If they can travel this way, their automation would be off the chain. So, best case scenario, you'd probably end up as food. Worst case scenario, an alien invasion basically results in them not even stepping foot on the planet, just releasing some kind of virus or horrific thing into the environment and killing us all, and you wouldn't have a chance. So I think zombies the only one. Because realistically, it depends on what kind of zombie. Slow zombies, I'd be not okay with that, but I think I'd have a better chance of survival. Fast zombies, 28 days later style. It's no better than the other two, but you're just like, yeah, it's not worse, but it's not better. Yeah. So yeah, I think if it's slow zombies, I'll take zombie apocalypse. Otherwise, none of them are a great choice, to be honest. What do we got next? So newbie, thank you for the super chat. Sir, I am being court-martialed. The stalk. I'm in court-martial for the stalk. Guilty? I mean, you did admit that you shot him. So I'd say plead guilty and hope you get, like, hard labor. It's only a stalk at the end of the day. So hopefully they just make you clean latrines for a bit. Or something else. Maybe ironically they could put you in a punishment platoon that just makes in the army kitchens. A most famous. Thank you for 23 months, man. Xbox baby. I can't wait to see how GW ruins this edition. Or Amos the Famous. Sorry. I don't think 11th edition will be any worse than 10th. It just won't be any better. It's just 11th edition. It's just a side grade. It has its own set of problems. The core of 11th edition has its own set of problems, but at least for the beginning of it, it'll be interesting. Yeah. David D. Davidson, thank you for super chat. My table came, but my wife does not appreciate it. Soon to play some proper K47. Yes. I mean, you can't complain about a table. It's like a piece of furniture. It's a functional object, you know? It's just like a tool. Would you complain about a hammer? There you go. You needed that table. Chris K, thank you for super chat. More meme in Discord. Right, fuck this. I gotta go, guys. I was meant to go to bed 15 minutes ago. Right, Almost done. Something is missing. Meanwhile, on Terror. Piss. What is this? A gift, perhaps? A perfect combination. Yes, haha, yes, to be continued. But Doc, we don't have any turn signals. Well, we're going, we don't need turn signals. Is this because it's just like, is it because Florida, nobody uses their turn signals? Or is it because it's just one long fucking road? Or one long fucking road? Babylon B. We could have guessed. We asked 100 men the most attractive quality of man, and they all agreed it's painting tiny Warhammer figures. True. I agree. I'm not a woman, but you know, I think it's pretty cool. Crucial 76. Well, Discord has just straight up died for me. Discord just given up. Just goes. There you are. Gay? No. I mean, maybe is it gay or is it narcissistic? Maybe I'm thinking it's an attractive trait of myself. That's probably narcissism, right? All right. So, gentlemen, I'm going now. Maybe some time. And by some time, I mean I'll be back tomorrow. But I want to say a huge thank you to all of you and your sterling efforts to keep me here as long as possible. And I also want to say,
Infantry, sir.
fuck's sake.
You. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Why won't you let me die? Thank you, David, for the gifted membership. I appreciate it. Snow Peace T, thank you for the super chat. Meme in stream discussion.
Men don't have hobbies.
Right, what's this?
Men don't have hobbies. They do everything for female attention. Yeah, nice hand-painted Warhammer figurines, you fucking slut. Men don't have hobbies.
I don't know. I've never painted a Warhammer model expecting it to lead to female attention. I actually think men do have hobbies, but there you go. There you are. Are you sure? Yes. I'm very sure. Where's Mr. Mordian? Downstairs, not in here, looking at my Warhammer. Fun Jacob, don't go. I just got here. It's my first stream in 2 months. I mean, I'll be back tomorrow, man. I'll be back tomorrow. There you go. All right. I'm knackered. We streamed for like 7 hours, man. Big day. Yeah. Anyway, I was reading Tabletop Battles faction review of Imperial Agents. Yeah, it's as bad as you think it's gonna be. As bad as they could possibly say it was gonna be. But no, I'm defo gonna bloody pop off now. But I'll be back, guys. It's not Friday. I'll be back tomorrow. All right, I'll be back tomorrow. But seriously, I want to say a huge thank you to all of you who joined today's stream. I want to say a mass thank you to all of you who've been chatting away. I think we had some really, really good discussions. A huge thank you to everyone that liked the stream. A mass thank you to everyone who subscribed during the stream. And I want to say a huge, 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 huge thank you. He's going for the milk. I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all of the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all that amazing stuff, with a particular mega shout out to Russell W, who came in with a death strike and 50 gifted memberships, which was very, very cool. So massive, massive shout out to him. But thank you to all of you. It's been an incredible stream. You guys have gone absolutely above and beyond the Call of Duty. And just a huge thank you. And yeah, and I just want to say, look, I know we've been a bit down on 11th edition. I know we've still got a lot of concerns about the edition. I think those concerns are warranted. I do. But hey, at least we can try a few things out before consigning it to the fucking dustbin, right? There's a few interesting bits to enjoy with guards, so there you go. Good, you know, at the end of the day, 1 minute, I think I'm wearing the, is it? Oh, lol, I'm wearing the t-shirt, 1 minute. At the end of the day, I think this kind of sums up my attitude towards 11th. The game broke before the guard did. The game might look fucked, but the guard looks good. I can't really be angry. I can't really be angry. Right. Fine. Fucking fine. Okay? What is sleep? Like time? Merely a construct. Merely a construct. Merely a trick of the mind. Right. Fine. Okay. Alright. I was only going to stay up and do some models anyway. Right. So, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll obviously say my thank yous in a moment. I was just going to stay up and build a Humber armored car anyway. Right? So, what I'll do is do that, but I'll do it on stream. But what I'll do is I don't want this stream to come blocked because I know some people want to watch it. So, what I'm going to do is I will end the stream and then I will start another stream shortly after. I might have a quick break, get a snack or something. And we'll stream for an hour or two extra. And I will build the Humber armored car whilst doing it. Okay? There you go. Because I was going to stay up anyway. So that's the way. I'm tired. Chris, I'm tired, but I was also going to stay up stream. It's because I'm tired because I've been streaming and thinking a lot. But yeah. Begun the sleep deprivation stream. There you go. Killac, thank you for super chat. Let me have a look here. Chris K, thank you for your super chat. Not yet. Well, apparently, right. Sir Newbie, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Bah. Thank you so much for the 50, man. You fucking degenerate bastard. Thank you to you for 50 memberships. Thank you to Welky Shitbirds for 50 memberships. Thank you to David D. Davidson for 50 memberships. My God. My God. I always say, if I get a big bit of support, I try and keep the stream going a little bit longer. So, you know what? Genuinely, to all three of you, a huge, mega bunker busting thank you. Like, that's very, very generous support. It really fucking is, boys. Like, so, and as a way of me showing my appreciation to all three of you, the next stream, I will do it. I'll stream for an extra hour or two. I'll just, like I said, partition it just so that this stream doesn't get blocked if we're doing like a hobby stream, right? And I will be doing that stream in your honor and in your name. There you go. All right. So but seriously, to all three of you, you're absolutely mad. I love every single one of you. You're degenerate, beautiful, crazy bastards. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I thank you for each one of you, and the 07 for each one of you as well. There you are. All right. I'm sorry I didn't do an individual thank you to each one of you, but I hope you know that it is genuinely from the heart, because that is like properly, that's probably a big support, that is. So I do appreciate it, guys. And David D. Davidson, thank you for the super chat as well. Thank you for the Bane Blade. Go to bed. No, you can't be changing your tune now. Oh, I'm getting mixed signals, man. Stream, don't stream. All right. Honestly, it's David. It's absolutely fine. I wouldn't be going to bed for a little bit anyway. So I'll just, like I said, it might just be like one stream. It might just be like 1 hour. Do you know what I mean? Just 1 hour, build the car, and then go to bed. But I always like to try and do a little bit of a bonus hour if I do get a lot of support, and it wouldn't. I'll still be fine in terms of like sleep and everything. So it's all right. But yeah, so David, don't worry about it, and thank you for the support. Thank you for the concern, but thank you for the support. Chris K, victory, indeed. All right, so for all of you who, I mean, honestly, I'd rather do the extra hour now, Sir Newbie. I'd rather do it now. So for all of you that want to join for the hobby stream, this one's going to end now. I might just go and grab a snack, say hello to Mrs. Mordian, grab a new drink. So I might be anywhere between 15 and 30 minutes. And then I'll start the new stream within the next 30 minutes. And we'll build a Humber, and then there we go. All right. But thank you so much, everyone who joined the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're excited for the guard. Even if you're a bit pensive on 11th, I hope you're excited for the guard. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Massive thank you to all of you. Wolven back, stream extreme low resolution as a compromise would also hide the bags under your eyes. Never. I carry these bags with pride. But no, seriously, thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.